Tell me your story.
I was this close to dying from a brain abscess that was misdiagnosed.
Good to know people care, though.
For a lot of people, the MRIs are clear.
You said you had a lot to tell.
Oh, yeah.
Someone said,
I thought it was normal to have like seizures by yourself all the time.
You definitely will feel guilt a lot.
I so appreciate you putting this together.
thank you.
So our icebreaker today is, what age would you go back to if you had a choice? And for simplicity's sake, let's just say you keep all your knowledge.
What age would you like to stay forever?
Kind of have two different answers.
Okay,
Because
let's hear both.
if I have the knowledge that I have now, I wish I could go back to when I was like 14 and not make all the stupid mistakes that I know I made now. Like now as an adult, I would go back and do some things differently. But if it's just like pick an age and that's when you're stuck, forever, it would probably be when I was about 40, 35 to 40.
And what inspired that one? I'm curious about whether it relates to the epilepsy or seizures at all.
No, I mean, not necessarily. It was actually has more to do with I think I was happiest at that point in my life.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot to think about on these, because going back with how you phrased it about going back to like the teen years and getting to live it out, I still don't think I would. I don't remember anything compelling enough to actually go back and do anything different and not assume that something now might be drastically different. So
I have a couple
um
ex-husbands I might not have had.
but that's the thing. I mean, the baby's with them.
That's what I was thinking. I know the exact moment.
It's not that I want to not have my children. It's the fact that I wish that I would have waited and had them at an older, more mature time in my life.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a better way to look at it.
Because I was in a
I don't
real
know. I
big
still think
hurry
things are
to.
getting better. I can't narrow down an age that I would like to stay forever, because I still think things are going to get better.
You guys are still so young.
I am
Shit, it
happy
better get
where
better.
I am. I'm sorry. I look good. For the most part, I feel good. My epilepsy is at the best it's ever been. And I am in that 35 to 40 year range.
Yeah, I feel good. To answer the icebreaker though, if I could stay one age, I think my prime was around like 22. I was finally able to do things. Like I did get epilepsy. I would say younger if I didn't want epilepsy, like 15. But then if I was 15, there's a lot that cancels me out, like going to bars and stuff. Not that I go to bars, but stuff you need to be 21 and older for. Yeah, I think 22. I think my six pack was finally on the decline, and yeah, I didn't
Make
work
sure
No,
to
out
I
as
put
was
much.
that
sexiest
in
at 25. 25 was my sexiest. So that's what I would go back to if it was just for like how I actually felt. Seizures were still around, but I could never really go back
I
to that
think
part
my
where they weren't,
ass
because I was
looked best
diagnosed so
about
early.
30.
I think I
Oh,
looked my best. Oh, that is strange. I don't know. I think I looked my best when I was. I think I look my best right now.
Yeah, so if
I'm gonna be honest.
yeah, me too. If I could go back to 21 with like this mind state and my seizures in control, then I would have been doing really good. If my seizures were under or at this state to 3 to 4 a year, then I'm pretty good with that. But other than that, yeah.
Now, if I could go back to a particular age with all the knowledge I have now, I know the exact point. I was pregnant with Jeffrey, and my mom had come out for a visit, and she was going to the airport, and she says, I brought an extra suitcase. Do you want to come with me? That is where I would go back to. With all the knowledge I have now, that is when I would go. And I would say yes.
Is that major different decision?
Yeah. That would be the major life decision that I would change.
So that's your turning point moment.
Yes.
Yeah, plot twist. Awesome.
Yeah, like I said, mine would be around, what's it, 21 to 22. 22 was better. 22, I wasn't treated like I had just, like, you just started being able to drink alcohol. 22, I was already into it. I mean, I wasn't drinking as much alcohol, but that's when people were like, oh, we can't tell him he can't drink anymore. He's finally 22, not 21 anymore. It was like that when I turned 18. He was like, oh, you finally think you're doing something because you're 18. Still live in my house.
I mean, if it comes down to that, what age would you like to stay forever with the rights and the knowledge and, that you have now? I definitely would have gone back to like pre-diagnosis times, like 16. Because if I could have everything I had, knowledge-wise now and the family, but just with the high school body without seizures, hands down, no question.
Yeah.
Yeah. So once again, if we look into this question pretty deep,
I
we could all
would've-
come up with different answers.
I would have gone home. I probably would have still had the seizures and been diagnosed. I just would have been diagnosed here. I might have fallen in with Duke sooner because I would have been in North Carolina. So many things could have been different, but the main thing is I would have had Jeffrey in a safer environment. And of course, with the attitude I have now, which is, I think my parents actually do know something instead of they're just old hippies. They know nothing.
That's the perfect thing for Jeff to come in hearing first. All right, Jeff, let's hear the feedback on that one. All these young ones talking shit about parents who thinking those old hippies don't know nothing. But now, later in life, we recant on that and appreciate that sometimes the older generation know a little something.
Wait a second.
I
Our
mean,
parents
we
didn't
have to
know shit.
recant on that, otherwise the
Us
new
as a
won't
generation.
listen to us.
All right,
Maybe your
Toaster,
parents
give
were
him the
okay.
full story.
My parents came from an earlier generation, and they were assholes. They didn't know anything.
My parents came from your generation. And I wish I could go back to an earlier age and know that they actually know something.
I gotta
They
go,
know
guys.
about war.
I'll
We'll
be
see you
back
later,
after a
Adrian.
while.
Take care of the kiddos.
We'll be right here.
Right.
Yeah, they know war. They protested that shit.
Right.
They
Exactly.
know shit.
I've been protesting since I was 12. And I
Yes.
still haven't stopped.
Neither have they.
But my parents never protested.
Okay, so my dad works at a university. And you might know that with all the stuff that's going down with Israel, there have been protests all across the country. First protest on his campus. The chief of police on campus stayed with him the entire time because he was worried about my dad getting caught up, and because my dad is the halal advisor, he's the kosher and
The chief Jew on
yeah,
campus.
pretty much.
That's better.
That's the way to put it. He was the chief Jew on campus. And but later on, he was in those marches too. Because he doesn't like what's going on. He doesn't like what he is seeing. My dad still has that. And I'm proud.
Well, your dad's cool. We know that.
Yes.
I've known that for a while.
I've known
I'm
that for a
gonna-
while. I wish I knew it longer.
I don't want to comment on that because I don't want to start a political discussion. So
And we
I do.
respect your opinion greatly. What age would you like to stay forever, Jeff? That's our icebreaker today.
I would like to stay 22 forever.
That's what I said.
I had just lived through the greatest 3 years in musical history and seen many of the performers performing. And thanks to Toaster and Angel, you're going to read about it tomorrow. And no, I'm not ready because I'm going to go eat. Kate, I didn't use the tripod because I'm going to have to get off in a few minutes, at least visually. The tripod's great, by the way. Thank you so much.
Okay, so this time when you're actually have it in front of you, that's when you put sometimes the part that actually holds the phone is really tight and like hard to get it to fit right. So definitely get
It
it
is.
situated in, while you're sitting down, and you got this. I don't have to explain mechanics to you. I'm just so proud.
Actually, Liz is going to set it up.
Liz is a
I have
boss.
trouble doing any tasks these days. Before I went to the dentist, she had to tie my shorts tighter.
Liz is the best. Oh my God, she's cool.
Hey,
Oh, she is living a dream. Another mentor.
I think she's living a nightmare having to live with me lately. And she would probably agree.
Yeah,
your
you'd be
personality
surprised.
makes up for everything.
Yeah, thank you.
You have a lot of personality, and you're very wise.
It's funny because when I developed epilepsy, I was depressed for 9 months. I could have had a baby. I was in bed most of that time. And then I decided I might as well enjoy every minute I have left. And that's what I do. I love being here. And I love my life. I have the best wife in the world. And I just love my life.
Life is good.
Yeah,
Right.
it is.
So on what age would you like to stay forever? Does that bring you to your answer?
No,
22.
I would like to be 22, way before I met
Okay,
Liz.
sorry, I'm having one of those days too. Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
now you answered.
Yeah, 22. You just right now at 22 with Liz at 22.
Oh, that would be perfect.
See?
The problem is, if I was 22 with Liz, I probably wouldn't have seen a lot of the music I did. Liz and I have really different taste in music, whereas my ex-wife and I had incredibly similar tastes in music. And anything I wanted to see, she wanted to see. And like I said, Liz and I have totally different tastes in music. But
This is starting to sound like my parents.
but everything else makes up for it.
Well, they do have an overlap, but
Yeah.
my dad actually cannot stand Jimmy Buffett.
Really.
Yes. He can't stand it. I don't know what it's funny if he knows. Okay, some of the sillier songs like Volcano and Cheeseburger in Paradise. Some of the songs like Bubbles Up and one particular Harbor he's cool with. I don't know. I just find it funny.
Opposites
Is,
attract, eh?
and your mom,
Hmm.
does your mom like him?
Oh, my mom loves him. She's the
Oh,
one that turned me into a parrot head.
Okay.
She's been following him since his start.
All right, when
All
Mark
right,
comes
you
back, we'll
guys.
get his answer. Go ahead. You get it started.
What was everybody else's answer?
Mine was 22. That's because I was just on the body type decline. I was just like 6 pack was just fading around 22. I could have went without it, but that was the prime. I was doing a lot during those days. I was having fun. At 22, did I have kids? Yeah, I had 3 by then. So yeah, if I would have been 22 forever, I would probably have the 3 that I have now. Yeah, those were great years, man. Hey, Jocelyn, you're right on time before we move on.
Hello.
The
What
icebreaker
age?
is
Oh,
if
good
you
age.
could stay any age, what would it be?
Oh, that's a hard question
Right, that's
because
why I picked it.
yeah, I know. And that's a hard question because I become happier the older I get. But my body doesn't become happier the older I get.
When did they start disagreeing?
Um, right around 40. So maybe I'd prefer to, but man, I'm so much happier now than I was at 40.
I mean, you get all the wisdom and all that. You just go back to that.
Exactly. And I know I got so much wisdom. Got so much wisdom after this horrible health year, right? I mean, man, I want to stay this age mentally, but I want to be physically in my 20s.
Same.
So take the brain out and put it in my body when I'm in my 20s. That's what I want. That's my answer.
That's what I went with too.
Yeah.
And Toaster and Mark, what did you go with?
I finally settled on. I actually am very happy where I am now physically. My seizures have been the best they've ever been. My metabolical rate has finally slowed down. I'm not going weight wise. It's just I'm here and I'm happy and I like it. So yeah, right here. I'll stay here.
Cool. And Mark?
Yeah, um, I don't know. I kind of agree with Toaster. I would stay here. Not necessarily because happy or the best condition I've ever been or whatever, but just, I don't know, this is not a bad place to be in. I don't know that I was necessarily happier when I was back in my 20s that I am now. I don't know how much of that was maybe just an illusion of happiness. Mm, kind of born of ignorance, maybe not knowing what all was coming and what necessarily actual happiness felt like. back in my, my early 20s, back in my 30s. So, yeah, I'd be here. I can't jump it forward in time and get more wisdom points, right? So I'll stay here.
There we go.
See, I would agree that I wasn't the happiest at 22. I'm much happier now, but I was healthy and there was great music. And I saw a lot of it.
So Mark, if you could go back like 5 to 8 years, you wouldn't do that?
No, I'm good. 5 to 8 years, I was really drinking or at the tail end of coming off of drinking. It was important to go through, but not something I want to go back to,
Okay. Yeah, Toaster kind of made me kind of think about it. About being the me now. Feel like I'm in my prime now, so yeah, that's good. Yeah,
Lupin, did you get a chance to hear the icebreaker today?
did not.
Okay, so we've got, what age would you like to stay forever?
Me?
Yes.
Maybe 8-ish, maybe about sorry, I mean 18, around 18 years old. Why? Because I don't have to think about all oh my god, all the thing happening in this world. I don't know. I'm not saying that family is a burden. No. It's not saying, I'm not saying that it's not like that. But it's 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 hard to explain about it, but it's
Take the hard one.
yeah, it's not a burden, but it's a real world, it's the real world. We have to find money, we have to we have to yeah, something like that. Yeah, you maybe you understand what I mean. It's hard. It's really hard. And with my downgraded sickness, illness, it's make me more hard to live with this world, I've become lost of easy to lost of yeah, epilepsy.
It is hard. Was 18 before epilepsy manifested in you?
Yeah, that's right. In 18 my I think my brain is still, it's not that I'm sorry to say this, but it's not this stupid. I'm sorry to say that, but
You're okay.
It's all right. Say how you feel.
And right now it's really downgraded, it's like easy to forget something, and then uh many things like this you can you all can see like right now I'm forgot, I'm easy to blank, just want to say
Yeah,
something
my
and
memory
then
is horrible. You're not alone. My memory is ridiculous. I don't remember
yeah.
anything.
Yeah.
Goldfish.
I want to say something and then suddenly it's blank, like,
It goes
and
poof.
poof. Yeah,
Right.
that's right. That's right. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Exactly. That's what I mean. You understand what I mean? Yeah, we are
Exactly.
on epilepsy. We are on epilepsy. Epileptic.
We could be in the middle of saying it, and it
Yeah,
just go
yeah.
bye.
And but sorry if I, yeah, if I don't use webcam because I'm using a PC right now. I don't know, my cell phone, I have a problem with my cell phone problem, so I'm using a PC right now.
That's perfectly fine. Lots of our friends come with camera off. It's your
Yeah,
comfort level.
yeah, I'm sorry, really sorry about that.
All right. Whatever makes you feel comfortable.
Thank you guys, thank you.
We're just happy you're here. And speaking of which, I have to go. I'll be back soon, hopefully within the hour.
Okay,
All right.
Toaster. Okay, Toaster. See
We'll be
you.
here. I got something, guys. It says my husband is. Oh, it says second seizure in 2 weeks and still can't see a neurologist. My husband is 42. He had his first seizure while sleeping on September 1st. We went to an ER for a CT and blood work. Came back clear. We had our primary doctor do an MRI because neurology had months long wait, and I was clear too. No EEG yet. Thankfully, someone canceled and we got moved to September 25th, but that doesn't feel quick enough. He just had his second one last night while sleeping. I called the neurologist and begged them to see us sooner, but they didn't have anything open. The ER didn't provide any medication. He made some lifestyle adjustments, cut back on caffeine, not completely to avoid issues, but 400 to 500 milligrams of 1200 from 1200 to 1400, sleeping more and trying to drink more water. I contacted primary care and he was willing to do a referral for an EEG. What questions should we ask a neurologist? I'm so nervous. First comment says, if you're able to think of it, try to video record his next one. If it happens, start keeping a daily log of activities, the weather, food, drinks. I'm dealing with the neuro stuff right now and have been referred to a bunch of stuff, including epilepsy specialists.
I made the mistake
Yeah.
too many times before these kinds of appointments to, I don't know, I think of it as trauma dumping now on the tech doing the EEG. So I have to always remind myself that even though I do need to get it together, plan on talking to the doctor at the follow-up and not expecting the tech to know anything. So one thing at a time, not only recording the events, what these mean, just tackle it like a checklist. When you go into the doctor's office, ask about the actual seizures. If you want to go in the direction of like what causes them or what does him turning to the left and then falling right, something like that. And then go to the medicine. Why did you change the dose? What led to that decision? What can we expect? What do we need to watch out for? And I always just like to have the idea, especially at the beginning or when there was changes, what counts as an emergency? Like what should actually be concerning? So maybe that'll give you a little peace of mind if you can get those main things covered and well understood. Don't accept anything from the doctor that doesn't make complete sense. I really hope everybody can get to that point. What about you? Jocelyn, I'd love to hear what you have to
Oh.
say.
For mine, I mean, second seizure in 2 weeks, people go through that all the time. I'm not saying it's not a good thing, but the ER isn't going to do much. They're just going to do what they can for that moment of how you're feeling in that moment and then send you home. So yeah, I know people going through multiples in 2 weeks. It just sounds like you might be new to this. That's what that sounds like. Got to get used to this. 2 in 2 weeks is not uncommon for some, but you don't have to go to the ER every time. Just make sure he's okay, doesn't hit his head. I say a lot. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm really distracted by
So
Jeff.
yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm really distracted by Jeff
Putting up a
because
tripod.
it looked like it was his ear.
He's putting in his tripod. I don't know. I wasn't looking at his ear. I was looking at you and everyone else. Yeah. Anybody else? Any questions this person should ask a neurologist? I think you just like the other person said, keep notes and be ready to tell the neurologist. But I don't think 2 seizures in 2 weeks is such a big deal. At the moment, it'll get better, but for now, it's not worth stressing over. Personally, that's my personal opinion. You guys?
I mean, whenever I have an appointment with a neurologist, I definitely have a list of questions ahead of time that I want to ask. And so that's my advice is take a list of questions and bring a friend or a family member because it's very overwhelming to go to a neurologist appointment. They're gonna say words that you don't understand, and that's okay. They're very, they're doctors who go to, they that's my advice. Write down questions and bring a friend or a family member who can be there with you to write things down. I mean, I went to an appointment to a neurologist and I started crying, and my friend was there to take notes and be my support system, and it was really helpful. So that's my advice. Write down questions ahead of time and bring a friend or a family member.
Maybe ask them if it is okay for you to audio record the appointment for you to be able to go back and listen to for your own notes and understanding. That and I think definitely I absolutely 100% agree with Jocelyn. I always take my mother in with the appointments with me. I think that they perhaps, I don't know. I feel like they might take me a little bit more seriously because there's a third party uh, witness to what had been happening, and that firsthand account from the third party to be able to relay was very helpful initially. So that and audio recording.
And if you get, I hate to say bad, but I'm going to say the word bad. If you get a bad neurologist, there's someone there to witness them.
I agree. Ivan, did you get the gist of this question?
Yes, I agree with Jocelyn and Mark. We should bring some kind of not some kind, sorry, someone who's become like relay, yeah, that's right, Mark. Relay who witness our because we are epileptic person and our brain is already yeah, sorry to say this, but it's kind of disabled. It's kind of, I'm sorry to say this, but for me it's already like disabled. So I need to bring my wife each time I see a neurologist. So yeah, it's really need someone to friend need a friend, need some kind of friend to bring to neurologist. That's all from me.
I
What are
got
the
something else here.
Okay.
Go ahead, Kate.
I was going to ask you about the comments on that one. Go ahead.
There was only one comment there. I read it. I got something here though. It says my boyfriend complained about taking care of me. 29-year-old female, have been friends and dating my boyfriend, 51 years old, for 10 years. We got into an argument yesterday and he made a comment that I will never forget. Typically, when I wake up from a seizure, I feel so horrible that he had to rescue me and guilty, and I'll cry. And he says, "Don't worry, it's not your fault, baby. This is why I'm here. It's part of the deal, honey. And I feel so loved and cared for, and he will hold me and pat my back and just rock me to sleep, basically." But he said something different yesterday. Yesterday, after my episode, he let me know that he is sick of taking care of my seizures and that he, end quote, didn't sign up for this, and that he, end quote, would like to have a real life, but no, I'm stuck here constantly on call waiting for you to seize. I will never forget this. Just looking for support. It's time to leave.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like he really cares about her. I mean,
Yeah.
it sucks to
Leave
have to
before
take
you
care
get
of
left.
someone, but it sucks to have to take care of someone, but you know, something's going to happen to him one day. It might not be, might not be epilepsy, but it'll be something else. No one's going to live
Yeah.
forever. No one's going to be healthy forever.
Correct. Me personally, sounds like a situation where it's not going to go good, so I leave before I get left.
I mean, I
Worked
think
out
it's
for me,
time
I
for them to
guess.
have an honest conversation. That's what I think.
Right. Honest conversation. The first comment says I can't even read the rest of the post because of the age gap between Tahab and their boyfriend. The amount of time they've been in a relationship with him. Since she was 19. Person was 41. Wow. It's a big age gap. She's probably been going through so much for 10 years. Second comment
They've
here
been together.
says,
They've been together for 10 years.
been together for 10 years and she's 29 now. She was 19
Oh, I'm
then.
not going to say anything else then.
He was 41. That's been her life, basically. That's all she knows.
What's coming to mind? Nobody picks the right one that young.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ipan.
No, it's yeah. For me, it's just unbelievable, because because it's different in me. In if it's already been married, it's different with if I just it's just in a relationship together, of course. But
She's 19 and they've been together for 10 years. She was
No,
9.
she's
No,
29.
she's 29 and they've been together 10
She
years.
Oh! Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
still though.
Still, 19?
Yeah. I understand. I understand. Yeah.
41-year-old should have kids at 19. He
Yeah,
has
okay.
children that age, if not older. Um, yeah, that's a tough situation. Like I said, that's probably all she knows is him because she's only known him. She's known him since she was 19. Yeah, so I can see how she's really going through the needing support part from here because, yeah, it's all you know. Probably know all of his family. He knows all of your family. Yeah, another comment here says, I'm honestly more concerned about the fact that a 41-year-old would date a 19-year-old. That's where we're stuck at too. Someone says, what a effed up thing to say. I would reevaluate if you need him in your life. If you didn't choose epilepsy, who would? Another one says, I don't have anything to say after I read the age gap. Please don't let this man ruin your self-worth. You definitely should know better. Epilepsy shouldn't define us. We are so much more than that. Again, I'm so sorry. I'm mad for you right now. Right. Jesus Christ, are these people for real? I rarely take the liberty of giving advices on what people should do in their own relationships, but honestly, dump his sorry ass. My boyfriend saw me having seizures for the first time. We were only a couple weeks into dating. While I was down on him, he barely knew me, but still took care of me and kept going for 8 years after that episode. So what makes the difference between a man and a boy? Dump him. Yeah, she went from epilepsy to sexual content fast.
No, that's what I thought too, but she didn't say going down on him. She said while I was down on him, as in like at a low point.
Well, it was all in
Makes
caps.
a
So
lot more sense.
it's all caps while I was down on him. So yeah, that jumped in between
Okay.
there. Hey, take it for
Oh,
what
it can
you
be taken either way.
right. So another one says, I'm so sorry. Please do not let him make you feel this way. It's not your fault, and you should never feel that way. You're not worthless. You are a young, you have a whole life ahead of you. It's not your job to take care of a man who can't even bother to help you when you need it. Kick him to the curb and look forward with life. It's not as easy as it sounds. To the curb and move on. Okay. I got something else here, you guys. It says seizure, question mark, or question mark. I had what we believed to be my first seizure. My daughters were there, and I said that when they walked in the room, I was standing in front of the mirror. Mirror has a story that is paranormal on its own. My forehead was bleeding a little. It was positioned on the top of the dresser. I only want to get hiccups like this. And my forehead was bleeding a little. It was positioned at the top of my dresser in the corner and wasn't a heavy mirror by any means. One of my daughters started screaming at me because I looked over at her as I was going to sit down on the floor, and my face shifted to her, and I looked over to her as I was going to sit down on the floor, and my face shifted to her, and I supposedly was staring at her with a huge frown, no facial expression other than that for more than 10 seconds. And then I started foaming from the nostrils. She panicked and then threw the Gatorade in my face. And when she did that, I guess I hopped up and started running down 3 flights of stairs out into the street where they both followed me and grabbed my hands and pulled me as hard as possible to safety. Then I became incredibly frightened and started running back up the stairs to where I remember little flashes of something dark chasing me, and I ran so fast with all my might up those stairs I came to. The higher I got up, I felt myself becoming more and more aware of my surroundings. Then I was scared for the girls because of this, whatever it was or wasn't chasing me, but they weren't too far behind and just grabbed me, started comforting me that we weren't in danger. Afterwards, I was incredibly tired and felt quite sick. Normal seizure? No. And before anyone else comments that I need a Dr. ASAP, please, that's not what I came here to talk about, just a little support. I got this though. I am educated enough to know that I need a doctor, which is why I made an appointment directly with a neurologist. Thanks. Hope someone here just has some insight and advice. They just said they weren't looking for insight and advice, I thought I read, but at the end they said they are looking for insight and advice. That's rough. That's a situation I try to avoid. So when I do this, my kids either hang out in the living room, and the days that we're not doing things, where I'm not doing things, I do not go in public with my children for that reason. Because I've always imagined that happening, being that I've been wandering off for my past few seizures. Yeah, I cannot imagine myself running into the street and his kids sound like they're big enough to drag him back to safety, like he said. My kids aren't. My kids aren't strong enough to bring me back into the house or anywhere. If we're in public and I decide to do that, they're just gonna follow me just because I'm dad, and that freaking sucks. Yeah, so that has crossed my mind a bit. I don't suggest being alone with children. I mean, can't really help it sometimes. You don't have anybody there or significant other or whatever the case, but yeah, that's a rough one. Try not to be alone with the kids as much as you can. Or yeah, Jeff told me to get a lock on the door. It's not gonna help. To get a lock from the outside. You would literally have to lock me in my room for me not to run away. Yeah. Because I've wandered off from here and people were here and didn't know I was wandering. Yeah, wandered off and left home. And yeah, so I think a little touchpad, maybe with a code, might have someone notice. But being that I'm an adult, people don't exactly go, hey, where are you going? So then I find out what I did outside weeks later from other people or cameras on buildings and stuff.
And you
Stuff
don't
like
always
that.
take your phone when you wander.
Yeah, I almost
So it's
started
not like
wandering yesterday.
those location things could even help.
Why not put on an
Also,
Apple
before you
AirTag?
leave, yesterday, I kind of figured out, we really need our phones because yesterday I left my phone in a lift and I was stranded. And that's when I was like, we need these phones. These phones are lifelines. Like I had no money because my cards are connected to my phone. I had no way to call for a ride. I called for an Uber to get there. So I'm sitting outside waiting, and then eventually I asked the company, can I use your phone to call my phone? And yeah, luckily the guy brought it back, but Lyft, they charged me $20, and then I tipped him $10 just for bringing it back when I shouldn't have, because Lyft was going to give him $20 anyway. And I didn't know that happens like this. So yeah, it was a $60 trip just to go down the street, basically. $20 for the Uber, $10 for the tip, another $15 for there and back. Crazy. And then food. I told my sister, I could have walked and saved about $40. Yeah. But yeah, to this guy, I don't suggest being alone with children. But there's two comments here. One says you definitely need to see a doctor ASAP and not be using Reddit for this one. Another comment says this is one definitely. Doctor appointment ASAP. I have never known seizures present like this, but I am not a doctor. I've known seizures to present themselves like this. Actually, I'm not sure if I ran off. Well, no, I didn't. I don't know if I ran or not. I just know I woke up somewhere that I was not. Jeff, did you have something?
I just said you should put an Apple AirTag on your belt loop or something like that.
Yeah, that's a good one. AirTag. Very good idea.
This
I
way
thought
you
about
can't get
putting it on the
lost.
dog. For some reason, I
And
had
if
an
you're
idea to
wandering
put it on the
around, they'll know
dog.
where you are.
Say that again.
If you're wandering around, that somebody could know where you are.
I wonder would it fit my wallet. I thought about putting it on the dog once upon a time just to see where he goes. But yeah, that is a good idea. Okay, I got something here. It says, what's the difference between seizures and panic attacks? I'm sorry if this is a dumb question. I feel my symptoms overlap and I don't know the difference. Thank you for all who read this and help me. Seizures and panic attacks. I don't think I've had panic attacks.
Yeah, I've had, excuse me, I've had panic attacks. And the best way, I mean, it's hard to describe the subjective difference. Once you've had a panic attack and whatever like focal seizures feel like for you, you can tell the difference, at least in my case, I guess. I can tell the difference just right off. They feel different, but the best way to uh, know the difference like beforehand would be the context that you're in. Um, if there is something around you, something, some impending event or some sort of like a uh, um, like tunnel or something, some context,
Threatening thing.
yeah, something threatening, some reason to be panicking and something, you tend to know what you're panicking over once you're kind of tuned into what it is. Um, the so once you're aware of that, it is a lot easier to know whether you're having a focal, um, uh, you can exclude that if there's a definite cause for your panic that you know. Um, but yeah, it's hard to write out the in words what the sensations are and how they're different from one another. Um, and I don't know if mine are necessarily the representative. Maybe a lot of other people's panic attacks do feel exactly like uh, their focal seizures. They might have that particular part of the brain that's actively seizing, and they might go into a genuine panic. So in that case, I'm not sure how they would be able to tell the difference or if they'd be able to tell the difference. So um
What
yeah,
about
it's
breathing?
tough.
For like
Huh?
breathing patterns? Do you notice any difference with like breathing patterns? That's what I always assumed was the most noticeable one for an outsider.
Um I mean, I don't hyperventilate. My breathing pattern doesn't change during my focal seizures, so I don't know about that. I do tend to breathe a bit more deeply and rapidly when I'm having a panic attack. But um, I had never thought of that to pay attention to any sort of change in my breathing patterns. I'll need to think about that next time I'm having having a seizure, like note after the fact what happened with my breathing. So thank you. Has anybody else here had panic attacks? Like real
Not me.
honest panic attacks? No?
I think what I had, I don't know if that was an aura or not, but it was just a really weird feeling. It was the impending doom feeling. Is that what they consider a panic attack as well? I was
Uh,
panicking. I was panicking a lot.
Yeah, I mean that's what what a lot of them feel like the impending doom. Mine, I don't genuinely feel like the impending doom as much anymore now that I know what's happening. It's kind of just oh my gosh, it's happening again sort of thing. So it doesn't feel as much like impending doom so much as um it's still happening kind of thing. But I guess in both cases, it's still a sort of dread sensation. Um, yeah,
Yeah, I mean, just Googling it on the off the bat, you can see the first thing they say is there's a broad spectrum of symptoms for both. So it comes down to kind of what you said at first, just to know yourself best. And where I'm going to come in is take notes. Always take notes of both feeling, what the circumstances are. So maybe there's different triggers for each one for any individual, and anything that can maybe give you something to think about and focus on might even get you out of it sooner. That's a good question.
Got something other than that then? Another question is it okay? Is it okay for me to get mad at my family was talking about my epilepsy the other day and my aunt. We've been through this so many times. Okay, go through it again. Is it okay for me to get mad at? Family was talking about epilepsy the other day, and my aunt suddenly said it's all because of those phones. And I got so mad at her for blaming all the suffering I went through on my phone. Is it a valid reason for me to get mad, or is it an actual fact? It's been 6 days. How are you so many people still finding it? I don't think it's a phone for having seizures, especially if you have epilepsy. I'm assuming you do. Oh, well, yeah, you said talk about your epilepsy. Not sure if what's it called, signs can be considered or around the. I don't know if a phone is a trigger, is what I should say. Hey James, your phone ever triggered a seizure?
Hold on. I got put on mute. Wait, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. For some reason it said I was put on mute. But anyway, my phone? Like what do you mean? Like just using it or
I'll read the first sentence again. It says my
yeah.
family was talking about my epilepsy the other day, and my aunt suddenly said it's all because of those phones.
Uh I I I don't think so. I think that's more of like one of those like conspiracy theory type things. Like when cell phones were like newer technology, maybe. I've never heard of that or
Me either.
had a doctor mention it to me or anything like that. So I think that's just kind of like one of those conspiracy theory type like they're out there all to get us or birds aren't
Yeah,
real, they're all cameras and like all those crazy like lizard people type things.
yeah, gotcha. I don't think a phone's gonna cause a seizure. What I do believe is when my earpods tell me they're gonna mess up my ears because I've been in my ears too much, too loud this week, and it gives me reminders like that. I think they just give you those reminders just so you don't sue them. Be like, we told you so. You shouldn't listen them to this high for this amount a week. Then I don't listen. So I go to the first comment. It says you're valid to be angry in your aunt's ignorance. Ask her what she thinks what she thinks was causing seizures before the phone existed. Would love to hear her answer.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Like I think I mentioned it before. My grandmother had epilepsy due to a head injury. My dad and uncle don't have it. It was she was, let's see, she was 14 or 15-ish. So this was like 1930. And she was at a jazz concert, and back then all soda bottles were glass. So some dumbass thought it would be funny to just take a Coke bottle and just chuck it into the crowd. And my grandmother was the lucky one that it hit in the head, and she had seizures her whole life after that. So like I said, she was about 14 or 15, so she never touched a steering wheel her entire life. I mean, maybe she touched one, but she never drove a car. She never had a license her whole life because of it.
Is that
And
why you have seizures? Well, that's not actually. It's not.
I
That
don't
was
know because I don't think so. Because like I said, my
not
dad and
hereditary.
uncle, don't have it, and she never had them before that head injury.
Yeah, that was a dumb
So
question.
I don't think it's like a hereditary thing because my sister doesn't have it either. It's just
Do
I'm
you know why
just the
you have
lucky one.
seizures?
What was that?
Do you know why you have seizures? Have you got a cause yet?
No, I mean I've had a few like pretty good hits to the head in the past. Um, so maybe just repeated like head injuries. Possibly when I was younger, I used to do a lot of like BMX. Like going to skate parks and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So I hit my head a few good times doing that. I knocked myself unconscious one time. So so I mean that could possibly be one of the reasons, leading to it. And I've had a couple of other ones. And then it's also kind of like a big what's the term, like catch 22. It's like,
Yeah.
it's like you get a head injury, so then you have a seizure, so then they take away your license, so you have to ride a bike, which means you then crash on your bike and then have another head injury and then another seizure, and it's it's like a big circle of never ending, like.
Yeah, gotcha.
So
I got something else to keep you at the mic for a second.
I
The icebreaker today is, I just forgot. That's insane.
What age would you like to stay forever?
Ooh, I would say probably my like young 20s or so, young early 20s, before the seizures got bad, before I got married. So wish I could go back and undo that. Yeah, probably like young mid-20s or so, I'd say.
Okay. All right, we're gonna go back to the post about is it mad? The girl asks, is it wrong for her to be mad? One of the comments here says, who knows? Maybe it's the EMFs. What's EMFs? We'll come back to that. It says my daughter has autism and at 18 started having seizures. And every TC she has had her phone in her hand and Bluetooth headphones on.
EMF, as far as I know, EMF is some kind of frequency, something like that. As far as I know.
Okay. It says electromagnetic fields. I would assume that's EMF. Okay. Another comment says, don't get mad, educator. Before phones existed, didn't have seizures. That's a known fact. I think that was sarcasm. One more here. It says, my effing grandmother said that to me when I was a teenager, and I haven't talked to her for years, if that helps. So basically, yes, you can be mad. Of course, you're more than enough right to be mad. I get mad at dumb stuff sometimes. Oh man. This one says, it says, my neurologist won't prescribe me stronger medicine because I might hypothetically have a child. I've been on Keppra for a little over 2 years and still have active seizures. It helps a little, but I still have 5 to 6 seizures a month. I asked my neurologist if I could get on a stronger medicine, as the nurses in the ER said I needed to be on one last time. I was there for a grand mal seizure. My psychiatrist even said he'd send my neurologist paperwork so I could change the medicine I'm on, which, in quote, he never forgot. He would prescribe me one because it would, in quote, cause birth defects. And I explained to him that I'm not pregnant, I'm epileptic, and probably won't get pregnant, but I will definitely have more seizures. He still wouldn't prescribe me better medication. Obviously, I don't want to give birth to give birth defects, but I'm not going to get pregnant. I'd rather be on a stronger But if I'm not going to get pregnant, I'd rather be on a stronger medication since I've had to alter my life and active seizures that might have been solved already. If I wasn't a cis woman, personally, I value my very real health that has an extensive record of being problematic over the hypothetical baby that I could be hypothetically have, especially since non-causing a birth defect, because I'm very careful I will not get pregnant, is much better than having to constantly feel exhausted because of the Keppra. Has anyone else had AFAB, capital letters? So that's something. Has anyone else AFAB had this experience? I'm not sure what that was, but
The only thing I'm seeing is assigned female at birth. So maybe they're some kind of trans. Oh, you know what? If this guy's going to the neurologist presenting as assigned female at birth, now living as another gender, then that's even more unreasonable for the doctor to refuse a different medication because of potential birth defects. So yeah, any trans or non-binary or anything like that, the doctor's definitely taking it out on this patient. Get a new neurologist.
what's a cis woman? It says TLDR, my neurologist won't give me my medicine because I'm a cis woman of childbearing age. Cis woman.
Basically a straight woman with heterosexual female, born as female and attracted to men, I believe.
I don't want to judge anybody or get it wrong, so I won't say anything because I don't know what it is.
I was
Okay,
gonna
so
add
cis-
nothing. Oh, sorry.
No problem. Cis, it looks like is a come from it's a prefix that comes from Latin, and it means matches. So cis woman saying like your internal gender matches the one you were assigned at birth. Go ahead.
Okay,
I was gonna say nothing related to do with like gender or anything like that. But let's say this, whatever the person's situation is, if later they were to get pregnant or decide to make that decision, it's a lot harder to step down from a stronger seizure medication than it is to go up. I guess do you guys get what I'm saying? Like it's easier to it's
AED
harder to
versus
step back
benzo.
down. So if they do decide to eventually have one, it's probably going to be tougher on their body to try and back it down while they were pregnant, if that were the situation for them.
Getting off the meds is way easier than the first 3 months. That first trimester, that was a bitch compared to getting off of Vicompa.
Yeah, I'm not a parent, so I have no No, nothing to add, unfortunately. Sorry.
Um, first comment here says find a non-misogynistic neurologist. Putting personal belief above patient health is not safe. Jeff?
Sorry. You guys have it so hard with all these abbreviations. It's, I don't know how you understand.
Google? Yeah, because a lot of these I didn't understand either. Yeah. Google taught me everything I need to know about things I don't know already. Yeah, one more comment here. It says, tell your doctor you want it documented in your chart that you're not being described a medication.
But all these
hypothetically
abbreviations that you
pregnant.
have for everything, I mean, yes, it makes life a certain amount easier. But for guys like me, with some of these things, I have no clue is what you're talking about. End of rant.
Gotcha.
I'm with you there too, Jeff. So half these abbreviations I don't know. I'm like, just say the full word. Like when people, what annoys me so much, dude. I don't know why kids do it all the time where I work, dude, at the elementary school. They use like all these little acronyms and abbreviations, and I'm like, I just use your words. I have no idea what you're talking about. But what really bugs me is when people say LOL. It's like, if it's actually funny, then just laugh. Like you don't just
Put a
laugh at it.
smiley face.
Yeah, you
Rather
don't
a
need
smiley face than an LOL, but
you don't need to say LOL. Like either just laugh or go ha or yeah. So there's my rant.
and LOL is cool for some people. But here's another comment here. It says, tell your doctor you want it documented on your chart that they are not prescribing you a medication due to a hypothetically pregnancy over your own very real health. They might sing a different tune very quickly. If you're not having a child anytime soon, try telling your doctor that the Keppra is too aggressive or try and change your neurologist. One more. This is horrible. I'm so sorry. Buddy should be practicing. This is so irresponsible and awful and demeaning. When I saw the title, I thought you were going to say that you were trying for a baby or something. Get out of there and find a real doctor who cares about you and your well-being more than a patient. Right? Another one here. It says, does your doctor get mad if you have to try several meds before finding one that works? Every time I read patient stories, they talk about how sometimes they have 5 to 10 meds and combos before finding the right one. I thought that the doctor's job was to work with us on that. Every time I had to do this, my doctor tolerates it for a few tries and then he starts to refuse and gets difficult and tells me that my body is just too sensitive and acts like it's my problem. I don't get what he has to deal is, and I don't get what his actual deal is, and I have a situation. I don't like being dependent on someone who doesn't even want to help me. This is the third time it has happened, and I'm tired. I'm not enjoying that I have dangerous reactions to a lot of meds, but there's no reason to conclude that it means I won't ever tolerate any other med. I just feel like I'm going crazy because I do things by the book by trying meds and reporting adverse reactions, and to just be told overtly that I'm too sensitive. Am I being annoying? You're not being annoying. You're just telling the doctor how you feel, and I thought that's how shit goes. Just tell them how you feel and figure it out. But
Knowing why?
Yeah, that's their job is to work with you on figuring that stuff out. They shouldn't be getting mad at you, for it. I honestly could not tell you how many medications I've I've tried over the 20 years since my first seizure. My body just doesn't handle them all that well, and then like I said, I have issues with my my pancreas and my stomach, so some of that eliminates a couple of medications right there on the pancreatic issues. And then other ones I've just had to go through because I'm either, zombie mode or they're just not working out right. I would say that, yeah, you shouldn't feel ashamed or embarrassed or whatever. If you don't feel like you're getting the right care, ask to, see another doctor or something, or, at least a second opinion on it. Cause it sounds like you're not being treated fairly or taken as seriously as you should be.
Yeah. Doctor doesn't take you serious or they make you feel bad. It's always good to get a second opinion. I forgot who said it best. Second opinion. I say second, third, fourth, however makes you feel better. Best of 3, best of 5, whatever.
Yeah, especially something like this. It's not something where it's like you have, like your liver is failing and you're still choosing to go and, down a 12 pack every night. This isn't something that, we have control over, if that makes sense.
Right.
Like you don't want to get a cold, you're not going to go lick, like a handrail, like out in public or something, right? You don't want to damage your liver, you don't drink all the time. But with seizures, I mean, there are certain things that you can avoid or can trigger them a little bit more, but we all know that we just don't have control over it. So you shouldn't be. I know I'm ranting now, I'm sorry, but it just makes me mad that a doctor would make somebody feel that way over, something that they don't have control over.
It's okay to rant. You can teach somebody something. Somebody might learn something from you, something you have to say. But go ahead, Jeff.
Sorry. I have to ask a question which maybe nobody remembers. A little while ago, you read a post about a 19-year-old girl and an older guy, and then she was 29, and was he 41 at that point, or was he 41 when he met her?
He's 41 when he met her.
41 now, and she's 29.
Yeah.
No?
He met her
No,
at 19.
it was 19 and 41, 29 and 51.
Oh, okay. I got it. So it was just comeback. Okay. Sorry.
One comment here says, shitty neurologists. No, they should not be getting upset. This is literally their job. Not only is it common sense, but we learn in medical school that everyone processes drugs differently or in enzymatic. Is that how you say that? Enzymatic level. I second the person who suggests the liver enzyme panel. I'm really sorry you're going through this. I have epilepsy too, and it sucks. The struggle is real. Stay strong, my friend. We had the same experience. Switch doctors. It's worth it. Look for an epileptologist. That's what I'm doing. I'm gonna look for an epileptologist because this doctor that I have now is pretty cool dude, but I haven't met him yet, and he wants to do it over the phone. So, what do you guys think about that? A neurologist who wants to do the first visit over the phone?
That used to be not allowed because the insurance wouldn't cover it, but that might have just been the private insurance that I had.
You mean teleconsultation?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Actually, I wouldn't say it's a consultation. It's kind of just my appointment. Yeah.
But there is supported in your place, right?
Say that one more time.
It's supported in your place, right? I mean,
It's a common practice, but not usually for a first appointment.
I see.
Yeah. It
Uh,
was
yeah.
weird. Go ahead, James.
Oh, I was just gonna add in there that most of my neurology appointments are over the phone, but never like a first one or anything like that. Or if it's something where I need, obviously I've had like 2 or 3 in a day or something, then I'm gonna actually go to the ER depending how bad they are, or make a in-person appointment. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I'd feel about like the very first time having it as a phone appointment, but
That's when you look up the reviews for the doctor.
yeah.
But what do you feel about that? I mean, the relationship between, sorry, I mean the difference between you directly meet the doctor and between and teleconsult teleappointment, like Pookie said.
It's a telehealth. It's over the phone, and
Yeah, no,
well,
I mean,
basically
sorry.
over something like this, talking to him. Yeah, I don't like that to be the first appointment though, because I have a feeling he's going to try to prescribe something, and I'm going to tell him no, and he's going to disagree, and I'm going to ask for a second opinion. That's exactly how that's going to go. But I'm not taking first prescriptions over the phone just on how you feel something might happen. And I have a really, really good feeling he's going to say, well, since you're having 3 seizures a year, let's throw on some Keppra. Another neurologist said that. So
Okay.
I'm going to go best of 4, best of 5, because so far it might be 2 and 2. But yeah, I'm not taking Keppra, regardless of what anyone says. I'm letting the doctor know that you can figure it out from there, but I'm not taking Keppra. I will not deal with that medication again. Didn't like it. Didn't like myself. People are bringing back those days for me. All right, Mark, we'll see you later. Yeah, people remind me about what was going on and how I was acting back in those days, and I was like, ooh, that was kind of rough, just doing dumb stuff. Yeah.
We've got another post here. Somebody asking, do you always tell someone when you're having an aura? I feel lonely sometimes because most of my seizures don't turn into TCs. I usually don't say anything when I get into a focal seizure, but they're so scary that I always went to tell someone just so I'm not going through it alone. I feel like I have I have to hold myself together and be quietly strong through the struggle, but my auras are daily and it's hard. Also, seizures and auras make me so tired and sick. Sometimes I wish I could mind meld with those around me so they could understand what I go through day to day. Still, I have a lot to be thankful for, and I'm glad I have people who care about me. So this person is struggling with telling someone every time they have an aura, and that happens on a daily basis, just so they're not going through it alone. But they don't say why they don't want to speak up. So I can't tell if the people around them maybe are just starting to give them a like, okay, why am I here kind of reaction. But I can see why they're second guessing themselves. The first comment is a really good reminder here. An aura is a seizure. So it sounds like in this person's case, they might have to get everybody on the same page. Next comment is saying that what if the aura is small? It's still a seizure, and it's a sign that your threshold is low and that something should be addressed. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. This comment saying, for me, my focals are only 15 seconds, maybe shorter, but there's a reason why it happened. And it's important to know because it doesn't take a lot for them to reach across your whole brain instead of just half. Yeah, so I mean, if whoever posted this is listening in and you happen to catch, don't ever feel ashamed or,
Gonna say,
guilty
well,
for asking for, anybody's support. Those auras are intimidating, not, far from healthy. And it's a lower threshold. It does mark that you are more susceptible to a generalized seizure or a bigger one.
Yeah, if I need assistance and I need help, I've learned to just not be afraid of asking for help anymore. Not too big to ask for help. Was like that for a while, but it did look like it was a bother on some people that I was asking for too much. And then I just stop caring about I'm asking too much. I'm gonna ask and I'm gonna figure out what you like or not. I'm gonna figure it out, but I'm gonna ask. I'm not gonna let myself be in a bad situation when I don't have to be. Yeah, so anything can progress to a TC. So don't put yourself in a position to have a TC.
This comment says it just right. They're saying there was one time I played it off, and that's when it turned into a TC and I went unconscious. I let everyone in my circle know I deal with this, so they know what to do. And irony does tend to kick in for these kinds of things.
You
As
got some
people
more?
said in aura. Yeah, I was just looking at some more of these comments because everybody is literally giving their own perspective on it, saying, as people said, an aura is a seizure that doesn't increase or spread the electrical problem, which is why you don't recognize full TC feelings. Mine are epigrastic seizures, the feeling of sickness rising up from the stomach. Most I've been able to call out to my wife. It's scary on your own, especially when walking on a beach. Yeah, feeling sick to your stomach, but knowing it's not a gastrointestinal thing. And this one is saying, I find it really difficult to explain to people what an aura feels like in the first place. I've managed to explain it somewhat to people close to me. So when I'm around them, I kind of say I'm having a brain reboot, and they understand that I just need to feel calm for a moment, and that speaking to me will probably make me feel worse. So we just sit there for a moment. Boyfriend usually puts his arms around me and just holds me till it's over. But yeah, I can see why the original poster might be confused about just what to or how to explain these auras to somebody you don't know as well. But once again, live and learn. If it ever happens in public or with somebody you're not as you're friendly with, then try to come up with maybe a shorter explanation of what to do, what it might look like. And if they're legit, they'll stick around. All right, next one up. Well, any opinions on that one? Do you guys have auras?
Yeah, of
I-
course.
no,
No, Oh, okay.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
So Ipan, has there ever been any hesitancy to
Oh my
tell others
God!
about the aura?
Almost almost each time. In apa, yeah, related to my sister. I always have an aura. It's really annoying. Really annoying. Aura is, and the doctors always ask me, what's aura feels like to you, and I can't answer it. I can't answer it at all because I don't know what to answer because it's really confusing to answer. It's I can feel it, but I can describe it. I can explain it. I can't explain it to the doctor, but I can feel it. I can feel it. But
But to get an
I can't.
outsider to understand it.
Yeah, I can't describe it to the neurology. So
Yeah,
yeah,
the doctor.
aura yeah, it's like that.
So what about those around you? I mean, are you kind of used to asking for it? Like, do your auras kind of trigger a feeling of needing help or needing support, somebody to kind of talk you through it?
Yeah, Of course, especially my wife, especially my wife. After thanks God, we almost yeah, I know it's not too long, but thanks God, it's almost 12 years right now. She's slowly know how I having an aura seizure and
So she
something
can
like that.
recognize it without you
Yeah,
even calling out.
yeah.
Okay.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
This next one is saying, I feel oftentimes we really let the bad sides of epilepsy get to us. Obviously, it isn't funny, but has anyone had any funny experiences because of epilepsy? We appreciate the humor from people who get it. So I can agree with that. I don't feel awkward at all laughing about funny seizure stuff here. But a lot of other times with, you know, people who don't get it, then they look like they're trying really hard not to laugh, even if I'm trying to be funny.
Well, they
What
don't
about you,
get it.
James? Yeah.
I laugh at myself all the time.
And there's no harm in that. Feels way better.
Yeah, you have to. What else can you do but laugh at yourself?
Yeah,
Laugh
Yeah,
or
it's
you're just
cry.
gonna just end up letting it eat away at you if you don't,
Right.
try and crack a joke about it once in a while or something. You gotta, yeah, gotta take it with a grain of salt, and sometimes just laugh about it. Because what else? Like you said, yeah, what else can you do? There's nothing really funny about it. You just gotta try and put a smile on your face and wait a day for the soreness to go away, or however
pretty
bad it
much.
was, or whatever type you guys have. But yeah,
Yeah,
like
the
I
the
still,
wandering ones are annoying. If I leave the house without shoes and then I come to on the pavement, obviously it's really hot. So
ouch.
those, yeah, those get old. But they don't happen very much. So no harm in making a joke about it, a couple months later, or when we're on a trip or
Yeah,
something and we're really far
when the
from here.
blisters go away.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a good way to look at it.
yeah. Like I told you guys, I had one on Thursday morning while I was taking a shower. For those that were here on Friday, I mentioned it. Um, but I had zero recollection of waking up, shaving, getting in the shower, nothing. I just woke back up a little bit later and went go turn on the shower, and then my dad knocks on the bathroom door, and I'm like, dude, I'm getting in the shower. What the hell? So like I peek open the door, and he was like, what are you doing? You already took a shower. I was like, what? And then like I like kind of felt my head, and I was like, oh, my hair is wet. He was like, yeah, James, you had a seizure while you were in the shower. I was like, oh, so that's why I have a headache and my muscles are all sore and everything. And so, but I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll just take another little bit of a half-hour nap or so before I go to work then, I guess, since I already showered. So I still ended up going to work. I mean, I'm only there for, hour and a half, a couple hours each day anyway, but still it wasn't bad enough that I just, yeah, stayed in bed all day or nothing. I still rode my bike to work, worked for a bit, and got home and was sore for a couple of days. But yeah, it was weird. There's like, other times I don't know, it was more obvious. I had like a big bruise or a cut, or I was more sore. I had zero memory of the whole morning up until my dad told me I had already taken a shower.
I got a
And
funny
those are the
one.
parts you can laugh at. Go ahead.
I got one. I wouldn't exactly say it's funny, but I laughed at it. I guess it was funny to me. To my family, no. Like, you're in public doing this. Um, One, I didn't tell anybody about the one in the house. Actually, I think I did. I told my mom. Um, I was in bed one day, and I was like, I'm thirsty. I remember thinking the I'm thirsty part. And then when I came to, I don't remember walking to the kitchen at all, but when I came to the cup was on the counter and I was pouring the juice in the cup and I had the juice like upside down. So the cup was just filling up fast and then there was juice all over the counter and stuff. So I found that one funny. Yeah, we were kind of out of juice back then, but I found it funny for the most part at that time. And then there was the one where at the train station, yeah, I stepped back from the platform so the train could not hit me, of course. And yeah, when I came to, I was taking a selfie and the train was pulling off. I laughed at that one. My family did not. It's not something to laugh at when you're in public alone. I could see where they're coming from, but it was hilarious to me. Yeah, made it to
And
my
that's the
destination.
benefit.
Maybe 30 minutes late, but I made it there and back.
You see?
I
So
got
that
some.
still sounds like a victory.
Tell us, you got any funny stories?
Anytime someone asks about a funny seizure story, the one that always pops in my mind is the dog crate story. After a seizure, I went and took a nap in a dog crate and somehow locked myself in and then could not figure myself out of it.
You locked yourself in a dog crate,
I
Toaster?
locked myself in a dog crate. My
That
mom
takes
came
some
home
skill.
and it was like, what are you doing? Of course, I
That's
remember none of
hysterical.
it. I just remember the story afterwards.
Did you go to sleep?
Exactly.
Yes, there's a pillow in there. My mom keeps the dogs really, really nicely pillowed.
Oh, at least you got a pillow.
They have like memory foam pillows.
At least you had a
Wow.
soft place to lay down.
Exactly. My mom little spoils our dogs. She spoils me too, but yeah.
That's nicer
That's a
than
good
where
one.
I landed.
Oh yeah.
Where'd you
Somebody
land?
else is saying, okay.
My only story is I woke up on the kitchen floor and the only thing I remembered was the floor coming towards my face and thinking, oh shit, this is gonna hurt. And then I woke up on the floor and texted my partner, and I'm sure he probably really freaked out because I was still, out of it, not only from having a seizure, but also from smashing my face into the floor. And I was like, hey, babe, I think I just had a seizure, but don't worry, I'm fine. I'm trying to get the bleeding stopped.
That is not what he wants to hear. And tell me that wasn't a FaceTime, that wasn't a video message, that was just text.
Just a text that he found at some point in time, could have been 10 minutes later. I don't know, but
Yeah.
he got home promptly.
Isn't
Yes,
it
Toaster.
isn't it amazing that sometimes you can't remember anything, but sometimes you can remember like the exact few moments right before it hits you. Like I remember being at the dentist one time and saying, I'm going to lay down, taking off my jacket, using it as a pillow, and that's it. It's like those few seconds right before it hit. Sometimes, I mean, but there's a few instances where I do remember it, just like right before, but only right before.
And you tell a doctor that they probably wish they had some EEG.
Yeah,
That's the kind of thing you want to be able to see. How do you do this? How does your brain even
like the
maintain
time
something?
that I hallucinated my mom coming into the EMU room with a beautiful kimono, and I can remember the details. It was a blue silk kimono with cranes on it, and I was in a seizure, and then went into a TC right afterwards. With like they have me calling out for Ema, or mom, and my mom wasn't even in the room. She was
Wow.
going to get coffee or
And
tea,
you didn't do
one or the other.
anything special to induce these seizures.
Oh no, I was in the EMU, so I had no sleep.
That's what I mean. Were you? Oh,
Oh.
okay. So it's there's usual stressors.
Yeah,
Wow.
but I remember that. Sometimes you can remember some very weird, specific details, like that floor coming right at you. That's getting closer.
I bet that's something worth remembering. Somebody, a funny story on the comments is when I have seizures, I usually start really creepily laughing loudly. And so one time I went to the cinemas with my friends to watch the Barbie movie. And in one part of the movie, they made this joke that was not meant to be actually funny at all. And right when they said it, I started having a seizure. So I was the only one in the cinema laughing loudly to this really bad joke. The comments on that one are just saying thankfully it was a Barbie movie and not some horror movie where somebody's like laughing really creepy behind you.
Yeah,
That could have been worse.
I've seen someone do that. One person laugh and like everyone's turned around looking like that was not funny. Yeah. Yeah, so that was wild. Only because the person
My
was like 3 or 4 seats from next to me, and then everyone was looking up at us. You couldn't really tell who they were looking at, but he was laughing like it was really, really, really funny. And I forgot what it was, but it wasn't that funny. And no one else found it funny. So,
yeah, you can
that
never
was a funny
trust
one too.
somebody's reaction if it's not natural. I
Um,
know I read this one before.
I got something that says, "Can I have a half-conscious seizure? I'm epileptic, but I haven't had a recorded or confirmed seizure since I was 10. I woke up this morning and my whole body tense, including my calf, which was still sore, and I could not move. And I was crying and making noises like I couldn't control it. I think I even TMI peed a little bit, not enough on anything. Could this possibly be a seizure? And should I talk to my doctor? I'm already on trileptal for bipolar. This all lasted for about a minute, or that's what I felt like. Yes, I say you ask your doctor, especially if you haven't had one since 10. That sucks for it to pop up out of nowhere, depending on how old you are. I'll read the first comment. It says, yes, I have seizures are called myoclonic jerks, and I stay fully conscious the entire time, but my arms and legs jerk uncontrollably. They're also most likely to happen after I wake up in the morning, especially if I haven't gotten enough sleep. Definitely talk to a doctor because this sounds like very similar to what I experienced. Another person says it very well could be. Another one, yep, been there, done that. Another comment says, yes, you can, and that surely sounds exactly like a seizure. You definitely need to see a doctor. Conscious seizures, anyone? I wouldn't know if this was conscious or not, but I had a seizure that was also on the funny side of things. Well, the ending was on funny side of things, but when I crashed into the center divide, that wasn't funny in particular. But at the end, when I was in and out of the seizure as the ambulance were coming, I kept blinking like long blinks, and like there was a guy running towards us in a Santa outfit. And that's what I remember. That was hilarious because it was Christmas Day. And luckily it was a doctor who had just left his job and knew what to do. And he seen me at the wall and he stopped and ran back. That was the funny part. I kept remember blinking and seeing this guy in a Santa suit. So when I was told the story afterwards, they were like, yeah, that happened. Why don't you remember this, this, and this, but you remember this part?
The doctor was Santa.
Sometimes it's just funny that certain parts you remember because it's funny.
You
So,
got saved by Santa?
And he was a doctor. I
You've
did
got
not
to
know.
remind me of this.
I didn't know that
wintertime.
I didn't know that doctors, like when they are doctors or stuff like that in the medical field, when they see a car accident I think he said he has to pull over or something. He had to come help. Even
It's
though
part
he
of the
passed
oath and
me.
all that.
It's
Mm.
part of their oath or it's required by their something or other that they're required to. I think paramedics and EMTs and stuff are the same way.
Oh yeah, because he surely wasn't on the job. He still had a Santa costume on, and he was driving a Honda Civic and not an ambulance. So I was like, yeah, he's fresh off the job, and I just remember blinking, very long blinks. You guys know those long blinks are. You blink and it's 30 seconds later. Yeah. He went from about 100 feet away to 15 feet away to standing over me. Yeah, to standing outside the ambulance watching me pull off. Yeah, that was a funny story for me. But yeah, I was half conscious, I could say, because I was kind of in and out of it. Would that be half conscious? I think it would. Anyone agree?
Yeah, sure.
Something like that.
Okay. Okay, you
I
got
had
anything?
one that was conscious that I told you about already. Wait a second, please.
Sure. Some of these other funny stories are kicking in too. Somebody said my boyfriend once thought I was possessed. I found him the next morning with all the kitchen knives under the other side of the bed.
That's scary.
Yeah, he must have really taken her seriously. In elementary school, age 10 or 12, I was walking to school with my mom and sister. My sister and I were fooling around. She pushed me by accident on the concrete floor and I had a seizure. Apparently, I started speaking gibberish. She thought I'd been possessed by aliens and learned another language. Would have loved to see that. They called 911 and I ended up missing a day of school. The comments on that one are just saying aliens would have been better.
I got something you guys might find pretty interesting, or maybe it's just me finding stuff interesting, thinking you guys would find it interesting, but I'll just go about
Never
it.
know if you don't try.
It's very short. It's just a question for you guys, and then I'll go through the comments. The question is only, can people with epilepsy give themselves a seizure by rapidly blinking? Yes or no question. Sorry for the dumb question, and God bless. Personally, I don't believe that's possible, but everyone's body is different. So
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try.
Your body,
Nope,
know your
it's not
body.
working.
Kate, how do you feel about that? You think you can blink your way into a seizure?
I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. The eyelids are muscles, and yeah, I don't think your body can actually is meant to cause itself harm like that.
Yvonne, you
So
ever
I
had
doubt it.
something similar to this happen?
Nope. Nope. Never in my life.
Yeah, it's quite odd. I'm go through some of these comments. One says it's different for everyone, but I don't think so. My seizures have never been triggered by light. My brain struggles to transition from sleeping to awake, so most often I have them within the hour of waking up or almost immediately if I'm woken up. That could be something like you scared me. Now I'm awake and I had a seizure. That would suck. Someone says depend on the type of seizure, or no, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I feel like it brings me close, but I don't think it would trigger a seizure. It just mimics the end quote confusion state that usually precedes every seizure. Last comment. One says only a very small percentage of less than 5% are photosensitive. So maybe of us who are not triggered by flashing lights. Everyone is different and we all have different triggers, so it's not really a yes or no for any trigger. Rapidly blinking, I think wouldn't cause one, but you really never know these days. Yeah, I don't think it's possible for me. Andrea, How you feel about that? Personally,
I don't necessarily think so, but at the same time, brains are weird and there's a lot we don't know. So
okay.
never say never, I guess.
Okay, you guys, I'm gonna read this, and I want everyone to get an answer. While everyone, of course, can relate to this one. Get an answer before it's your turn. It says, what constitutes a, end quote, walkable city? I developed epilepsy about 2 years ago and I'm still learning the ropes. Losing the ability to drive is obviously a big change, but all things considered, I think I've done a decent job adjusting to being bicycle dependent. That said, it's definitely still a limitation, and getting around town is often much more hasslesome, especially when I need transportation to a lot of stuff. I live in a medium-sized city in California, about 7 to 8 miles across. I'm told that we have a pretty good bus system, but sometimes it takes over an hour to get across town. I'm new to the public transit, so I'm not sure if that's normal. Anyway, of course, now the idea of, end quote, walkable city is on my mind, but frankly, I don't really know what it means outside of huge, extremely dense city. I just feeling capable and free and independent. What constitutes a walkable city? If you're not in a rural area, I'd say that's a walkable situation. James, how you feel about Fremont, California? Is it a walkable city?
I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends on, how exactly you would view that. I mean, Fremont's pretty huge. I'm close to the border of Union City and Fremont, so I'm on
You're in the
like
good parts.
there. So getting somewhere to like, Pacific Commons or the Mission, area of Fremont, it's still the same city, but that's a pretty far, distance, right? Like it's like 15 miles or so across. So, but where I'm at, like I said, is pretty close. Within a half a mile, I have a couple of shopping centers that has a Lucky, the supermarket in it. It's got a few restaurants. There's like a haircut place in there, so I can get most of my like basic necessities kind of within like a mile or so of my house. So I'm relatively fortunate, I guess I would say, compared to a lot of others in our situation.
Yeah, around your area, you definitely have a walkable city.
Yeah. And
You
then
guys
too,
have
I'm also
shopping
fortunate.
centers everywhere in
Yeah.
that area.
I was gonna say, and I'm fortunate too, because when I was working full time, I was a bicycle mechanic. I was a service manager. I had been working in bicycle shops since I was 15 years old. I'm 39 now, so so I know my way around. A bicycle. I have multiple bikes already, even before I lost my license. So I'm kind of fortunate enough just to already do my own maintenance and have decent electric bikes and things like that. I could definitely be in a much worse situation than I am. Yeah, I guess so to say.
Toaster?
What I would call a walkable city is kind of actually plugging off what James said, having everything in a central location. I wouldn't call Charlotte a walkable city. Kind of, sort of. You have to. With Charlotte, it's funny. It's like it's all. Yeah, I would not call Charlotte a walkable city, but it is. But the public transportation is so well that it negates that. And so, if I didn't have my parents or my parents couldn't take me, I do have the possibility of easily walking less than half a mile to the bus stop and
Yeah.
getting on the bus to take me to the grocery store, the doctor, where I need to go. It has a very good public transportation. So while it's not very walkable, I think it's negated. Pros and cons.
Yeah.
Yeah,
For sure.
around here, it's very walkable. I think I've only lived in walkable cities. Like everywhere I've lived, there's been shopping centers like so close. Like, yeah, I think I've always been a city boy, I can assume, because now I know all I've seen was cities.
Maybe I just need to up my standards. I was about to say that Fort Pierce is a walkable city, but that's just because there's a corner store. It's nothing that you would want to walk to necessarily.
No,
But
no. Here,
once the power
Corner
comes back
stores
on after a
save
hurricane,
lives. You know,
yeah,
milk.
we got right here at the corner, right? Like if you pull out of the driveway to the parking lot, there's a gas station at the corner, like, but some people, since it's back down the road, some people will turn out of the wrong side of the driveway if there's no traffic there and like hurry up and get in the parking lot of the gas station. Otherwise, you got to go up the street and then come all the way back to the center divide and all that.
risky.
Yeah, they risk it, or they'll back up all the way into that parking lot out of the driveway. Yeah, it's wild.
That's even worse.
But then across the street from that is 7-Eleven, and then across the street from that is a grocery store, Cardina's, I believe. And then in the parking lot of that grocery store is also a liquor store. And then what would it be? Taqueria's across the street. Taco Tuesday that I missed today is right there. And if you go the opposite direction down the street, there's smoke shops, a Smart and Final, grocery outlet, a Lucky's, another shopping center with gas and restaurants. Yesterday I went to Popeyes, and then I noticed there's a Subway over there, a Hawaiian barbecue, a Nation's, places I never walked and knew things were down there. I guess it pulled into the parking lot and all you see is Lucky's and never paid attention to all the restaurants surrounding it. But also, yeah, the opposite direction. If you go further than that, you can go clothes shopping. There's a pharmacy down that way. It's a lot of food down there. In-N-Out Burger and Raising Cane's is newest. And you can go clothes shopping down there. And there's an arts and crafts store. So this is a very walkable place. And then we got an emergency room. I mean, it isn't a hospital, but we have literally emergency room. They don't have the inpatient stay. They'll send you to another place across town. Yeah. But yeah, Jeff, you think if you wanted to walk around, you could get around town easily?
No. I'm in a rural area, miles from town. And I'm not at all. There's no way I could even walk into town. Then when I walked into town, I couldn't get everything I needed anyway. So I would have to go to a couple of different areas to get everything I needed. And I think a lot depends on what you consider a walkable town. I mean, I lived in Manhattan, New York for most of my life, well, for a good part of my life. And you could walk anywhere and get anything, but you couldn't walk from one end of the island to the other. I mean, I walked to work every day. If I wanted to go to a restaurant, I walked. But if you wanted to go
I know what you
from
mean.
Wall Street to Harlem, you couldn't.
I know exactly what you mean. That's what I'm thinking about with Charlotte. If you wanted to go from where I am to the university area, that is definitely not walkable. Hell, from here to the downtown area is not walkable. But once you get to the shopping center, there's everything there. There's the pharmacy, the smoke shop, the grocery store, taekwondo. Hell, there's even a bookstore.
A bookstore.
Yes. all in one shopping center.
In 2025, there's a bookstore?
Yeah, Troubadour Books.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yes, it's my favorite. You know where I am when Jeffrey's in Taekwondo
Yes,
a lot of
of
times.
course.
I've walked
But
to the
yeah.
Where else would you
mall.
be?
So the mall is only maybe a mile and a half away. The walk. So yeah, I've walked to the mall maybe 40 minutes, something like that. Yeah, otherwise catch an Uber for like $7. It's really not that far. It's the only thing about going over the overpass is another thing. Yeah, and then when you don't let people know where you are, it's pretty interesting. I feel like I'm on edge when I'm riding down the roads alone and I'm not supposed to be.
I
It's the
have
Apple AirTag.
that's
Or an
actually
iPhone.
going to be in the Brainstorm Chronicles tomorrow. There's no way I can get it today. Is your wanderings. You need to be safe. There's no way to stop them. There's no way to stop them, but you need to be safe. So always wear your alert bracelet, even when you're not planning on going anywhere, because you never know when your dog's going to run out again. You're already doing it. Never mind. You know what? This big sister talk is not needed.
Keep it on me. You know, you got to be safe at all points. I actually got to use it recently. I went in the store and he was like, "You can't have that dog in here." I was like, "Hey, finally get to use it on him." I told him, "You see this?" I was like, "You want to come help me between those aisles if I have a seizure?" He's like, "No, no, no, no. I understand. I understand. I don't know why I did the accident. I shouldn't have done the accident. I'm not going to tell you what race he is because that was really bad." But yeah, he was really adamant about me not having the dog. He came from behind the register. And I was like, "Yeah, I have seizures." And I was like, "Otherwise, you're going to help me between these aisles, picking me up." And even though the dog isn't seizure worthy, I still got to use it.
Yeah. Don't do that because seizure dogs have special licenses that they have to wear at all times.
At 7-Eleven, they don't know that.
Now I can't wait
Okay,
to
that's
see how
true.
your character plays out tomorrow. This is gonna be so excited that whole thing. Not only were you wearing your bracelet, but you used it wrong. So what's your character gonna do with Toaster?
I know now something might have to happen.
Right? You're keeping yourself safe, but
I use it on the
you know,
bus.
How I get my handicap placard.
Yeah, it was a full day on a bus one day, and I was just like, either I'm gonna sit in between this thing that was really uncomfortable, and then there was this guy, he was just standing in front of it, and he wasn't really sitting. And I was just like, he's kind of taking up a spot, but no one else is disabled, so they're not caring about that seat he's blocking. It's like, "Hey, bro." It's like, "Can I sit there?" He's like, "Oh, all right. Just let me sit down." But I was waiting for him to disagree and then show him, go out there. If I don't sit down there and I have a seizure and you're not going to help me,
Does
I
anyone
suggest you let me
feel
sit.
that their family members sometimes offer the information before it becomes even pertinent? Because I've
oh yeah.
noticed a lot. And yes, I am bringing this up to my therapist. Um, that my mom, like today, we were at the grocery store. We were just, and I, I was with her, and she just offered up to the cashier. Yeah, she lives with me. She has to. She has epilepsy. And while it kind of saved me face of being that 36-year-old living in your mother's basement image, it was still like, I mean, yeah, I wear the bracelet all the time too.
That's still TMI.
Yeah, I just felt a little over, and she's done this a lot recently. The waiter at Hawthorne's, Actually, we had a pretty good conversation about it. He asked what to do. It's like, okay, you know what? Then maybe that
Wasn't
was.
planning on discussing this over lunch today.
No, I wasn't.
My Uber driver, no, I actually got a Lyft. I always say Uber, but my Lyft driver yesterday, I told him I had a podcast or whatever, and he was like, "Oh, nice," and this, and that, and it eventually led to, it's for people who have epilepsy, and I was like, "And I have epilepsy," and he was like, "Oh, cool," and I was like, "You know what epilepsy is?" And he was like, "Yeah." He's like, "I heard of it," and I was like, "You've heard of epilepsy, and you know what it is?" And he was like, "Yeah, it's seizures." He didn't really know much, but he knew what epilepsy was enough to be like, you know, it isn't a disease or something we can get rid of or something like that. He knew that much. And I asked him, I was like, you know someone who hasn't related to someone? It's like, nope, I just know what epilepsy is. And it was like, oh, okay, nice. It's the first time I met someone who knew something without having someone or a story like, oh, I have a cousin like that or a nephew, great aunt or stuff. People always have a story with someone they heard of, my neighbor and all stuff like that. But I ran into someone who did know someone, and I think we got so deep into a conversation going less than a mile that that's how I forgot my phone in his car. Two phones. So yes, I luckily left the iPhone there, and luckily the other phone had the mobile hotspot on it, so the iPhone could always be tracked. But I called the phone from the UPS place over and over. Then he finally answered. And yeah, tipped him when I didn't have to, but yeah, did that.
That'll still come back as good karma. Can't hate on yourself for that.
Yeah, and it was like $60 to go get a piece of chicken. I added that all into account because it's like,
Damn.
I went to drop off a package at UPS and I went to get chicken. So that should have been like a $15 trip.
Well, you got there and back, and it was safe overall. So
add it
let's
up.
just
It's
focus
like
on the positive.
it's like 8 for chicken. The Uber ride there was $7, so that's 15 right there.
Did you
seven,
share?
$7 back would be another $7, so that's $22. But instead of that, I gave the Uber driver 10 cash for bringing back my phone, and then I had to pay Lyft $10 just to use my app again. No, $20, and they gave him the $20. And then my sister was like, "Oh no, you shouldn't have paid him because they're gonna pay him." And I was like, "It's too late." I was just like, I just gave him that. I was thankful to get my phone back. And that's when I found out, you guys, that we need these phones. These phones are lifelines because when I was sitting there, that's the first time I went through something where I was like, what do I do? And I was going through an emotional moment over a cell phone. I was stranded now. I didn't have money. I was like, okay, this means I need to get cash on me now. Going forward, I need to keep cash in my wallet because
You can't even get a ride without your phone.
I couldn't even call for a ride. I couldn't even buy anything. Like I couldn't buy the chicken that I went there for. I would just basically
Hailing a cab is a thing of the past.
I know. I took a lift to the smoke shop once, and they left me, and I didn't have my phone. I had left it at home. I was like, I was stuck there. Luckily, the people at the store let me call my parents, let me use their phone. I was like,
I wouldn't even know the number. I wouldn't even. I don't have enough numbers memorized.
Right. That's the thing.
My mom is a genius. All of our numbers are like so close to each other. So it's easy for me to remember. It's like I'm calling my mom the whole week she just picks up.
I instantly started thinking, whose number do I know?
So like, I've got it.
What's up, Jeff?
And I don't know anybody's number. So I was really like stranded in the parking lot, like having a mental breakdown, but I was silently having a mental breakdown, and it was hilarious to me afterwards. And um, I'm sorry, Jeff. Go ahead, Jeff. I had another part after that.
Yeah, this is another good thing about the Dark Ages. There were phone booths all over the place. Everywhere you went, there was a phone booth. You were
I
never
was
out of touch.
The only reason
And
my
you
son
only
knows
needed
what
a
a phone
nickel.
booth is Doctor Who.
Right.
I was sitting here thinking, remember when we could have a quarter and call home?
A quarter was a nickel.
What's a quarter?
Right.
I'm not quite as old as you, evidently, Jeff.
Nobody's quite as old as me.
Inflation.
I remember the
Lord.
call. I remember the quarter. The quarter call was it or 1-800-COLLECT.
Yeah,
But some
10
people
10
they
10 10 3 2 1. Remember like
some
on the
people
collect.
would get the collect call and they'd be like, no, I'm not accepting that. Sometimes people would. So yeah, there's
So no,
that. But these
If
days
you
I
guys
was
ever saw, if you guys ever saw the original cell phones, you would die.
yeah, I remember
Brick.
the big ones, the brick
A
phones
brick?
Big phones, you needed a
like
over the
this.
shoulder bag to carry it.
You remember the back
Oh,
phones?
With a
wow.
Yes,
big
yes. And
antenna.
they came in a freaking suitcase.
My
That's
mom
I
right.
had a bag
remember my
phone.
dad having one.
My mom had one.
There was one tower on the top of the Empire State Building. That was the
One whole.
only tower in New York.
Mm.
I guess
That's
we got
hilarious.
lucky and um
Yeah.
in Charlotte or something, but I remember that. I remember him coming home with that briefcase and this whole you open it up and raise the antenna, just type in the number, and you had to type in the entire number. I
Right.
mean, I mean like
Starting with a 1.
You
yeah,
don't have to
starting
say Siri,
Yes.
call home.
yeah, or then it wasn't just like 702 blah blah blah. It was a whole
One.
number, one country code, other code, other code, other code. It was like this huge long number.
I remember with payphones, I could remember everybody's phone number. Before cell phones, I could remember every phone number for some reason
You
and
had
didn't
to.
need a paper to write them down. I remember 30 numbers at a time. This is so and so. This is so and so.
I could tell you my best friend from first grade's phone number right this minute.
That's amazing.
Do it, do it, do it, do it.
Yeah, great. I remember those days of just remembering everything.
But nowadays they get you hooked with the watch. Because remember when these smartwatches first came out, you didn't need like a separate cell phone line just for the watch. But now if you disconnect from the phone, you're gonna need it if you got to get a hold of somebody or check something or whatever. So the watches can come in handy for that.
Yeah,
I just
like
personally didn't like it because of how it feels. Still felt
all
bulky to
all
me.
my pocket watches up here. That's just like part of my collection. Here's my here's my wristwatches, or some of them, and then a bunch more watches and chains
My
and
oldest son has started collecting pocket watches. It was
ooh,
such a win for us to
nice.
finally be able to know. I know what to get for a Hanukkah gift. I know what to get for this gift now.
It's funny because all watches and everything, even the ones at least in the classrooms at the school that I work at, is digital now. So sometimes kids will just be like, "Oh, what time is it? You know, how much left in recess or whatever?" And I'll show them my watch, and they're like, I don't know what that is." I'm like, "How do you not know how to tell a clock time, like time on a clock?" Like, because everything is just, it's just the actual digits. It's not the Roman numerals or the hands or anything. Like, and these kids are in like, I've had like third and fourth graders like say this to me. I'm like, how do you not know how to tell Like,
They don't
what are you
teach
gonna
them
do?
anymore.
Yeah, they don't. I'm like, what are you gonna do if there's, you're somewhere and that's the only type of clock that there is? How do you not know this already? You're in like 5th grade, 4th grade. What the hell?
Yeah, it's like kids, they won't know. I feel like kids these days, they're not going to be taught cursive anymore.
Mm,
Nope.
It's
Nope. They already stopped teaching that at least at the school I work at. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
so
not in the modules anymore, at least in CMS.
yeah, it's like when
But you know what? At
my
this
daughter
moment,
was.
I'm fine with that.
Go ahead,
I just
Toast.
want I just want legible handwriting. I
Yeah.
want I want the E's not to be upside down and look like 6s. Yeah, James
Gotcha.
knows. He's seen kids' handwriting,
Mhm.
or he loves to capitalize every single J.
I was gonna say the J and the L have to have like distinctions.
Well, no, he just loves J's. Jeffrey, come on.
I got something even funnier. I was telling my daughter when she went to the store, I told her the code to get back in the building was 8983 something. I would say, okay, 8931 because it's 4 digits. Then I was like 8931 pound. So she finally gets back from the store and she calls me and she's like, I'm stuck outside. And I'm like, okay, I told you the code. It's 8931. And then she's like, I pressed that, but the door won't open. Then I was like, press pound. And she's like, what is pound? And I was like, really? I was like,
the tic-tac-toe looking thingy.
what I told her is press hashtag. And then that's when she was like, oh, here it is. And I was like, hashtag used to be pound, like when you were here. Like we have to change that now to hashtag for people. That's like changing grandma to TC. Like I'm used to being TC grandma's back then. Now we gotta call it TC. And it's like, yeah, I
But
was
at
like,
least in that world, they still know TC and petit balls. But today, nobody's gonna know pound instead of hashtag.
yeah, she was really looking at it like, okay, which one of these would be a pound? And she
She
was
probably just thought you wanted her to punch it.
yeah, I was literally like, pound. I was like, it's by the zero. And she's like, what do you mean it's by the zero? So she's like, I was like, oh, this is serious. Like, we got to teach them what pound is now because I don't even know if we have that on our phones, do we? Is that in the dial thing? Pound? Let me check. Because, oh, we do have it.
It is.
Pound and star. I guess she
Yeah,
never
that's
knew what
still
it was
there.
for.
And we can say asterisk. They might know asterisk or recognize that.
Doubt it. But
Oh, no, I had to test that.
I found that hilarious. Yeah.
Somebody
yeah,
here is saying, go ahead.
I did have something to go back to when I was in the parking lot without my phone and all that stuff. When I noticed that I was dealing with something like in my head, is when one guy, he was like, hey, how's that food in that building? He was like, is that a good, do they have good Mexican food? And I was like, it looks like an American Mexican. I was basically like, I don't know. I haven't been there. And he was like, oh, okay. And I was just like, yeah, man, I just did this Uber and left the phone the Uber. And he was like, as soon as I looked at you, he was like, I could tell you had something going on up here. Something was wrong. And I was like, you can tell? And he was like, yeah, you look like something is wrong. And I was like, oh, okay. Then I started like, I can feel my heartbeat. I was like, what's going on? Like, literally, I need my phone and I'm waiting on this guy because the UPS people let me use their phone finally to call over and over. And like I said, he answered, he brought it back. But in the meantime, I was still lost in the streets without a phone and money and ways to contact people because I don't remember numbers. But I remember my own, which was good.
I can't imagine trying to remember anybody's number after having a seizure. I don't know if I could remember my own phone number after having a seizure. And I've had my same phone number for like the last 25 years.
Oh yeah, it's easy to remember. Sometimes I forget my own phone number. People ask me, and I was like, I didn't actually keep track of it. I just know I had a number to call people. That's what happened for like the first few months. And people were like, what's your number? And I was like, hold on 1 second. I'll just call you.
I got lucky on a Saturday. I went to a pharmacy to get my meds, and so I had 3 different ones I was picking up. The guy gave me the first 2. I swiped my my medical card, and then he was like, "Oh, I need to see it again for the 3rd one." So I was like, "All right." So I took my wallet back out to get the card again, and then I just grabbed the medication and left. So I had left my wallet sitting on the counter there at the pharmacy, and this was like, I don't know, like 2 in the afternoon, right? And then I was going out to dinner with a friend, and then so I'm searching everywhere. I cannot find my wallet. I'm freaking out. It's got like, obviously my medical card, everything you would keep in your wallet, just your normal stuff. So I'm freaking out, and I'm like, shit, the only place I've been today is the pharmacy, so it has to be there. So I got my and because it was a Saturday, they close a little bit earlier than they would on a weekday. So I had my mom rush me down to the pharmacy, and thankfully it was there. They found it sitting on the counter, and they put it in the back and held it for me and everything. And I got super lucky. I didn't have to renew, cancel my cards and all of that stuff. But it was just a completely like absent-minded, like nothing, like for no reason. And I just left it sitting there, and now I was freaking out because I was like, okay, I have my phone, but I don't use apps or anything, so I don't have any of my like cards or any way to pay for stuff like through apps. I would have been screwed kind of.
Yeah, I tap to pay everything. So when you don't have the phone, and I did have my wallet, which had my cards in it, but I usually keep stuff in savings account. So when it's time to use certain cards, I got to go put the savings into the regular account, just so things don't auto pay by themselves.
Gotcha.
Sometimes that auto pay takes the $20 that I thought I might have saved till next week. It's like, what auto pay? I could have used that $30, but until that goes, I put stuff in savings account so I don't go through that. At least I try to. But yeah, we went away from what constitutes a walkable city. That was way long time ago, but we're gonna go through these comments one time. One says, "Us and European EPIS." What's European EPIS? We'll get back to it later, but it says us European EPIS seem to be more lucky with this kind of thing. Tube, underground buses everywhere, trams, and cities that are pretty well populated, but geographically pretty small. Boston. I live here. I haven't had a seizure in 13 years, so I do have my license and drive locally in my suburb of Quincy for grocery shopping, but otherwise take trains, buses around Quincy and into the city. I lived in DC, which was very walkable. Walking to the grocery store is a bare minimum for a walkable city. Chicago has transit and everything else, but you got to get food easily. If you're in California, visit Pasadena. Very walkable all over. Indeed it is. One more, it says Dublin is compact and relatively flat city, so it's easy to walk around. Public transit has problems, but you only get around using it. Since last year, people who are medically unfit to drive or entitled to free travel in both public and some private transport. That includes many people with epilepsy. Nice. We kind of
So
have some.
does it make sense if EPIs are just like like how Europe digital pays?
I don't know.
I forget the context.
It made sense.
I got something that says dating with epilepsy. How do you tell a girl or a guy that's flirting with you that you have seizures? There's a guy that I think will ask me out next week and I like him, but I'm nervous about sharing this part of my life. He's very kind, but I'm afraid I'll scare him. FYI, we've known each other for a couple of months, but only ever hung out in the young adults group at our church, and I keep my seizures pretty quiet. Only a couple people know because they have been there, and he is not one of them.
Don't tell him
How do
yet.
you basically how do you tell people? That was the question. I try to get that out of the way first because that's the biggest red flag to a lot of people who don't have it or don't understand what it is. I usually start with I have epilepsy. Do you know what it is? And I have kids. If we can get past those, then usually it goes pretty far. But if you can't get past my epilepsy, I don't mind just getting a second opinion somewhere else.
Yeah, she can find a really easy way to bring it up. Talk about the medication. You know, I have
Yeah,
to take
guys are
medicine
pretty
at a
easy
certain
these
time.
days. They don't care about epilepsy. Just saying, from not personal experience, but from stuff I see, a lot of these guys don't have to be impressed much.
Yeah, but it's easy for a girl to definitely feel like it's a weakness, more making her more like vulnerable or susceptible, especially if she hasn't met him yet. You really don't even know if he's worth it. Don't bother. So that way he's still not judging you. You have a better chance of figuring out who you're really talking to.
Yeah, and then also they know him from a church group. He might not be as mean or dismissive as many others might be.
Yeah, that's
Didn't she say they were friends already?
Yeah, I think
I don't think,
she said they knew each other like 2 months, right?
yeah, I don't think she said friends. They're just in the same circle. Yeah, same church circle. So
And they don't know she has epilepsy? Yeah.
no, she
Must be
keeps it quiet, and only a
that
few
must be
people know.
mild. That's cool.
Yeah, so
If
if
he
you can
asked
keep
her
it
out, I would tell him.
Go ahead, Jeff.
If he asks her out, I would tell him beforehand, just like you said. Get it out of the way. If he can't accept that, what's the point of wasting the time?
Right. Don't get too far without throwing that out there.
Yeah.
It's unrelated. Actually, it is very related. Epilepsy is going to affect your life forever, whether you're on meds or not, having seizures or not. It's there. And if this person you already socialize with them in other settings, it might make it easier to say, hey, want you to know that if this happens, like if I just start staring off into space, I'm not ignoring you.
Did the person mention what type of seizures they have
No.
in the post? Oh, okay. Because that's another thing that could make a big difference too. You know, if it is just mild ones
I
versus,
hate to say this,
full on
but
grand mal, but
Dragon Boy's home from Taekwondo. I'll be
All
back
right.
after bedtime.
All right, we'll see you in a
All right.
bit.
all right, see you later.
Peace.
All right, looks like you guys are gonna be stuck with me again for a little bit.
I got some comments though here. One says,
okay.
mention it at the group. Wear a little band with it. Wear a little band with it. Tell a light story either at the group or solo. That vaguely mentions your epilepsy. Nothing traumatic, obviously. If you can't drive because of your epilepsy, bring it up that way or let him overhear it. If he's a nice guy, there's no way it'll scare him off. If you don't want the guy anyways, good luck. I met my wife online and I told her, in quote, just so you know, I have seizures. She told me in response, just so you know, I'm not exactly skinny. Everyone has something. Catch 22. When I was 19, I told my 37-year-old, told my female 37-year-old, oh, she has this all over the place. When I was 19, I told my now husband, 38-year-old male, I'm a 37-year-old female, hey, in quote, hey, I have epilepsy. Here's what to do when I have a seizure. It was not an issue. It was just a casual passing random fact about me. I think keeping it casual helped communicating, end quote, not a big deal. If it is an issue, he sucks and doesn't deserve you. You must trust that person very much. You could easily be hurt or taken advantage of and potentially never know. Be safe. Good luck. I usually leave it for the second or third date thing to bring up. No, not safe. Maybe wear a piece of jewelry or a shirt, depending on where you will be going, or maybe steer a conversation, light conversation adding up as a topic. Better he know now. I always say that's why I don't drive. Well, it's more complicated than that now. I met my husband in a coffee shop. I met my husband on coffee meets bagel, and literally it's one of the first things I told him. And I just said, I have epilepsy just in case. That's a deal breaker. All right. Those were all the comments there. So yeah, dating with epilepsy doesn't seem that hard, but everyone's different. So Kate, you got something there?
Yeah, I got a couple posts talking about a public transport win. This is a victory story. I've always been really scared to go on public transport just alone, or no, public transport alone, just in case a seizure happens. Today, I've gone into town with my mom to her office and then tested myself and went home on the bus early. I did it all alone, and honestly, it felt great. That's a big first step, especially going alone. Somebody's saying, I live in Russia with this disease, and we have a problem with the fact that the windows of public transport are often not washed. The numerous dirt spots on the glass make me feel like I'm about to have another seizure. The only solution I found is to simply look away, read a book, or distract myself by listening to music. No. Well, that's definitely something you have to take into account. Yeah,
I've
a lot
had
of
a lot of
congratulations comments. Go ahead.
I've had a lot of focals in the car, and that's basically what I've learned to do is just basically don't look around. Because if I'm looking around, I'm a lot more likely to have a focal.
Hey, you can only learn that on from experience.
Right. Doesn't happen if I'm looking down at my phone or something like that. Only happens when I've been looking out the window.
And there you go. You learn from experience.
Andrea, are you taking B12?
I am now.
Okay.
I haven't had one since I had focal the day that I started taking it, but I haven't had one since.
That's my
Okay.
story. I had one the day after, and I don't remember how long it's been since Pookie first said it, and I haven't had one since.
Mine was the 3rd of September.
Oh, okay.
Great. That's
Yeah.
terrific.
So,
You're halfway through a month.
right.
That's
Doing
awesome.
pretty good.
And welcome to Anne. How you feeling?
Hello. I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Well, you
September.
sound like you're on top of the world.
Oh, not totally. I'm getting there. Still can't climb. but that my shoulder is getting better. We had to
You're
play.
seriously not gonna say that you're back on top, back to top shape until you can like climb on the roof or something, right?
No, maybe
Okay.
when I can put my hair up. We'll say when I can put my hair up, I'll be at the top. So, I mean, I can't use that arm, so I can't put it in a ponytail. I have to use my teeth to hold a headband, to put a headband on my head. I'm not at the top yet. So all right, I'll let you see it. It's no big deal, but you know, it's a little
Aw.
bit, yeah, it's hi.
It's
But
You're working it.
sexy.
like I
There you go. You're
said,
working it.
okay, here's the fun, and I don't care if it ends up on YouTube. If I said, I don't know if I told you guys when I came home from my surgery, what's the first thing I wanted because I was so drugged. I needed to feel the baseline I recognized. My daughter
Okay.
packs me a bowl of this beautiful AK, cherry AK that we were given because I had surgery. They're like, okay, oh, well, this is different. I'm going to give you this stuff instead, kind of thing. So she gets it all set. She packs the bowl. I'm ready. I had a Bic. Okay. I didn't have my Zippo. And I'm like, all right, here's my bowl. Here's my flame, right? Here's my bowl. I can't lift my arm. So, me being the true stoner I am, I lowered my face to the flame to light that. I literally put my face into the flame. And at that moment, I realized we do that every time we have a seizure. We all do that. We are putting our face in the flame and facing it and saying, okay, here we go. You ready? But it just kind of cracked me up. I'm like, what kind of substance would make you do that? Something that's going to make me feel better. And the nausea was gone. I mean, the surgery went great. I had a couple seizures afterwards, no big deal. Lorazepam and Valium took care of that. Saw my epileptologist today. I like him even more. He likes me even more. We spent more time, and I'm looking at my watch, and he's like, do you need to be somewhere? I said, no, I'm taking up your time. He said, I don't have another appointment until 10. And we're his first at 8 o'clock, 8 a.m. And I'm like, oh. And my daughter is like learning. She said, I don't know what you guys were just talking about. I'm totally lost. So he caught her up on what was going on and what he and I were talking about and explained it to her, my caregiver. And she's like, but I see this happening and I don't know. He said, we confirmed the myoclonic. We don't know if it's an actual seizure, but it can be that it is. But we're not going to take the time to look for it in your brain because we need to make it stop. So they put me back on pregabalin, which was that questionable medication that I was taking for these little focal seizures that bug the hell out of us. And he's like, okay, what's the story? Because the nurse I didn't want to work with would not refill the prescription. So he's looking in the notes and he's like, all right, how about we put you back on this? Because even if you were taking it for pain, we need you to stop jumping around, especially now. So I'm like, yeah, that would be nice. But he's really, really good. I really appreciate him. I'm not fighting with my doctor anymore. So okay, for that I'm on the top of the world. That not having to argue with him because oh, he's got this right in his face from the surgery from another neurologist. And he's like, so it sounds like you were going bilateral on this one. And he recognized it right away because the doctor put notes in that he was ready with the Ativan, watching for bilateral activity. And then, boom, the next note, the push of the Ativan. and in 5 minutes I was asleep and no more jerking around. So, not that only epilepsy responds to Ativan, but it's more likely that it was a seizure. So he's like, I'm not even going to bother trying to find out because we're going to be treating the other seizures with the same medication. And we might be able to get somewhere this time. But, you know, giving me meds, taking them away, giving them back, taking them away. That was the pregabalin for the last 5 years. And the last time they had an argument, I said, okay, I'll just remove the argument and we'll go forward from there. And sure enough, you know, my seizures, the focals are getting worse. Oh, I forgot my water. So, but he's definitely listening. And I'm just grateful that I was able to be in a situation where a doctor could say, no, this was epilepsy. She's reacting, you know. I don't know how many of you guys react to things like anesthesia, nerve blocks, you know, stuff like that. My brain is like, what the hell is going on? What do I do? So, you know, who knows what the brain decides, you know, but I know when I'm under a lot of stress and I have that, they call it reflexive seizures. Yeah, where something, it's a very obvious trigger and it happens every single time. So they've put it in for a reflexive, for anesthesia, and it changes the course of the anesthesia. So that's why I didn't have a bigger problem when I had the surgery, because they're like, yeah, we get it now.
You
And they
left them
walk.
no other choice but to agree on a really important point.
Right.
They couldn't
And
deny it.
exactly. And because, and I tell everybody this, if you have a patient portal, always put those questions and those requests that are literally top priority, put those in a message in your My Chart so they cannot deny that you told them.
Not only that, but to every provider on the team,
Exactly.
especially for
Yep.
these major procedures.
Yep. And even I couldn't reach the anesthesiologist individually, but I could reach the surgical team. And when I met the anesthesiologist and we're chit chatting, and I'm like, oh no, we got to talk, because he had to give me Medalazam. And I'm like, okay, just let everybody know later. And he said, honey, as soon as you wake up in the operating room, my job is done. And I'm like, that's rather dismissive. He's like, no, I'm getting a nurse because I don't want to go through all this work and have you tear it up. So he's like, he got a nurse because he's not wrong. Once you're done with surgery, the anesthesiologist is removed from that responsibility. So they really can't do anything for you. So he was kind enough to say, let me get the nurse. So the nurse took the information that went basically to the post-op recovery. So they were aware. This is what happens when I'm given Medalazam. Click goes the clock. Within 7 to 12 hours, I had that seizure in 7.5 hours after the Medalazam. So, and then before they read the notes, they gave me more Medalazam in an IV. So I was just didn't know what was going on for, I don't know, a good 5 hours, 6 hours. I wake up in that myoclonic whatever, and my daughter walked in, and she knew. She could see my feet. Everybody's around my bed, and she knew. And that's when they got neuro. They said, okay, this is what's going on. And they're asking me, oh, these seizures that you have, what do you know about them? And I'm like, you know, in that going into that ictal phase. Yeah. And Natalie is like, you better give her something and then ask her questions. So they pushed the Ativan, calming down. And I'm like, oh God, because I could feel the muscles just calming down. Just having surgery, I've got all of these tense muscles, and you could hear it. Okay, I know how morbid that sounds. You could hear my body relaxing. And it was like, yeah, I think that was a close one. But they're like, we weren't looking for something like that. You know, that was the biggest thing. It's just, I can't get it out of my head. We weren't looking for something like that. So what were you looking for? You know, but still, I didn't have the same huge problem that I had the last surgery when they're like, you're not having a seizure. Oh, you just busted your head open on purpose, you know? And it's like, no, I think there's something wrong. But yeah, I'll be on the top of the world when I can. Yeah. They told me another 2 weeks in this stupid immobilizer just because of my seizures.
You want
So
to take a break to get your water?
yeah, I'll go. I'll go. I'm waiting for the dog. I'm just kind of chilling.
Okay.
But yeah, things are going good. I'm still recovering. It's been 2 weeks tomorrow.
Well, I'm
So
really anxious to hear your answer of what age would you like to stay forever? That was our icebreaker today.
45.
Oh, okay.
45. My 40s, in spite of my epilepsy diagnosis, yeah, my mid 40s were the best because I was done with the bullshit in my life. I was on my feet, supporting my kids. My oldest was graduating from high school, you know, and I'm like, boom, boom, Mama Bear got it done. And I had my youngest, my son was home. So we had time to do what we wanted. And and socially in so many ways by 45, I was like, okay, you can think that. I'm not worried about what you think of me because um I get to run my life. And but it took me about that long to figure it out. But yeah, 45. And it's funny because I was officially diagnosed at 46, but still, yeah, definitely my mid 40s, the best.
And that's exactly why I appreciate your icebreaker answers every time.
Oh, well, thank you.
Someone here is talking about title is pretty anxious. So this is a question. Hey folks, before all my health problems began, I performed music a fair amount. I haven't performed in 4 years due to epilepsy and brain cancer. I was nervous I'd fall over as was usually the case before seizure meds. This Sunday, I'm going to play a show again with one of my favorite projects. It's a small festival in my town that happens every year. We've played it almost every year, whether I've been able to or not. My question is, has anyone else in here stopped performing live due to epilepsy? Did you start again? How did it feel? I guess I'm most worried about having a seizure mid-song. I seem to remember the lyrics just fine, minus the new ones we're going to try. So, can't really give any personal experience on this one, but it sounds like they might be okay if they just take into account all the factors. If that situation, circumstance, anything about that circumstance is a trigger, maybe it wouldn't be worth it just because obviously everybody else on stage is going to be thinking about what if. So this one's kind of risky. And it
I
sounds like
would,
personal experience is going to be the way to go.
yeah, I have no personal experience, but I would think that you would have to go with personal triggers and know yourself kind of thing.
Yeah. What about you, Jeff?
Before I go, I wanted to change my original answer after hearing Annie
I knew
to
it.
my,
See, Anne
to
has an
my
influence.
age. I
Okay.
would want to be 37.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, I would want to be 37
That's a big jump.
because that's when I fell in love with Liz. So, and that was the best time of my life.
That's sweet.
So please change my official answer. Thank you, and I will be back later.
Officially noted.
Love you,
Wear your
Jeff.
seatbelt. So somebody else is saying on that music festival one that they're striving towards that goal themselves, and the OP just keeps writing everybody back saying, wish you all the luck in the world. I'm gonna try my best. Of course, this week so far I'm 2 seizures in and a couple dizzy leg days, but hoping it'll work itself out by Sunday. I hate to say this one just sounds too risky to me, especially
I
it's
say that
more so
doesn't.
because you're with a group. You're on stage with a bunch of other people that obviously you want this to work out, and maybe it's just not the right time. So if you get a chance to hear everybody's answer to this one, best of luck, but don't rush it. That's something that I can speak from experience. When you really want to get back into something, but the seizures do get in the way, you're better off admitting that to yourself and making sure that the situation can still be conducive to everybody else having a good time. Can't help but feel guilt about thinking you've ruined something for the family. That's annoying. Somebody here is talking about SEEG stimulation. So I knew I was getting implanted SEEG electrodes in my brain, but I thought it was just to read the activity. What I didn't know was that they'd be sending an electric signal through those SEEG leads towards the end of my EMU stay to try to trigger those seizures. That was the most wild feeling I've ever had. I'm still messed up. I can't tell what's real. They claimed they witnessed epileptic activity, but I don't think I had a focal unaware, only focal aware. But I'm still confused. This happened an hour ago. I have to watch the room video recordings of this event and go in depth into the SEEG recordings post stimulation. Wow. An hour after, and they're coherent enough to post this? So that's impressive.
That's what
I
I
don't
was
think,
thinking.
yeah, I don't think I had to do any consultations or talk about the results of the SEEG that soon after. Have you guys ever had any of those invasive ones?
I haven't
No.
yet, but I didn't know that SEEG could emit a signal. That's a curious, and you would know, Kate, because you had an SEEG. They're just
Yeah, but this
recording.
was all like surgical prep. So
Yeah.
I knew how important it was to have those seizures, and it was so easy to predict how many doses I had to miss and like to the hour. I
Mhm.
knew when they were coming.
What was
So
that
that was
like?
enough.
Like, what was that
It was an
like?
induced seizure. I kept thinking how much I wanted to wash my hair. That's,
No, like them putting those in. How did they? I mean, they drill a hole in your head, right?
well, honestly, the SEEG leads I don't think were as invasive. Like I didn't actually they didn't take a part of my skull out until they put the RNS in. I think the SEEG was either a really tiny part of your skull, or maybe they go in through. I don't know why I think of it as like a fault line, but
Mhm.
I
some
know
part
what
where
you mean.
yeah. So I think that's how they do the SEEG, because they can do a lot of that by camera now. And but they were upfront with me about the capability and the intention of getting the SEEG procedure done. What's concerning about who posted this is they didn't even know that could happen. And apparently the team is asking them to do a follow-up an hour after, like to talk, go over the readings. That's kind of the high expectations of somebody who obviously just had a
Yeah,
induced seizure.
no kidding.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I know, because I'm like, say my name, because I don't know it. That's how I am an hour after a tonic-clonic. It's like I don't even
Yeah,
know.
for me it's like the wet cloth on the face, like something sensory has to bring me back to reality.
Yeah, yeah. It's like you need that sudden reset, like the splash in your face, or like you said, that cold washcloth. But an
Mm.
hour after a seizure that was induced with SEEG, I don't know if it could induce it, but definitely being off our medication does. Those are provoked intentionally when we're in the EMU. And I wonder if they're assuming that the electrodes did it when it was really the interruption in the medication.
Well,
But
the OP, it looks like, knows what they're talking about because they responded to somebody else's comment, who was just talking about, my doctor talked about doing this. They wanted like an overall gist of like how it went. And the OP writes back, yeah, this wasn't the ablation or cauterization. It's only testing, not treatment. I had no idea this was happening until yesterday, 4 days post implant. I was sending a very low current, or no, it was sending a very, very low current over the wires to part of my parietal lobe to see how it responds, to see if it's part of my seizure network. They see 2 problem spots structurally and during the SEEG captured seizures. So they said they were trying to poke it in other spots to learn more. Okay, so this might have been somebody who actually had something show up on an MRI. Because when I
yeah,
went in for the SEEG, I had no, points of suspicion. So that's why the
There's a
electrodes were just
question in
everywhere.
the chat.
Ebon, what was that you said? You compared SEEG to EEG? I didn't get to see it. I think I've seen both of them.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry,
I'm
guys. I put the
I'm,
chat on that side of my screen.
sorry. I'm just asking. Does SEEG same with EEG monitor?
Thanks for your question. And SEEG is supposed to accomplish the same thing as the EEG, but it's more invasive. I think the S stands for I want to say subdural, but I don't know if that's the right word. Where they put the electrodes. You know how they usually put the little sticky things on your head for an EEG? For an SEEG, they do that, but under your skull. So it's on your
Oh,
brain.
damn.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
Yeah, a
all.
little
Thank
different.
you. Thank you.
It's supposed to be more accurate, able to see like deeper into your brain, basically.
Stereo electroencephalo cephalon. It's a whole lot. It's like an 8-syllable word.
So the S is for stereo something.
Stereo electro.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's not something.
Encephalography. There we go. Stereo electroencephalography.
Okay, yeah, and this person did not actually stop their meds. They say they were responding to another comment saying, yeah, I've had 6 or 7 seizures on SEEG this week, starting without stopping my meds, but they did stop my meds quickly after the implant. My right hippocampus and right amygdala seemed the worst despite normal MRI, so they were trying to poke the focal cortical dysplasia area they saw on the MRI to see if that area is also involved, as well as poke the left side to see if that's another seizure onset or area spreading from right there. Yeah, I guess if they're doing these invasive EEGs, then they want to make sure it's worth it. I don't know. Who knows? It was a couple years ago. Maybe they did do some stimulation with mine and I was already having seizures, so I wouldn't remember. I never get auras or memory, especially after the bad ones. So that seems more thorough. Like the insurance is not going to pay for the procedure unless they make sure you're getting all the rates, all the
oops.
hot spots, basically.
I'm fascinated that I'm like, I don't want to doubt this because there's always advances. And if they can stimulate a seizure with SEEG, hoorah. Okay. Kudos. I'm glad we're at that point because that would make it more worth it. But it seems like the OP wasn't fully informed as far as what's going on because an SEEG is only done with the anticipation of surgery. So it's either, I mean, it's either you're going to have an ablation, resection, or an implant. So I don't know if this person is aware of that, which kind of scares me because if their doctor is doing an SEEG without the intention of surgery, that's kind of off. But I hope they know what the purpose is. But if they made the SEEG like a two-way electrode, you know what I mean? I'm fascinated. I really am. Because there was stuff that they were developing at Texas A&M. So now I'm like, I gotta find out. I'm
Well, you're gonna love this. The OP wrote back to another comment saying, yes, mine have generalized recently too. They caught one on the second day of the CEG. Yes, they restarted Xcopri last night before the stimulation today, which was my current medication, and also gave an extra dose of lacosamide, which I stopped 2 months ago. I have my SEEG removal surgery tomorrow and happy to answer more questions. Okay. So maybe they just got them back on their meds on, in prep for the removal. That last
yeah,
sentence kind of helped sum it up, saying they're having their removal surgery tomorrow and they got them back on their meds last night. So maybe that's why they wanted it to be like a full 24 hours. But that definitely sounds like this OP might have understood the procedure, but not the intention, like you said.
right. Yeah. I hope this person knows that they're probably going to have something going on next.
Yeah, this is not just a standard next step.
Right. Wow.
But if you get a full spectrum of all your options, that's probably better. I'm still suspicious, I guess you could say, of any time they induce a seizure, because I feel like those are different than the random ones that happen for, in response to other triggers.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and goes to show you mine haven't stopped. So they're definitely just gonna have to keep playing with the settings until they figure out if they actually got all of my focal points. So whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about you guys today, with my doctor. I was like, yeah, I know a bunch of people because I'm in a couple of groups, and I'm finding out a whole lot more here because it's like we're sitting around the table talking about this. And I told him, I said, I know somebody who had the RNS, and I literally watched her have a seizure during a Zoom meeting. And he was like, what? And I'm like, yeah, it happens, So I just want you to know some people are told this is something to help you not need medication, this, that. No, it did definitely improve her recovery time. It improved the length and, the duration of the seizure, but she's still having seizures with an RNS and medication. So I'm aware, and I'm not being negative in any way. I am aware that there are things that, yeah, we could do this to improve the situation, but it might not go away. And
nobody's
that's
gonna gaslight you in the meantime.
right. And that's where for this OP, I'm like, I am just literally sending that out there that I hope you know what's really going on and that they're getting you ready for some sort of surgery that is definitely more involved than SEEG. So that's my thing. It's like I hope they know. Maybe they do, and you know, Pookie, you're making me dizzy, man. Are you okay over there doing flips? Yeah,
Oh, me?
yeah. Your camera is like you're doing somersaults. You're cracking
Yeah, I
up.
had to read the thing, and since you guys' chat is
Yeah,
like
what
that,
is-
when I pressed it, it turned my screen all over the place. So I'm reading and stuff, and
eh,
I just found out I was home alone. I'm just checking locations of people, and doesn't seem like there's any locations here. So
I lost my phone today, so I decided to just take a nap because I'm like, okay, I have my tablet, but the calls don't always come through. I had to make phone calls. I'm like, I'm gonna take a nap till 3 o'clock because yeah, no, it turned out to be 5:30. I woke up, but hey, we know how it goes. And I'm like, damn it, the
Well, don't you
stress.
love that's how like we have to track people down now that we live with, like in these little 700, 900 square foot places. It's like you have to check
I know.
locations now instead of just calling out.
I know. And I'm like on my watch, I'm like, oh, I find device. I see. So I text my daughter on my tablet, and sure enough, I had left my phone in the car. So before the anxiety turned into panic, I'm like, well, damn. We still have ice cream. I don't care. That's the note I left to my daughter. It's like, okay, I'm fine. It's like, well, we still have some ice cream. I'm good. It's kind of like the code word in the family. It's like, everything's fine. We still have ice cream. So my phone was in the car.
Good to have a safe word.
In the car. So I'm like, well, damn. Okay. But I hate that stress of losing my phone. But yeah, tracking everybody down. I'm tracking down my phone. It's like, how dare you leave me alone?
Spooky, was Anne here when you went over yesterday?
Nope, she wasn't here at all.
Oh shoot, what did I miss?
Please share.
So yeah, don't you just feel like so alone without your phone?
Yes.
Like
I do. I absolutely. So yeah.
it's crazy how alone I felt without my phone when I left my phone in a lift yesterday.
Oh.
I was like, what do? I was like, I used my phone to get a ride here, and I used my phone to get a ride here to buy food. Now I can't buy food or get a ride back home. And now I don't have money to give anybody money because everything's in my phone. And I was just like, I am so like lost here. Just feel like the most vulnerable ever, like naked. Like there's nothing you can do. I
Yeah.
was like,
Yeah. That
what do I
naked.
do? And then I didn't know anyone's phone numbers. So it's like I'm just sitting here now because who do I call? Because I don't write down numbers anymore. I remember the last 4 digits of my mom's phone number, but that would never help. So luckily, after a few people, I think there was like one person, he let me use his phone and he was really not sure at first. And I was just like, I'm just gonna call my phone and that's all I gotta do. I left in an Uber, all that. I mean a Lyft. And at first he was like, I don't know. And I was like, that's when I noticed a lot of people, yeah, trying to give people your phone does seem kind of weird now. When I asked him and he was looking like I was asking him a weird question. Um, but yeah, after the store UPS let me use their phone, I called and called and called. And the guy, he was like, okay, I'm here. He was like, what do I do? And I was like, you can bring it back to me. It's like, I'm still at the same place. It's like, I can give you a tip. And he was like, okay. So that's where I messed up at. I told him I'd give him a tip. So I gave him a tip and then I had to pay back the Lyft people for having him come back to me. So he got the $20 that I paid them and the only $10 cash that I had on me because I was like, okay, you deserve this tip. If I would have knew they were going to tip you too, you just got $30 and you can quit the day.
You helped him get there, right? But damn. Yeah, I feel naked. I feel
Without
naked.
that phone, yeah, I was gonna say that it feels like you're just the most vulnerable state ever. Like, what do I do? I was sitting there and there was this one guy that was passing and he was asking me about the restaurant next to me, and I was just like, I don't even know. I never even been there to tell you what it's like. And I told him, I was like, I lost my phone, and he was like, when I seen you and you looked at me, he was like, you seemed like you had something going on up here that you didn't want to explain. I was just like, okay, yeah. I can hear my heartbeat. I was mentally going through something and I couldn't explain it. And I was like, this is really how people are when we lose our phones. What would I have done if I didn't know where my phone was at because of the Apple location thing? And then my phone actually having the mobile hotspot on to do that. And I didn't just lose one phone, I lost 2 phones. This and my iPhone. So yeah. I should have noticed when the AirPods told me that they disconnected, and I did not. That was a sign that I should have paid attention to. I thought they were dying or something. Ding ding. Like, yeah. Okay.
I was
But
gonna
yeah.
say, do your AirPods talk? I've never gotten like the brand name earbuds because I always thought they would just fall out too easily. So these, other brand ones just beep. They never actually talk to me. I was thinking if the AirPods actually talk to you, maybe they are worth it. But they don't actually tell you now disconnected or something.
No, they don't tell you now
Okay.
disconnected. They just do a little bing sound. And other than that, when you're near it, you can talk to Siri. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same as these ones with the little hooks that stay on easier. But either way, we'll all definitely have a little hyperventilation if we lose our phones.
Yeah,
I
this
think we can agree on that.
this took me back to this because you weren't here, and when I asked this question, I don't think I've ever asked you what general area do you stay in, but this will say it all. What constitutes a walkable city? I say I have everything right here: grocery stores, food, restaurants, liquor stores, taquerias. Everything right here is pretty much walkable, and the bus stop is directly in front of the apartment complex. So I got everything pretty much here.
That's what exactly. I consider, especially in my condition, I consider a walkable city one that is, has things that you can walk to, like you said, and like within a 10 block radius and bus stop, at least one bus stop that you can get to within 4 blocks. The bus stop here is 3/4 of a mile from my house. It is not a walkable city for someone like me. We have plazas 3/4 of a mile down the road. This is one of the busiest roads in our town. Sometimes it's the busiest in the entire county. So I don't want to be walking down a road that's 30 miles an hour and people are doing 50 and 65 miles an hour. It's just a fact of life here. But no, a walkable city, I would say at least one bus stop in a 10 block, maybe 6 block radius. But yeah, stuff you can get to and not have to walk a mile, you know.
Yeah, we got smoke shops, 2 gas stations, one on this corner behind me. Across the street, there's restaurants and another taqueria in the parking lot. And across the street, there's a taqueria on the corner, liquor store across the street. Yeah.
Yeah.
Both directions, there's restaurants, grocery stores. But yeah, pretty much got everything here. And yeah, like I said, the bus stop is like right outside in front of the complex. Luckily, it's a decent complex. We're in the code to get in and all that stuff.
Yeah, walkable definitely within a couple of blocks, not a mile. But yeah,
Half a
walkable
mile at
city.
most.
Half mile at
Necessities.
most.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about 10 blocks. Yeah. But not being in a food desert is nice. Been there. Yeah. But I'm still thinking about the phone and how much it stresses us out, but why? We know why.
You don't know until you don't have it.
Yeah,
And
that's
why?
our connection.
I was so mind boggled as to why am I feeling like this? It is a cell phone. And
But when I figured that out, I was like, shit, I should have this like implanted or something because it's my connection to safety, and we get that separation anxiety in a very intense way because what if something happens? I have no safety. And that's what gets me when I lose my phone. But I wasn't out in the wild and lost my phone like you did. I was home when I realized I lost my phone, but I had a whole list of phone calls I have to make. And I'm like, well, damn, that's not getting done. But that first reaction, it's like, I feel like I was just dropped on an island in Survivor. I'm not kidding. It's like looking around, it's like, what am I going to do now? It's our connection to our lifeblood, our safety, our phones have become
mental health.
Yeah. And when I was a kid, having a phone on a wall and an older adult falls, that's just as bad because you're laying there and you're looking at that damn phone and you can't get to it. So, yeah, the beauty of cell phones and watches. I can use my phone and make a phone or my watch and make a phone call, but I couldn't do it when my phone was 3 miles away.
I was thinking that like fall detection isn't here. I can fall all I want, but my phone isn't in my pocket. So
yeah, I
This
know.
isn't gonna give me fall detection.
I'm like, is this watch gonna let my phone know? But it's in the car. My daughter is in the studio. She's not gonna hear it. You know, and all those thoughts are racing. I hate that part. It's like everything, what do they call that?
That
Catastrophizing.
unknown, yeah.
Yeah, it's like I think of everything horrifying that could happen when I don't have my phone. And usually I can bring myself back and say, you know what? I'm just part of the plan. Whatever happens was supposed to happen. I was just being tested. And I was. It's like I did not freak out. And it's probably the first time in a long time that I didn't have a meltdown over losing my phone. But that's when we think about what it means to us when we lose it. And it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I do know a few phone numbers. That is a really good thing to your in case of emergency. I can't even say the word ICE anymore. Sorry guys. The political unrest. But in case of emergency, yeah, your ICE list, okay? Memorize those phone numbers. I was able to give them my daughter's phone number when I was having a really bad seizure in Buffalo in, I think it was like 2012. So we're talking a decade or more ago. And I knew her number enough to give them her number when I was in an interictal state. I don't
Amazing.
even when I woke up and she was, I'm like, how the hell? What the hell? Because she lived in New York City and I was in Buffalo. I'm like, why are you here? Well, she
So that
called
was
her.
enough time for contact and travel.
Yes.
And you were
So,
post-ictal the whole time.
yep. So of course the whole sibling team was there. They're like, what the hell, mom? You know, how and when they came in and said, you weren't even coherent, and we asked you who we should call. And that was the number that my brain gave them. And it was my daughter's phone number. It's like, how did I do that? But it's a good idea to memorize them because it stays in your brain and you never know. Your brain might give that information when you really need it or not, but it was there. And that's why it's like, it's so important to memorize the phone numbers. But I thought
You
it was
just
so,
reminded me something. I actually have my wallet I had my wallet in my pocket at the time. And I have this emergency contact card right here that I wrote phone numbers on that I actually could have pulled out. But when I think about it, they weren't going to be able to help me besides telling me where the phone was at. Because them calling it, they wouldn't be able to tell them. Well, they might be able to tell them, go back to your location and all that. But yeah, I was there and I was like, I don't know who to call. And yeah,
and you
I
just now
was
realize, yeah,
I
you
was
just
more
now
scared
realize,
that he was gonna be gone, like far gone, because the freeway exit is literally right there where he dropped me off at. So
oh,
my thoughts were he's on the freeway somewhere and I'm not gonna get my phone. But he came back in like 40 minutes, which the whole 40 minutes I was sitting in the parking lot, sitting on the curb, waiting and waiting. And when I seen him, I was like, "Oh, this is a relief."
oh,
Yeah,
oh.
like I said, that freeway right there left so many thoughts in my head. I had so much doubt that it's gonna take all day. I'm gonna be sitting here, and I already knew he was far because when I got out of the car, I got in line like 4 people in front of me. And when I finally get to the register, I'm talking to the guy about the stuff I was returning to Amazon. And we're talking about it. He's like, oh, yeah, this, and that. I forgot the specific conversation. But then, yeah, when I went to pay for it is when I found out, oh, I'm patting my pockets. I can't pay for this because I don't have my phone. And when I told him that, he didn't really understand. But yeah, debit cards in my pockets and stuff. I usually keep money in savings account and not just on the card. So like I said, I was just lost. No card, no phone, no lift, no emergency call anybody. Yeah, I was really terrified. I was thinking all kinds of weird stuff. Like I started looking at my arms and I was like, my hairs were sticking up. Then I started thinking, what direction do your hairs grow? Because I don't actually know.
It's like,
So
just
you were
think
way
about
beyond
anything
what
else.
if.
Yeah, I was looking at my arms thinking weird things like, what if this fingerprint was to change or I burn it or something and would it grow back different? I was, yeah, I
You
never
were
thought
out
about
there.
that. Like, which direction do the arm hairs grow? Sometimes they look like they're going that way.
They grow in every direction, believe it or not, but we won't get into that. But it's like, I
Yeah,
hear you, man. We start thinking about anything else and just hope that our brain doesn't go sideways on us.
So that's a
But
coping mechanism.
yeah, it is. It really is.
Awesome.
I do that. I forgot what my therapist called it, but it's something melange where your brain just shuts down when something, because it's like an emotional deregulation.
heard of it.
Yep. And you literally cannot think. Your brain cannot access cognitive function, reasoning. So we do shit like that. And here you are. It's like, oh, I just remembered I have this card in my pocket, but you didn't remember it when you needed it. And that's that melange. It's like, ah, shit, I could have just pulled this out and here's all these phone numbers. But in the moment, everything is just flooding our brain from adrenaline to, I don't know, some Zeus magic god, because my brain does not work in situations like that, literally. So I give you kudos, Pookie, for not freaking out sitting on that curb. I wouldn't have been able to sit still.
I was freaking out.
Yeah, dude. I'm what the heck is going on? We are doing some crazy shit. Losing our phones, we're having seizures. I mean, we all take turns. We have these like clumps of members that have seizures at the same time. And it's like, what the hell? Was it the stars? We all had a seizure this weekend.
Right.
What? Yeah. But
Someone said it was the moon.
we both lost our phones. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. That's
it's
when I
annoying.
noticed that I really need my phone and I should go to the ATM and get at least, my sister said, have at least $20 in cash on you at all times.
Yep.
That's a good idea.
She's the good sister, right?
The $10 that I did have, I gave to the driver.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's that. So I had nothing to, like I said, I was stranded. It was so sad. I was just like, what am I gonna do? I can't get home because I can't call a lift. I'd be walking
Dude.
with nobody. I've never put out the thumb and see if anybody would take me. I was thinking about stuff like that.
Oh God, I've done that. It's like, I'll just hitchhike home. Screw this, right?
That's what I was thinking. I was like, what do I do next? Do I just hitchhike? So
But
many thoughts
picture
were
it.
going through my head about just being stranded. Like this has never happened.
Okay, let me make you laugh because it made me laugh. I'm under 5 foot tall. I'm finally under 200 pounds. So, but I'm a chubby little old granny, okay? Picture that hitchhiking. Just picture it. Oh,
You're
I'm
gonna
not.
ride.
Anybody would stop for you in a heartbeat.
You get a
Especially if I
ride
had.
before I did.
Now, imagine this little old lady is walking with a rollator, the walkers with the four wheels, and it starts to rain. And I'm trying to get up the hill to get home, and it is like, yeah, torrential downpour out of nowhere. I'm trying to get home and I'm waving my hand, like, but I wouldn't turn around because I wanted to face where I was going. And I'm like, screw this. And all these cars are giving me these little toot toot as they go by. And I'm waiting for someone to pull over. But no, I'm just getting the toot toot. And I'm like, okay, if that toot toot, I don't care who you are, comes again, it's going to be like, you know, so my walk home that day was a series of toot toot, fuck you, toot toot, fuck you. Yeah, so this little groovy granny definitely does not want to hitchhike. I'm not very successful.
Yeah, I was sitting there thinking about it. Like I said, I was thinking about so much stuff. Like, how would I hitchhike? Never tried this before, and I was looking at my arms, like my arm hairs are standing up. Then I was like, which hair do arm hairs grow? Which direction do they grow in? So my mind was far out. I was just like, I'm waiting for this guy to get here, even though I know he's on the way with my phone. I'm still in that same moment, like he's not on the way. Yeah. Yeah. And
Lots
the
of
guy,
worst case scenarios come to mind.
yeah, the guy at the store at first he told me I couldn't use the phone. So then I'm outside asking people. And then when I came back in and sat down, then he was like, just gave me the company phone and pressed the numbers for me to call people, like call dial out or whatever the case. So yeah, there was that. And like I said, it's difficult losing a phone, and I now know I need to go get cash. But I do have a post here. It says, what causes PNES? Wait, isn't that psychogenic, non-epileptic
Psychogenic
seizure?
non-epileptic seizure.
Okay, it says, what causes PNES? Hello, I just left the EMU stay of 5 days and had 2 episodes during the stay. They said there was no seizure activity, and they were diagnosed me with PNES and sending me to a neuropsychologist. From what I'm reading online, PNES is caused by strong emotions. I don't feel the panic these episodes cause until after my stomach flips. Also, I've also had episodes triggered by overeating, just being on my period, etc. And the light therapy that they use to cause since epilepsy made me have an episode. Plus, this seems like a little brain thing. Oh, does this seem like a little brain thing? Like symptoms seem to stay in the nervous system, but my fingers and toes turn blue and my face flushes. I don't really know much about PNES, so any tips is appreciated. I've never heard of the blue fingers and toes. That's very interesting. I mean, that'd be interesting to see. I'm sure they don't have any on the internet, being that it's about epilepsy.
Well, that must be an oxygen thing, circulation. Like that's when you don't have.
Forgot my water.
But
Yeah, forget.
the one thing I wanted to say is like, what causes PNES? I thought that's just like a seizure, and then they give you PNES. Not they're like, oh, I get hit in the head. Now I've been caused to have PNES. I'm not
No,
understanding.
PNES is actually a thing. So there's what they call risk factors that are trauma, trauma in your past, physical, sexual, emotional, that can have you kind of rewired to be susceptible for PNES at any point in life. Anxiety, depression, dissociation, these are all things that can happen to somebody even without TBIs or like the physical stuff that causes a lot of other people to act, the physical kind of epilepsy. So some people are just wired to be more susceptible to PNES, and it doesn't show up necessarily until you go on the meds for like one of these personality disorders or PTSDs, or it's telling, Google's version of it is that even medical conditions like chronic pain, endocrine disorders like hypothyroidism, stuff that's going on with those organs, and other neurological conditions. MS, like sometimes the treatment for other conditions triggers PNES. So it is definitely a real thing. Oh, substance abuse is something else too. And that it's not stressors. That's not just like the trigger for it. Those actually can sometimes cause PNES in somebody that would not have had it otherwise, from what I'm reading here. A lot of it's just too similar to epilepsy, metabolic imbalances. So somebody's hormones are out of whack, they might actually get hit with PNES instead of epilepsy.
Yeah, this one
Doctors just
also said
all want to believe
overeating.
that.
Overeating. Yeah. Never heard that one, but that's
Well, we don't
I
eat
like to
healthy, so that
overeat
might have been like
sometimes.
poisoning themselves.
Like sometimes I might like to overeat a little bit. But then it's causing a seizure. You never get full. Being that is a thought that what can happen. And one of the comments here says stress cause PNES. Their flashing lights and hyperventilating tests are meant to induce stress reactive episodes. I know it is very broad term, but the longer you have them, the easier it is to pinpoint what triggers those responses and causes episodes in you. Another one says high level of stress causes PES seizures, and as well as any big emotions. They told you an easy way of thinking about it, or at least else I've always thought about it. It's basically your nervous system gets so overloaded that it doesn't go into fight or flight response and ends up going into seizure response. Trauma, Severe Anxiety, and Genetic Factors. The PNES Workbook by Julio will help you. Available on Amazon. Shout out to Amazon.
This is my favorite topic. The only way to beat
Are
it
you
was
the one that told me about PNES? I'm not sure.
maybe because the problem that I had that brought out the fierce and feisty but calm speaking advocate was the fact that they said, oh, you don't have epilepsy, you have PNES. Knowing that I had previously had near-death experiences, intubations, and coma from my epilepsy. And I'm like, no, wait, so that it might have been me, Pookie, I don't know, but that was my issue, was they reverted the diagnosis and barely treated. All I had was my Vimpat. And that created a lot of problems that we're finally fixing. But yeah, the whole psychogenic thing, you do have to be really careful with that. But the good part is that they rarely cause respiratory and cardiac arrest like epileptic seizures can. So I've been on, the PA for a while. They don't want me back because I have real epilepsy. And I'm like, dude, this is probably from my standpoint, I would love to have somebody who has both to help me distinguish. You know what I mean? But they didn't want me because I'm like, well, that sounds a little more like that, or yeah. But the biggest advantage with PNES is that you do not have a life-threatening condition. So if you have to find a positive in a negative response from your doctor, because I don't know why people hope it's epilepsy. I don't understand that. I know we wanted a diagnosis, but there are people that truly have psychogenic, non-epileptic seizures that literally look like a grand mal seizure. But that doesn't mean there isn't treatment. But it does mean you don't have a life-threatening condition. And cognitive behavioral therapy is the #1 recommended. And when you do it, you learn it, it becomes part of your life. It can help change your response, which helps you control the triggers. I learned that real fast. Well, took a couple years, but it's like, no, that was a real seizure for real. Like, um, yeah, but I know the difference. I think I do. I mean, but there's always a chance I could be having a psychogenic seizure.
And it's
Any
more
of
likely
us.
you know the difference for you.
I usually do. It because it's the way my head feels when it's over.
Exactly. It's how you feel post-ictal. And what I'm understanding with these PNES seizures is that a lot of times the treatment, yes, that CBT, I think it is, but a lot of times it sounds like they have to address the underlying psychological factors, the triggers,
Yeah.
the actual cause of it. And a lot of patients, in my experience, just don't want to do that. So maybe that's could be
Yeah.
why they think if this was actual epilepsy, then I could take a pill and make it all better. But that's
Exactly,
not how it
Kate.
works with a lot of psychological things.
Yeah. Yeah, and it doesn't. And I mean, with epilepsy, we get PTSD. Whether we want to admit it or not, the memories of our seizures do leave a shadow of trauma. And those little shadows can create those little mystery pathways for the psychogenic seizures. So that's another thing to be aware of. And as soon as I realized, I'm like, okay, this is PTSD. I have a trauma therapist. I want to distinguish. So I had to set those goals. And as soon as I was getting better with the PTSD, those I can't even call them seizures anymore because they literally were panic attacks from what my therapist calls a PTSD event. Because I mean, like we know, we've talked about it for generations, and PTSD was thought to be something only veterans would have, people who were in combat, and their behavior to its extreme has been so beneficial in the research of PTSD that we now know that people of any person can suffer it. And with epilepsy, we have a repeated and overlying trauma. We know that it could happen again. We know that we don't have full control. But what I had to learn, there are things that I do have control over. And as long as I have that control, I know I'm not having an epileptic seizure, but I know what I'm feeling. And it's like, oh, damn, I can understand why. Now I know what's going on. So, and even in the course of just these 2 weeks, a lot of it was pain. I did not realize. I knew I was hurting. I didn't realize how bad it was until they got the shoulder stabilized and all the other muscles were like, "Oh, thank you." So I'm feeling better, but ouch, this hurts. But it would be so easy like right now to just freak out because I'm in so much pain sometimes. I'm just, at that freak out point. And that freak out point is what can trigger a PTSD event just as much as it can trigger an epileptic seizure. So if I can, control my thoughts and control my breathing, just stay in control. And when you learn that and it becomes second nature, I was able to start to differentiate. So as much as I hated what happened to me, and it's happened to others, it's like, no, I really do have epilepsy, but at least now I know both sides. The medical view, which is traumatic in itself, um, the psychiatric view, my therapist, and everybody else that's gone through this. So when I see all those different viewpoints, it's like, okay, I get it now. And we need to work on. I really think that everybody who is diagnosed with epilepsy should literally get a prescription for mental health therapy. It's, yeah, because this stuff's hard to figure out, and you got to keep your head together in between the storms. yeah, um, it's it really did change things for me, knowing, like I said, the psychogenic, it can be very hard to treat with medication. And if the seizures aren't showing up on the EEG, they're not epileptic and they're not life threatening. But there is something you can do, but it means, like you said, Kate, people just want to take a pill and be okay. Why is it that we don't want to do the hard stuff, the mental health? We say mental health therapy and half the room cringes. And it's like, well, I'm sorry you guys haven't, enjoyed the benefit of that. Mental health therapy isn't something that, oh, you do that, so you're crazy. I'm like, no, I do it so I'm stronger. That's why I do it. And if that's, let them say it. Let them say, I don't care. I know how it's made me feel. I know it helped me with whatever psychogenic PTSD nonsense was going on in my brain. I finally learned that I had control over that. But yeah, trauma therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, highly recommend that. But I hate to be the Debbie Downer and say I'm glad you don't have epilepsy, but you got some work to do, friend. That's all it is. And it's worth it. It really is worth it. I was worth it.
Oh, that is such a beautiful monologue. We have to include that in your biography, please.
Oh,
Like video version. Text would not do that justice.
let me see the video first. If we could do that, I know it's a lot of work, but I'm a little stoned. I don't want my pipe in there. I don't care. You know
You
what?
are who you are, and that is you. That is the most beautiful version of you.
Thank you.
Is exactly what inspires these genuine monologues, because this is exactly why you are one of the best mentors that any of us has ever come across, because of the way you explain things and help anybody who doesn't want to face the truth. We can agree with all the same points, but never admit that they would actually be of personal use. With how
Right.
convicted so many of us have to be to not get another diagnosis on our own chart, because all we see is more hurdles and hoops to jump through and easy outs for future doctors. But you just managed to prove exactly why getting the truth and continuing the fight and perseverance to make sure you're getting the treatment for that's right for
Hmm.
you
It's
is
hard to
something that we
find.
are strong enough to handle.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what it is. It's like it does take a lot of work, no doubt, and it isn't just my therapist. There's a lot more to it than just my therapist, and it is probably the biggest lifestyle change that I wish I had made in my 40s, in my 30s. Um, but gaining that self-confidence from mental health therapy, when I have a condition like this, we had to sort it out. And I'm like, okay, let's just look at this as emotional surgery. I had to do some emotional surgery, and I was the surgeon and the patient. So I had to look for the stuff to get it out. I had to cut it out, set it down, and leave it so that so that I could be whole again. And that with PTSD, with PNES, it, I don't want to say 90% of the time, psychogenic non epileptic seizures are coming from trauma. It's almost 100% that the behavior during a PTSD event looks so much like either a psychotic break or an epileptic seizure that there's a connection in the brain. We don't know what it is, but we can, there's still help available, but until you can separate the things that are triggering you, whether it's your epilepsy or PTSD, that you're always going to be in that danger. But when you have the tools to get yourself out of that danger, why would you sit there? Why sit in the muck when you've got a hand to get you out? So, but yeah, definitely you can share that. As much as I hate the whole PNES thing, they're studying it more and more, and it's the last I heard. My therapist told me a few months ago that I forgot to ask him today, but anyway, they may be putting PNES under what's called functional neurological disorders. And functional neurological disorders include things like chronic spinal pain and a response, to whatever's going on in your nervous system. And sometimes it can create an emotional or mental response. So it might be a functional disorder. So they're looking at it more and more, but it's no joke. I mean, people suffer. But, back to the PTSD thing, excuse me, my uncle was in Vietnam, and I remember watching him have a few episodes. And now that I'm older, I'm like, no shit. That PTSD did look like a seizure. And coming out of that, he broke a few teeth with the shivers because his body was shivering in tremors so violently that he broke a couple of his teeth. But I remember that, and I remember enough of it. I'm like, yeah, I could see how that could look like a seizure. So if there's any trauma, whether it's physical, emotional, especially like you said, Kate, the top of the list, physical abuse, SA, we don't want to say it, SA, all of that, traumatic childhood, those things can creep up on you when you get older, and it turns into psychogenic, non-epileptic shitstorm. Yeah. It's fixable.
And thanks to you, more people will be ready to address it.
I hope so. I hope they let me back in the PNES. Yeah.
Umbrella.
I can't believe. I mean, I have to laugh. I do. I have to laugh. It's like you want to you want to boot me out of this group because I said, look, I have both, and this is how I dealt with psychogenic. The response was obvious. People do not want to confront mental health. And why have we separated our body from our mind? Why have we separated our soul from everything, from ourself? And I think that's it's a social stigma, It's like
Absolutely.
therapy, we've all seen the reaction, and it's like, dude, you don't know what you're missing. That's all I was trying to say.
Any medical professional that can deny a psychological illness with physical manifestations shouldn't be in medicine. There's so many conditions and proof and patients
Right.
that are out there, but that's a big deal from
Right.
what I've seen.
But with that OP, it's undeniable because they had an EMU stay and there was no seizure activity, but there were episodes. That's the deciding factor for psychogenic. And this is where it's obvious they don't want to do, okay,
You
well,
see
they
the
told me,
proof and you see
yeah,
what's not the cause.
Right. Oh,
So
well, I
what's
have
the
to
other
go.
cause?
They're telling me to go to therapy. What does that have to do with this? Well, go to therapy and you'll figure it out. Why is that so hard? Why is it so hard? But there's that
So for
aversion.
you, it sounds like second, third, and hopefully not that many more opinions are gonna have to get you back in the umbrella.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible to have both. Our brain creates those pathways and it just makes it easier for whatever to follow that path of least resistance, whether it's emotional, even, I have I got a thing about the DSM. I tend to be non-pathological. I don't agree with the DSM. I don't agree with psychiatric and mental health diagnoses unless they have clinical proof. I really struggle because it's just a labeling um, system. And I think because of that labeling system and the effect of it on our society, too many people have been turned their opinion against therapy because they think, oh, well, I'm this, I'm that, now I'm this, I'm that, now I have all these, you know, but no, I'm not going to go to therapy because then I'm admitting there's something wrong. Okay, I had to go to my orthopedic surgeon because I was admitting there was something wrong. And I can tell you already, 13 days after the surgery, this definitely changed my mental health. But without that thought pattern, I would have been a total wreck. Exactly. So, people, therapy is powerful. It is part of the toolbox. It is your warrior shield. Okay, there you go. Therapy is the shield for the warrior. And that literally just came to me because that's what keeps the things that could really hurt me from getting through. So therapy is a very valuable tool and you can even do it by yourself. I started
Well,
on my
heads up,
own.
this episode is going to be titled Warrior Shield.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, therapy is. And that's because, I mean, we're all human. We have the same response. That human response does not need a diagnosis in the DSM. That human response is this happened. Um, Her husband died. She started drinking, blah, blah, blah. And then she got pills and then she died. Instead of her husband died and nobody was there to support her. And you know what I mean? But that was a human response. And it's throughout the entire animal kingdom that those things can happen. You have a trauma, your self-care depletes and you die. And the only reason your self-care depletes is because your life was based on that traumatic event. That's over. So that's the shield. It's like, okay, that was then, this is now. Yeah, warrior shield. Warrior shield. Therapy is a good thing.
I agree, Bun. In the chat over here, he said that mental illness is more scarier than epilepsy itself. And that's exactly part of, what might feel like the shield at first, just not seeking the true diagnosis. But it's more like the difference between PVC and steel. It's not the true shield.
It's not the true
So
shield.
I'm glad you were here to hear Anne's logic today, because that could literally be life changing for a lot of people.
Yeah. It was scarier. It was because I didn't know anything about it. I was stuck in the stigma, just like so many other people, until I finally experienced the value of that mental health therapy. Because the first thing it did is it made me value myself. But the mystery, like, I don't want to know, and I don't want them to diagnose me with something. All of those things were keeping me away from the one thing that helped me the most. So what if they put a psychiatric diagnosis in my records? They can just be in the bucket with the rest of them that I had before the epilepsy diagnosis. I don't care. It's not about that. It's about this. It's about how I am feeling and how I am present for myself. And when we finally, when I have to, I can't do the we thing. I have to speak in I terms personally. When I got to that point where I said, wait, the energy and the compassion and empathy that I was giving to others never came back to me because I was expecting it from them. Whoops, that's backwards. That empathy, that love, that compassion, helping, supporting, all of that, I have to do that to myself first. I had to put my oxygen mask on first. And I didn't realize it. And that's the therapy. It's like, wait a minute. I'm using an external, unknown source for my support. No wonder I'm not stable. I needed to build my own foundation. That's therapy, especially cognitive behavioral therapy. It changed my completely changed my outlook, my perspective. But yeah, I get it. I get it, IPAN. I don't know how to say your name, but it is scary because number one, I was afraid they were gonna give me a whole list of psychiatric diagnoses. It's like, oh, they're picking my brains. Okay, that should have been left in the 70s. That whole concept. It isn't what it was. Therapy isn't what it was in the 70s. So generation, in my generation, there's more people in my generation saying screw that, you know, but it's definitely changed. And I had to find what worked for me. Doing some stuff online by myself, nobody knew about. I will highly recommend on YouTube. Okay, here's the YouTube therapy.
Yeah.
Therapy in a nutshell. Emma McAdam is amazing. You can buy memberships where you can go through their courses. Being as broke as I was, I still did it. And this was before I met my current therapist. And it was worth it because I didn't know, I never learned what healthy behavior was. That's number one in therapy. I did not know what healthy behavior was. I lived a life of abuse. So I didn't know all of that stuff. So, and I could do that in the privacy of my own room. If you had an abusive childhood, the crappy childhood fairy, Anna Runkle, another excellent, the crappy childhood fairy. She is not a licensed therapist like Emma McAdam is, and they will tell you on YouTube, whether or not this comes from a licensed clinician. But Anna Runkle went through a crazy childhood. And she learned from therapy, just like me, how to have the life she wanted. How to have the life and the perspective, the mental health. We don't know what to call it. To have the mental health that we deserve. We are the only ones that can give it to ourselves. But those two got me started. And if you suffered, and this one is a heavy, and yeah, you can put it on YouTube because they all know. The people in my family that told me I needed therapy are the people in my family that need it the most. I had to go through special classes, special therapy, because I am a survivor of a narcissistic relationship. A very violent one was, well, three of them. One very physically violent, the other very sexually violent, the other one very covert, all three putting my life in danger. So specific therapy for that. And Dr. Ramani. Dr. Ramani is a specialist in narcissistic behavioral disorder. There's a difference between a narcissist and somebody who has that behavioral disorder. That behavioral disorder of narcissistic behavioral disorder is most commonly found in sociopaths, psychopaths, and serial criminals. So I had to go through the therapy as a survivor of relationships like that. It's possible. You're worth it. Mental health therapy is something that is a gift that I gave myself. And I didn't realize it until, until I got through all the tears, the fears, the muck, and the junk. And it's like, wow, this is awesome. And there's still bad days. And those are the bad days where you figure out, wow, this is working. Like I lost my phone, but I didn't have a breakdown. But therapy, I wish I could change everybody's mind. Where's the magic wand? I have Tinkerbell here, but I wear this for my epilepsy doc. He loves this shirt. But I wish I could just ding, ding, ding everybody. It's like, oh, look at how good this feels. Yeah, it hurt. Yeah, it really hurt to get here. But wow, look how good this feels. But especially for epilepsy, it is undeniable that anyone who experienced any type of epileptic seizure, and we're trying to find out if it's more common with focal epilepsies, which I think it would be. My therapist doesn't understand that yet, and I'm like, we'll get there, because I'm aware of what's going on. It's like, just give me the gun. I don't want to feel it. Just get the Ativan. Just get the Ativan. That's the gun. But the trauma, PTSD, is more prevalent with people that have conditions like ours, because every episode can be a traumatic event. We might not remember it consciously, but when you're having a focal cluster, have you ever had memories of those past seizures sneak their nasty sprite in?
Passenger. Sorry, I don't understand. I'm quite not a good Englishman.
I understand.
I'm sorry.
What language do you speak?
I'm from Indonesia, actually.
Oh, okay. And it's funny because I lose myself in the Indonesian and French accent. And I'm like, yes, I do. I've always done it. I have a hard time distinguishing, but I can't speak French fluently anymore. I lost that in a seizure. I wish I could make this easier. I'm not sure what you're asking. So if you want to give it another go, what was the question that?
No, actually, it's don't I'm blank.
Well,
I'm blank.
Is it easier to
not
text? Yeah, put in the
yeah.
chat. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So it's wait. My 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 mean by mental illness is for more scarier is uh is scary is because my my I'm frontal lobe epilepsy and temporal lobe epilepsy. And my frontal lobe is is it's blackout, usually blackout. I can't felt anything. I can't felt out anything. Then and only only people around me look my seizure. So that's why I'm saying that it's more scarier, mental illness more scarier than epilepsy itself, because mental illness for me is like, oh my god, how to describe it, but it's just,
Like
it's
not
like,
predictable, unexpected,
yeah,
and you
no,
don't know how to help it.
He
yeah,
has to actually
yes,
experience it as well. With his other ones, he's not experiencing it. He's kind of not there. Is that what you mean?
yeah, yeah, you can say that, you can say that, you can say that.
So like when
Yeah,
these mental illness episodes come up, you're aware, you're conscious, you know exactly what's happening and you feel it, but it's not like that with epilepsy.
Yeah.
That's
just
something
keep it,
I'm sure some people can
just keep
relate
it,
to.
guys. Just keep it, guys. Just keep it, guys. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Just keep it. Just keep it.
We're here, we're listening.
Um,
Open up anytime.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's my I don't know. Actually, my English is not that bad a few years ago before my epilepsy, but after it's epilepsy, woo.
Right. Ooh.
Hey, two
yes,
other people used to be fluent in other languages here too.
yes, yes. It was literally one seizure and I recognized it right away. I half my family is French Canadian and I can no longer, I can't speak French. So I get it. So your English is like my French, and we will find a way. We will find a
I
way.
hope so. I hope so.
I mean,
I'm passive English. You could say that I'm passive English.
yeah, you do. You're doing well. I can't. I cannot even. You're doing great with your
Especially
Thank you
English.
medical
very much.
terms in
Thank you
English.
very much.
That's a big deal.
Yes,
Sorry.
Understanding medical terms, like when we talk about SEEG and RNS and VNS and all these epilepsy
No,
things in English.
no. I mean passive in English. Passive in English.
That's
Passive in
Okay,
English.
yeah.
Passive in English.
gotcha.
Not epilepsy. Not epilepsy. Epilepsy is a different. Okay.
I was totally complimenting your comprehension. How you can understand epilepsy words in English. That's impressive. Good job.
Nah.
Ah, très bien, très bien.
back to something Ann said earlier about PTSD and epilepsy. Yeah, that is a lot basically, because we've had quite a few people come in here with epilepsy and PTSD and have breakdowns while they're here. Yeah, she'll be back also.
Oh, tell me more. Tell me more. Who's coming back?
Nicole might be back.
Oh, thank God.
She needs this.
Hold
She's
on.
going through PTSD, catamenial, and everything else that I can't remember. But
I'm happy for that.
she
Thank
needs
you.
to come back.
Yes, I'm happy to hear that. And you can tell her that.
I
She's
was
on my mind every day.
I was
I
watching the episodes as I'm editing it, the
Yep.
most recent ones, and yeah, I was like, she needs to come back here.
Oh yeah, when she was that
All right, Yvonne,
perfect.
we'll be here when you wake up.
See you. Bye.
I'm glad you were here. I'm so happy she's coming back. Oh my gosh, that made me dizzy because I was so worried about her. And yeah.
I've been in contact. I'm gonna get her back.
Good. I'm grateful for that. She needs a shoulder, and we're that shoulder for her. But man, she was going through some stuff. I was watching the videos too, Pookie, and I'm like, oh boy. But yeah, that's the face of epilepsy. That's exactly where she is right now. And it's like, yo, come on, here. Um, I can show you the map, but that path is for your steps alone. But I hope I need a minute. I'm so grateful. I'm glad she's coming back. Okay.
She showed me that things could be so much worse, and then things could be much better. But I can tell the difference between how bad stuff can be. That's what she showed me, the worst part of everything. And it's really informative. But then seeing her sit here and then eventually start smiling, I was like, oh, okay, she just needs to vent a little bit. Once she got that off her chest, she was back smiling and laughing with us. And that was like 2 hours after letting her vent. But yeah, she needed that. Whatever it was, every time she needed to get something off her chest, she would start with her light rants, and I loved it. It's very informative. Um, yeah. And then eventually she's smiling. Yeah, so there's that. Nicole, see you soon.
Literally a sigh of relief to hear that. Because I'm just picturing her out in the middle of the desert. You know, when somebody's in a crisis and they leave, you know, the clutch of help, and our empathy is just exponentially. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I could feel that energy going through all of us. And it's like, don't leave, don't let her leave. But then it was like, we got to let you go. And, but I was watching some of those videos, and wow, she's got a lot going on. I hope that she's getting closer to the treatment that she needs. You know, with JME, I don't know why they deny adult onset when with somebody who had juvenile myoclonic. It's a given. Okay, it's just a given. But I know that she was definitely suffering from some PTSD because it was the events that happened to her that are done, gone. Well, what do I do about that? Well, if you want to work with that person, do it this way, or just move forward, go to another doctor. But don't let it do that to you. And that's, yeah, that past event. We hold on to that past event. And it's like, no, I'm not going to let that, do what it used to do to me. But it's no joke, it's hard work. And it's never done. I have to apply cognitive behavioral therapy every minute with all the thoughts racing in my head. So, but yeah, I'm medicated. We'll just put it that way. And I'm going to raise a glass. I hope I'm here when she comes back. Yeah.
Got something here about memory. It says memory dynamics. I have TLE, right side, and my seizures are controlled by taking the Lamotrigine. I'm a career professional, and I do have an issue remembering things at work. I do not have an issue remembering things at work. However, I can't remember a lot of things that aren't work related. Does that resonate with anyone else? I read the first comment. It says, wait, I took my meds 5 minutes ago, right? Yeah. Oh my goodness. I forgot to put the dishes away in the dishwasher. Looks at the dishwasher. It's been done. That load of laundry that I did last night was in the dryer. You brought that up and it just needs to be folded, you doofus. Where was that shopping list I made for you later? Oh, right. It's on the phone. Did I add bread to that list? Oh, yeah. Already done. Story of my life in a nutshell. That's what it sounded like. He just questioned everything he did that day.
Sounds like my day.
Questioned everything he's done. Yeah, I've been there. Yeah, I just got this pill thing and I like it. I like that I can look back and be like, oh yeah, I didn't.
Yep. There you go. Yep.
I like
have
That's the exact same one. I have too, Pookie.
Yeah, I've
Yep,
got through my
it's
first week of it.
Yeah, the purple and blue daily pill one, exact same one.
Yeah, I was
It's been, yeah, definitely a lifesaver some days, man. I can't remember, and I just look over and I'm like, oh, the lid's open. I took it.
yeah, I like it.
I think we overanalyze sometimes, you know, is the OP overanalyzing? Because I watch normal people forget things more than I do or do the stupidest. I'm like, why did you do that? Did you think that through? No. Oh, obviously. I mean, I see my daughter is so fun to watch. And that's why, you know, it was like, haha, I've got your phone, you know, and she kept sending me just little dings on my watch, haha. And but because I rarely forget things, it's the short-term memory, you know. But everybody, every human, we all do it. It's not just us with epilepsy.
think mine is just worse.
Overanalyzing. Yeah, overanalyzing makes it worse, man. It just does. It makes it worse.
Yeah, I was thinking with the memory thing, like how the person says, like at work they don't forget any things, and I think that relates a lot when it's like for math for me. It's like certain things I just don't lose. Like regardless to how bad my memory gets, there's certain things with numbers I won't lose. Like my math is good. Sometimes if I learn an address so many times after putting it in the Lyft app, then eventually I remember where it is and the address and what might be near it sometimes. But like you said, short term, it's not good. No bueno at all. Yeah, I forgot the last question we brought up, and I think that's what we're talking about right now. But since I went off the screen, I don't even know what we're talking about. Can anybody remind me? Because that's how bad it is.
They started taking lamotrigine and they could remember their work stuff, but they couldn't remember anything at home.
Oh yeah, okay, I'm back. I found it. Memory dynamics. Yeah, yeah, just like that. I don't remember much
I
at
actually
home.
remembered something for once.
Good. Lucky you.
First time all day.
I'm glad I was muted. I'm like, kudos, Andrea. How did you do that?
I don't know.
One more comment here says that sounds familiar. At least I think it does. It's really hard to predict where the memory issues will go. It acts differently because different people. If I may, I'd like to give some practical advice regarding your career. Epilepsy cost me a fantastic career as a male nurse. I was working in the massive oncology unit with a tremendous amount of walking and lifting when things started really changing for me. As my problems progressed, I switched to home hospice where I had to do far less work. That switched me to several more years professionally. You might ponder that and keep it in mind for your own career, especially if you're doing something really demanding. Keep learning and adapting. Adapting is everything. Yes, adapting is everything. I gotta write that somewhere. Because we really have to adapt to a lot of situations we get put into. Because it's sometimes fast, like seizures, just gotta adapt after that one and you wake up in the ambulance. Reasonable accommodation for work. Is anybody still working? Oh, I know. Never mind. I know. Oh, James is working. How does that go? Reasonable accommodation for work. Do you get that?
I get what do you mean by that necessarily. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
A lot of people get accommodations for work just based on their ailment. So does the job do anything for you?
Oh, I mean, my coworkers and everybody is like understanding of it, because of the school board, the budget cuts and everything. This year, I'm only there for an hour, so there's not really too much that needs to be done. I'm just there so little that it's not that big of a deal anymore. So, but everybody's understanding of it. And they know that sometimes I might not show up. It'll be like calling in at the last minute, and that's because I had a seizure that very morning or something, and just can't get there. So I haven't gotten in trouble for that or anything. But yeah, nothing. There's nothing really to do, I guess, for my situation since I'm there so little amount of time.
I'll read this and it maybe jog some memory. Maybe you got something after. Reasonable accommodation for work. I need to discuss this with my neuro team more, but I'm a 5-year, 10-year corporate US employee who was put on performance improvement plan as a direct result of increased severity and frequency of my temporal lobe seizures causing poor performance. I took medical leave for 6 months after some success on my newest medication and completing my first SEEG last week. I'm creating my return to work plan. A key accommodation I want to ask for is to be onboarded back to my team as if I were a standard new hire or internal transfer. I tried to reread my PIP and I don't understand the task related to the team specific details, not generally knowledge in my field. I'm confident I can understand them and exceed expectations if they let me first re-onboard to the team, then resume with the PIP. Is being asked to re-onboarded like a standard new hire after a long medical leave reasonable accommodation? Should I process this to my neurologist first? Propose this to my neurologist first. Yeah.
I mean, it would depend a lot on what the onboarding process looks like at their job. If it's something like a 2-week process of sending you to some uh, uh, like informative I don't know, courses or something or whatever, that's going to be very different from somebody who just has to um, go and uh, sit and read something off a computer for 2 days, or another person who has a whole like 3 month process of training and all that stuff. So um, that's a big consideration there. Um, I, yeah, I'm not sure. There was something else I was going to say, but I lost it. So I don't know. Somebody else take over.
I'll read the first comment here. It says, how long would you need re-onboarding to take how much, and how much would this interfere with your current team personnel, work goals, and or deadlines? Reasonable is fairly subjective, but It'll primarily depend on those two things and how reasonable your job is. It might be reasonable for most jobs to be able to do that, and they still not allow because of how subjective it is to you. You really need to pinpoint the above criteria to see if this is realistic for your job. I thought that one would have more comments.
Yeah, I guess in that sense, maybe a reasonable accommodations is not so much a hard set in stone um, uh, requirement as it is more of like a dialogue between the employer and employee that need to they won't know necessarily what accommodations they consider reasonable are for your condition until you tell them what you would like in order to perform, what you need in order to do the task that they're asking of you. I think that that's something that they need to approach their HR department with first and tell them, here's my problem, here's my request, and then the HR department needs to decide if they consider that reasonable for their company's policies. So it's, yeah, I think that that person has a good point.
I got something here though. Don't know if everyone can relate to this. It says issues filling excopery or substances, controlled substances. I'm sorry, issues filling excopery or controlled substances, or is it at Walgreens? Anyone else have their excopery really refill consistently delayed? I can't tell if it's an issue with my pharmacy, which has clear issues already, or if it's the medication. I'm at a breaking point in thinking of trying a new pharmacy, which is not easy because my doctor needs to send new prescription because for whatever reason it's controlled substance. I started excopery in this pharmacy around for the same time and the pharmacy around the same time. So I just don't know. I'm so frustrated. We shouldn't miss doses like this. There's so much more I could rant on about. Please feel free to advise or give me help in the comments. Really feeling alone right now. I never took a controlled substance. I can get mines at any pharmacy, no problem. To sign it, I don't even need an ID.
Yeah. Controlled substances are on a schedule, and if we ask for them too soon, your pharmacy is going, they have to tell you that it's delayed because they can't dispense it until at least day 29. If it's a 30-day script, you have to fill it on day 29 or day 30. When you request it before those 2 days, they will tell you it's delayed, but that doesn't mean you're not going to get it by day 30. And this is exactly why with anticonvulsants, it is critical to have your own like 5-day extra pills. Because this sometimes can delay things. It could be a delay in an order, but usually what it is I would be requesting the script a few days too early, and I would get the delayed notification. So it really isn't what I thought. So I don't know if it's the same for this OP, but it was because I was ordering my script on day 27 so that I would have it on day 30. And by law, because it's a controlled substance, they have to delay the script until the legal dispensing date. So that kind of sounds it took me almost a year to figure that one out. So
And get
it's
it
like,
timed. If the doctor would actually work with you to get it timed exactly when it can be billed and filled and dispensed, Wow.
That's when the
That's a big deal. That's a miracle.
My pharmacist said that Xcopri is especially hard with insurance because insurance doesn't want to pay for it.
And is that a
So,
brand name? That is the
yeah,
brand name of it.
it's the newest one on the market, I think, and it's very, very expensive. So they're constantly having to fight with insurance companies about Xcopri specifically.
Especially if a pharmacist or a physician tries to prescribe it as dispensed as written, only this
I
brand
don't think they
name.
even I don't think they even have a generic for it yet.
Okay, so that's like Carbatrol memories.
Yeah, same with
That's what it was
Vimpat.
when I was on the extended release of Carbatrol. They never came out with the generic in time, so changing insurance, worst time possible, because now I can only get generic medications not existent for that one, and a patient just has to adapt. That's
Or
another adapting
appeal.
situation.
Yeah, you can also do an appeal. If you have to, if you, it worked for me because we do dispensed as written on my Vimpat, and there is a generic available. And every now and then I get a little blip in the radar from my insurance. There is a generic available, blah, blah. Well, because I had a bad experience and right now is not a good time to play with that, my doctor requested for it to be dispensed as written. It was denied. He did the appeal. And I think we had to do 2 appeals, and I was able to get that because even though they don't want to pay for it, it doesn't mean they won't.
So an appeal didn't set you back too far. I was under
It
the impression that
worked.
if we tried the appeal, it would take another month and I would still be, up shit's creek.
Right, and that was the problem, is suddenly stopping a prescription like that.
Uh-huh.
And it's like, I couldn't take a chance, so I had to take the generic. But when a generic isn't available, in your situation, the abrupt interruption of an anticonvulsant is going to cause seizures. So that's where you need your doctor involved in that appeal, like immediately. It's like, no, I need this medication, and they said they won't pay for it. Before you even get that letter in the mail, find out what you have to do for an appeal. You can usually find that on like your insurance portal, or call them, call the number on the back of your card, and find out what you have to do. And they
Sometimes
will,
the doctor's offices will know.
yeah, but start that appeal immediately. But my biggest fear and frustration is, missing medication because of stuff like that. So, but damn, I haven't had
Would you
that
rather be
happen.
without your meds or your phone for a day?
My phone. I'll give up my phone. I'm more likely to survive with my meds,
There you
and I
go.
can go to my neighbor. Okay. Yes, I would rather be without my phone for a day than my meds. Thank you. And those are my EMU stays, as comical as they can be, and violent and frustrating. Now, that's how I am when I'm without meds for a day. Come on, we've all done it, right?
Angel, you're here.
I knew about you being on Xcopri, and the last one was asking about controlled substances. Is it common to be delayed a lot? Was the question.
I haven't gotten a refill of Xcopri, but I have gotten problems when I tried to refill, like, what's it called? My Clonopin, and that's still controlled substance.
Have you ever had to try that appeals process or had trouble with getting those controlled substances refilled?
Not
If it's
yet.
not like right on the right date?
Not yet. But trust me, I will fight.
Well, you just heard everything about appeals, so.
Yeah,
definitely get the step by step from how to do it.
I will definitely fight. I was ready to. The one day they said my Clonopin wasn't due for another month, and I'm like, it's the day it's due, and I was ready to go through a pharmacy fight. Basically, that's what I call it.
Yeah, I had to say hello to my pharmacist today at the pickup window because I have 1, 2, 3 controlled substances that we picked up at the same time. And this happens often. And she comes to the window, she sees who it is, and she's like, "Oh, score, you know the rules, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm good on this." But they have to, by law, yeah, counsel. You have to have counsel when you have a certain amount of controlled substances. So we got the hey, hi, how are you at the pickup window from the pharmacist. No pharmacy fight today, hallelujah. But geez, how you doing on the Xcopri, Angel?
Yeah, I'm doing good. It's doing better. It was getting off the Vimpat that was harder, but I think I'm doing way, way better now. I'm on to 3 AEDs.
Okay.
So no longer 4.
Awesome.
Good job.
But coming off the Vimpat, what symptoms did you have, if you don't mind my asking? I know.
I think it. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
No, it was dealing with it mentally, like, and I think I still deal with some of it mentally. Um, it was just I didn't get the heart tremor thing, so I was happy about that. And I know you got it, Annie. So I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
so did Mark.
boost.
I'm sorry if I'm out of line. Mark had it too, which is what really made me pause. And I talked to my doctor about that today. But you didn't get that. It was more the mental health and the emotion, mood thing kind of
Yeah,
thing. Yeah, yeah. But you're off.
yeah,
You're off of Impact now.
yep.
Congratulations, man. Because that ain't easy. Yes. Carry
It
on,
isn't
prayer.
easy.
That ain't easy. Good job.
And we got Raven. Hey, hey. All right, so Angel, we haven't asked you the icebreaker for today. What age would you like to stay forever?
Repeat that.
What age would you like to stay forever?
Forever young.
Adorable. So you wouldn't pick a specific age? Nothing comes to mind?
I guess 30s, you know.
Okay.
30s were good. My hips were still working and everything.
Okay. Raven, you still there? That's cool. Come back. Here's an interesting one. Somebody's asking a question about, is one considered seizure free if they continue experiencing simple partial or focal awares? I have only had 2 grand mal seizures on the day my epilepsy broke through. After 3 MRIs in 3 months, they found the root cause to be cortical dysplasia, and it took an additional 12 months to find the medication that controlled my focal seizures adequately. Lamictal has been the best at managing my epilepsy, but I still experience focal aware seizures, simple partials, auras, on a weekly basis. The focal seizures are a faint tightness in the muscle that controls my index finger, so they feel like either a dull pressure or a tug on the left index finger. They happen multiple times a week, depending on my threshold, which makes it feel normal and not a cause for concern. Question: would I be considered to be seizure-free? For those who have had breakthroughs that broke their seizure-free streak, did your auras become more frequent in the months leading up to it? And their last question is, when should I be concerned? You're not seizure-free, in my opinion.
Are
I
we
never got auras leading up to
seizure
breakthroughs.
free?
I was trying not to hit it that hard, but again, in my opinion, I don't think you can ever call yourself cured. But seizure-free might be a really good label to work towards after like 5 years, I would think. If I
When
can
we
go
get to
5
heaven
years with literally no breakthroughs, that would feel like a milestone.
Yeah. Yeah. But seizure free, and they said, but I'm still having focal seizures.
Weekly.
It sounds like to them seizure free, they only count the tonic-clonics. That is a little bit of what I went through when I was denying my condition. I'm like, no, this doesn't count as a seizure, you know. And even when I was in for my first EMU, I'm like, no,
Same.
you know, it's like that is not a seizure. I'm still here. Did you feel something? You know, how many times they kept coming in the room? Did you feel that? No. But I was having seizures and I had no idea. And looking back, it's like, oh, oh, yeah, that's what that was. You know, and I started putting it together. But I was in exactly the same place because I was like, I didn't have a tonic-clonic. I didn't have to go to the hospital. So these seizures don't count. And it was part of my denial, but it was also the lack of information. I did not know that those seizures even existed. Okay. And I went to nursing school. The doctors don't tell new diagnoses enough. You know, a newly diagnosed patient needs a couple of hours with people that can explain what is going on, what to expect. You know, and these are goals that a lot of epilepsy support advocacy groups have, because we can already see, I can hear it already. It's like, well, am I seizure free now? I'm having a focal seizure weekly, but no tonic-clonic. So am I seizure free? No, a seizure is a seizure. And this individual is doing exactly the same thing I did because I didn't know any better. But I hope they figure it out. No, my friend, you're not seizure free. Dang, they should make it a required class when we get diagnosed. We need to go to this 3-hour class. Here's your diagnosis. It's an online class. Yeah, that's a great idea. Let's work on that one. But yeah, every single person should have to do that and understand the basics of epilepsy. Because it's like, oh wait, so this is still a seizure. And then you get to the treatment you need more quickly when you're
Well,
informed.
I don't think the doctor should dismiss it so quickly either. I was having 2 a week
Yeah.
or more. I think it was definitely at least 2 a week.
Oh
Focal
my,
aware seizures.
and they don't tell us enough and we overlook. It's like, I didn't know that's what that was.
I
Oh,
was I was told for like 4 years that my weird panic attacks it was just anxiety. I was like, they don't feel like panic attacks. Oh no, that's just anxiety. You're just having panic attacks.
Yeah, I got about 4 decades of that. And yeah. But yeah, it should be a required course for every newly diagnosed. You know, have you been newly diagnosed with epilepsy? This is a required course, and every doctor has the link. Yeah, in my dreams, but it would have been a lot easier. Yeah.
Cookie, what are you gonna say?
I was gonna say I ate this chicken and it was really hot. My lips are burning. Uh, I digress. What Anne was saying about the denial. Do you only count the ones that were TCs and stuff? And I was thinking that because I'm pretty much due for a seizure. Mine's are like every 3 months, and any day now would be maybe a couple weeks, so it would be 3 months. So I'm almost due for one. But since in the last 3 months, I've had one a month after my last breakthrough, but it was only an aura, so I didn't know whether we counted or not. So far, I say I've had 3 seizures this year, but I wrote the other one down, and it was a bad aura. So I don't know if I write. Should I have 4 this year already, or are we only counting TCs, or how does that go? I think the
You need
denial
to write down
process.
everything to
I'm still in
eliminate that denial
denial.
process. Well, yesterday was September 15th. It's a Monday. And write down any abnormal feelings, and that would be, you know what. So try to keep track of the times that it happened. If you called or sent messages, use that as the timestamp for when. Try to remember the reason for the trip, what you ate and drank that day, how you were feeling, how you slept, of course. Write it all down
Mine's are
because you might notice a pattern.
mine's are. I would say like people will say that like you notice a pattern and stuff. Mine's are like so random that there isn't a pattern. They just seem like all breakthroughs. They just seem like just be ready. It's been 3 months. The season is changing. So I don't know if my seizures are seasonal or may they just be happen just because I have epilepsy. I don't know. But I do a lot wrong and I don't get any wrong vibes, or I don't be like, oh, feels like this is gonna be a bad week. This might feel like it's a bad day. My days could be going amazing, like outstanding, like better than last few days, and I have a seizure. And it's like I thought I was doing everything right. So yeah, those are the ones I labeled as breakthroughs because otherwise I'm just having breakthroughs that I think of. There's nothing really I'm doing wrong.
Well, isn't any seizure a breakthrough if you're on medication that has been working before?
Yeah, mine's been working pretty good for
Yeah.
around last 18 months. I've noticed I've gotten it
Wow.
down. So last year, I think I had 6. Year before that, I had like maybe 6. And this year I'm at 3. The year's almost over. So I'm aiming to get there unless we count that aura as the 4th. And I've had 4 this year. My denial process says we've only had 3.
Well, I would think that the fact that the aura didn't turn into a pass out seizure means that the medication is working a little bit. It didn't turn into a pass out seizure.
Right.
That's good.
Thank you for helping me be in more denial.
I'm just optimistic.
I'll just go with that just because it sounds good. Yeah, what Jocelyn said.
Seriously, guys, I literally just had this conversation with my doctor this morning. Because when he says, okay, when was your last seizure? And I looked at my daughter and I looked at the doctor and I'm like, which kind? Which ones are we counting right now? And I'm not kidding. It's like
because there's 2 kinds. There's
Well,
the kinds that are in one part of the brain, and there's the kinds that take over the whole part that make you pass out. Or am I incorrect? Or okay.
Exactly. And I'm one of those patients. I am that glittering, high functioning, most dangerous epilepsy, just like Angel. And because we experience the full spectrum of epileptic seizures. So I only count my tonic-clonics with my doctor, but we discuss my focals.
I count both. I mean, I track all kinds.
But, you know, my relationship with my doctor, because of the type of epilepsy I have, and I have both, of just like, you know, we're more worried about the life-threatening seizure. The focal seizures are fucking annoying, okay? But we're more concerned about the life-threatening seizures. So that's why I ask him. I'm like, which ones? And I'm like, we confirmed that I had a myoclonic seizure. And he said, yes, that was definitely, but we're considering it provoked. But if this is something that you were telling me that you were experiencing previously, that's why neurology came in and confirmed and waited until you went bilateral to confirm that it was a seizure. And I understood that. And I know how morbid that could sound. But the doctor literally stood and watched and waited for that seizure right after my surgery to go and start to generalize to a tonic-clonic so that he could confirm that. I appreciate that. And it saved me an EEG, blah, blah, blah. But I do the same thing. You know, it's like, what kind of seizures are we counting right now? Whichever ones are giving you the most problem. But the life-threatening ones are the ones I have to call him. If I
Oh,
have
I
a
think it sounds like it's very different for you.
yeah, if I have a tonic-clonic or we have to use the medalazam, if I ever use medalazam on myself, I have to call 911 because I have a reaction that literally confirms that it's a seizure, but it sucks. But yeah, that what kind of seizures are we talking about, Doc? You know, but I don't think it's denial. Sometimes we're not sure. We're human. You know, it's like, I'm not sure if that was a seizure or if I was just super stressed out because it was 4 days after, you know, my surgery. So at least keep my mind open enough to say it could have just been the stress. I don't know if it was a seizure, but I still took the lorazepam. And what his response is, well, we would have treated it the same way if it was a panic attack. So it doesn't really matter. So we're mostly concerned about the seizures that are life-threatening to me. And that's going to be different for everyone, but it comes down to whichever seizures are interrupting your, you know, daily activities, your daily life, your ability to function. If they're not life-threatening, they're still messing you up and you still deserve treatment for that. But yeah, it's kind of funny. It's like, do these even count? Yes, they're still seizures. It just, yeah. And we're all doing it, but we don't always know we're having a seizure. We don't have electrodes on. But yeah, I'm talking too much. I'm really stoned. Mark, you look absolutely awesome right now. I don't know what it is, but you look absolutely goth. It is so you. I just love it. Great to see you. I'm going to be quiet.
Thank you.
But the small ones do count because they open up the neural pathways for the general tonic.
I got something there. It says focal aware seizures. I've been having this issue for a few years, and just now I'm finding out about this. The first time I experienced this, I was working on a line restaurant when I had a, in quote, memory pop into my head, and it was so vivid and harder. And the harder I thought about it, the further away it got. Then it disappeared. I was super confused, could barely stand, and couldn't even remember how to make the dish that I had made 100 times prior. I've been having them for so long, and now they're practically daily. sometimes multiple times a day. Now it starts with remembering something I likely never saw in the first place. And no matter how hard I try to stop it, it's like a video that won't stop playing in your head. Then you get super dizzy and nauseous, and then I feel just sick afterwards. Can't really focus for a while afterwards. I'm not sure what I'm here for. It just feels nice to be in a group and at least have someone who's been through this and been able to give me some advice before I talk to my primary doctor. Hopefully I can go from there. Thanks for the TED Talk. Yeah, it says focal aware seizures, and then there's a question mark, so I'm assuming that was the question. But yeah, does that sound like a focal, you guys?
That sounds like my focals.
Well, please explain.
It's just like okay, well mine they think are in the right temporal lobe, and it feels like there's a memory or a dream or maybe a memory of a dream, and I can't quite think about it, and the harder I think about it, the quicker I seize. So like I end up like, okay, don't think about that, but then I just feel sick and nauseous and panicky while I'm trying to not remember a memory that's not real. It doesn't make sense, but that's what's basically happening. Yeah.
One comment here says request an EEG from your doctor and referral to a neurologist. You definitely need to be cautious driving. In fact, some would say no to it. But I will ask the doctor to mark your referral as a stat. So also with the thing of having an aura with like, not that I'm going to plan on driving, but for people who get their license taken, if they have an aura in between that period of 2 tonics, would that be considered a seizure, or could they drive again if they go the legal amount of time? Anybody ever thought of that?
Isn't an aura still a seizure?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, do they count the auras as more time you'd have to stop driving?
I guess
In
that
my
depends
state,
on-
they don't.
Really?
In my state, it's just the amount of time. It's just the pass out seizures that count.
Oh, yeah.
Another comment here says, I have this every day. Levetiracetam did not help. Started the Motrigine, but they got even worse. Now it starts with remembering something I likely never saw in the first place. And no matter how hard I try to stop it, it's like a video that just won't stop in my head. Then the dizzy and the nauseous and the sick afterwards. It's exactly how I feel. The deja vu is just so scary. I couldn't imagine seeing something that's not there, or imagining something and can't tell myself it wasn't real. Oh, I don't remember who was here during this one, but I don't know other people other than you guys to answer this. It says, can people with epilepsy give themselves a seizure by rapidly blinking? Yes or no? Sorry for the dumb question and God bless. We've been through this, but I was wondering if anyone else who's here now who didn't hear it ever have a seizure from blinking.
Wait, from what?
From blinking rapidly.
I think that is a seizure.
Like
Or
giving yourself a photosensitive seizure from blinking so quickly or something? Or
The question is just, can people with epilepsy give themselves a seizure by rapidly blinking?
no.
I would say a resounding maybe. I don't know. I don't know biology well enough to say no, but I certainly have never experienced that. So I definitely can't say yes. So maybe, I don't know.
What about for the people who weren't here when I said this one? Can you have a half conscious seizure? I'm an epileptic and I haven't had a recorded or confirmed seizure since I was 10. I woke up this morning and my whole body tensed up, including my calf, which is still sore, and I couldn't move and I was crying and making noise like I couldn't control it. I think even TMI, I peed a little bit, not even enough to do anything. Could this possibly be a seizure? And should I talk to my doctor? I'm already on Trileptal for bipolar. This has lasted about a minute, or that's at least what it feels like.
Yeah, those are focal aware. I'm gonna jump on the Trileptal. Did they say what they're taking for as an anticonvulsant?
They did not.
If
Trileptal is also for epilepsy, right?
Yeah.
Because I have a bottle of that here, and I don't have any bipolar that I know of. I would hope not, but I have some of that Trileptal.
I wonder if they got diagnosed bipolar, but they really do have epilepsy. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Misdiagnosis.
But they're treating them for epilepsy. That's why I'm jumping on this Trileptal. I got that right, Pookie? That is an epilepsy medication.
Yeah.
And
also they haven't had a seizure recorded since 10. But yeah, now he's getting maybe
get an
flashbacks.
Yeah, get a camera. Get those cameras. I don't, yeah. This feels kind of like yeah, right, Angel, a misdiagnosis. Why tell them? Yeah, I'll shut up now.
All right.
No, but there's multiple epilepsy medicines that do treat bipolarness.
Yeah. That they have hijacked for treating bipolar. Oh, wait, I said that.
I think Lamictal is one of them.
I got another one here. It says, any advice for moving out of the USA? So here's my dilemma. I've not left the country permanently for a few reasons, but mainly because I'm terrified of not having a neurologist to access my medication. I have a few options. I speak English and Spanish, and I'm willing to learn a whole new language, but I'm worried about healthcare. I'm on a couple different meds, and I don't want them to deny my meds for some reason. I want to know everyone's experience with this. If you have moved from the US and where, and how did you go about getting your meds and a new neurologist before it runs out? Are the specific countries who have better access to meds? I know that Canada has better access to hospitals, but I don't know about medication.
Yes, medications.
Yes.
Anywhere has better healthcare than here.
Oh, well, did not know that. I thought it was maybe just Canada that had the free meds. Oh, Europe too?
Europe is much better than here. There's no problem getting into doctors. There's no problem getting medications. Everything is free.
There are very long waiting lists. Appointments sometimes, like if your neurologist wants you to see an epileptologist, they're so far and few between. You could wait a year. Some people come to the US to see the epilepsy specialists because the wait time is so long in the UK. Yeah, it's free, but I'd be afraid to, linger like that.
Yeah, the UK is one thing, and that's one spot, but most other places, it's not like that at all.
Right.
The people that I've spoken to from those areas.
Yeah, our healthcare sucks. Yeah, but we're getting there. We're getting there. We're letting them know what we need. That's all.
They don't care. They're only interested in profit.
Any advice on moving out? I suggest moving out if you can. But the thing about finding a doctor can be stressful, because then you're gonna need to get back when you can't find a doctor. And 2 weeks left of medication and stuff like that.
If you
Yeah.
speak Spanish, move to Spain. It's beautiful there.
There's a comment here, and it says we considered Spain because I was in a Mayo clinic. What is a Mayo clinic? Because there's a Mayo clinic.
That's
Mayonnaise?
a chain. I don't want to call it a chain, but I know there's a lot of Mayo clinics around Florida and East Coast that I've seen, and they have a good reputation, pediatric all the way through, for the most part.
What's Mayo?
I don't know the origin, but that's just what they're called, Mayo clinics, and they have a lot of different specialists and doctors, and it's a hospital. It's like a chain of hospitals.
Yeah, like a healthcare company that has multiple hospitals that they run around the country. I think some of them are associated with or tied to research grants and certain programs. My impression has always been that Mayo Clinic is among the top tier healthcare providers that are available. That they employ some of the best doctors, but can also be among the more expensive if you don't have the right insurance either.
Mark, wasn't the original in Minnesota? The original Mayo, wasn't it in Minnesota?
Genius in 1889 by William James Mayo and Charles Horace Mayo. Rochester, Minnesota. You were right.
I wasn't there at that time.
Got a comment here. It says, when I moved to Scotland, I had easy access to NHS, but that was because I was on a student visa. My GP was extremely accommodating, prescribed my meds right away. In order for us to advise you, we'll need to know more about your situation. Do you have a visa for your country, for the country you're in, which you're now residing in? Are there any healthcare options, both private and public? Are you in a transition period? If so, do you have any international health insurance? Were you able to leave the US with a 90-day supply of meds? Do you have your medical records with you? Do you have your meds and your prescription bottles? It's a lot of information to hand someone over Reddit. Where would you go if you left here?
I would definitely have to do the research. I don't know
Let's go
anything
around and
about how
see how that
healthcare
goes.
works.
I have
Yeah,
spoken
I have
to
enough of the
some
stuff.
people I know in the desert, and there's a town right over the border in Mexico where the primary language is English, and people live there very well. And I've considered moving there, except my wife won't consider it.
Understandable.
But if I had to leave, that's probably where I would leave. Or I mean, if I had my choice, it would be the coast of Spain.
Nice.
Yeah, or the island of Mallorca. Of course,
James.
I was there 70 years ago, so it might have changed. Or 50 years ago, sorry.
Hey, James, you there? Where would you go if you could leave the US?
I I don't know. I honestly don't know. There's too many different places. Just other places I've never been I've never really traveled all that far. So I don't know. Honestly. Somewhere in Europe, Germany. I want to go to Germany just because that's where my my ancestry is from.
Munich is really nice. I spent a week there and they've got a really, really well-developed public transportation system. So friendly for us epileptics.
That'd kind of be anywhere in Europe though, right? Or most places in Europe have better public transportation than here in the States.
Definitely Canada. Definitely. After what I went through last year to prove that I was an American. Well, no, it was actually March. It was earlier this year. I had to prove that I had birthright citizenship. So, but I would definitely go to Canada because that's the question of my birthright, and that's where I have family there, but they have struggles in the healthcare system as well. Every country, I think, people don't want to be doctors as much as they used to because of the capitalistic, whatever in healthcare. But I would definitely go to Canada.
Raven, where'd you go? An Angel.
I think the UK. I think I will go to the UK. Overseas.
Any reason in particular?
Nowhere in particular. I will have to definitely look and research, but it just everything sounds better about the UK.
Yeah, UK does sound nice. Never been over the water, so that'd be nice too. Says, did time ever seem to disappear before you got seizures under control? I'm in the process of being diagnosed. I posted another post giving more detail, but current theory is that cerebral vascular changes in one area of my brain are causing me to have focal aware and impaired seizures. I told my babysitter, joke, as I'm currently not allowed to be alone. I'm a 44-year-old female. I was feeling off and would like to go to bed around 9:30 p.m. Suddenly, it's 10 p.m. and it feels like it's only been 15 to 20 minutes since I said this. So I'm just curious if that's common experience for people who aren't having grand malls. I've had an experience where I blinked and it seems like 2 minutes were gone, like I wasn't somewhere I was, and it doesn't seem like I was the other place not too long ago. But I don't know what that's called, and I don't exactly know what an impaired seizure is. Someone please explain. So like impaired, like on alcohol?
Impaired is the opposite of aware. It's just another word for unaware. So they're saying that they're not conscious and aware during the seizure. Like, for instance, an absence seizure where you just like blink out for a while, that would be impaired awareness.
For focals, I started taking this, as most of you know, B12 by Nature's Made. Shout out to Nature's Made. We're right here. Yeah. So for you guys who aren't having grand malls and having focals, that was the question. Yeah, that was to you guys. The first comment here says, I have partial focals. I believe that I said that right. The absence seizures and drop attacks, and I will lose huge chunks of time. I will be eating cereal for breakfast, and the next thing I know, it's 1 p.m. Found out these instances were like epileptic events followed by a popsicle state, and usually fall asleep without declining to do so. Sometimes I feel like a seizure and the terror that accompanies it, and sometimes I'm suddenly out of it like a light. The second ones are the ones where I lose time. It's worth asking your doctor about, as asking these questions helped me understand mine. I don't know anyone else with epilepsy, so a lot of my symptoms made me feel quote crazy because they weren't the kind at all that I seen in the movies. I kept asking my doctors, "Are you sure if it was seizures?" And the answer every time was still yes. Missing time sounds like an absent seizure.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Okay, so I wasn't having a focal, I was having an absent seizure. That's what you're saying?
Sounds like it.
What about the time that I got on the bus? Would that be absent? Would that be focal? Is
I
that
thought absence seizures were a type of focal seizures. Am I wrong?
I
Say
think
that
that has
Yeah.
to do with the origin.
Okay.
Yeah,
Ugh.
it just has to do with like the focal seizures start in one part of the brain, and absent seizures are usually a type of generalized seizure because absent seizures involve both sides of the brain. You can have a focal aware. Absent seizures are usually recognized to only be unaware because they are a generalized seizure.
Oh.
So the ones that you can maintain awareness are usually referred to as focal. But so
Okay.
many of us have a focal seizure that lasts for like 2 seconds and spreads that, you know, it's just kind of lumped into one because a lot of us have focal seizures that forget the word, but they turn into the absence, the more
Generalized.
generalized ones. Yeah, yes, but it doesn't always have to be a generalized tonic-clonic. It can be a
Okay.
generalized absence seizure, but it could start as a focal where it might feel like an aura, but an aura is more likely a focal seizure. You could think of it like that.
I guess I just thought the absence seizure was a focal unaware or focal impaired, and now I feel like I should know that because that's what I have.
That's what
Have
I
the
always
doctor explain
understood
it to you.
too. I'm
There's
But
sorry.
different types of absence seizures.
ah,
Some people can just go stop and stare at a wall, or stop and pause, and there's time missing, like Pookie said. But then there's things where they're
But you don't drop. You don't necessarily
yeah.
move
lose
around.
control. Yeah. Sometimes you have those like rapid blinking or like fidgety fingers or something during a absence.
Got it. So it's kind of more about motor function, maybe.
Origin. It's all about the origin and parts of the brain that it affects. An absence seizure will affect both
I
sides of the
don't got it.
brain, but that doesn't mean you lose control of muscles. And
Okay.
yeah,
I obviously need to educate myself better about this. So thank you, Kate.
we're all learning. We're all learning every day. Trust me. We need some flashcards for sure.
Is this normal? I have a ton of doctor's appointments next week, mainly for this persistent migraine. Meds are working. I'm wondering if I should actually schedule an emergency appointment or just wait until the upcoming doctor's visit. I'm kind of worried because over the last few days, my family and I have noticed my left eye started to deviate. This has never happened before, and I don't know how to not overreact or scare anyone. What should I do? Eye deviating means like going back inside the socket or looking up, or what's that mean?
Looking
Yeah.
away, maybe. I
It might
think.
be looking at a different direction.
Unwarningly, like your eye just starts wandering.
Yeah. That sounds like an emergency room visit to me. They're always saying if there's any new type of headache or weird headache related symptoms, go and get your head checked.
Not to mention that might cause a headache.
Yeah.
And the cause of deviation is probably neurological.
Yeah.
So pre-existing
Could
condition, new symptom, yeah. That
be
warrants
part of
a walk.
what you call it, concussion.
Get a blood pressure cuff, monitor blood pressure. Yeah, all of it. Cover every base, right?
First comment here says, I wouldn't say this is normal at all. If you're in the UK, I suggest a 111 call to see what advice they can give. If you're elsewhere, the non-emergency line, they will tell you if you need to go to the hospital. I hope the best. Another one says, I have pretty bad headaches and I never go on a regular basis. I occasionally got headaches, and even less frequently, I got headaches to the point that it put me in bed. After I had my first cluster of TCs, got much worse and more frequent. I don't know if it's even the meds or the epilepsy. Either way, I have them too. The ER here in the States couldn't do anything in my case. I wish you the best of luck. That just sounded horrible. The US couldn't help him at all, he said.
I'm going to take off, guys. My daughter's home, so I'll try to check in if I don't sleep. Hopefully, I will sleep tonight. It was great to see all of you. Have a
You
great night.
too. Thanks for stopping
Night,
by.
Amy.
Great night.
Have a good one.
Pookie, they couldn't help or they wouldn't help.
But yeah, that's a shame. I think he said they couldn't.
Yeah, I think he
But
said
to
they
feel like they
couldn't
couldn't
help.
help is a dead end. You know, that could have been a paperwork thing. We can't get you an appointment for 3 months. The ophthalmologist is going to be the one that has to make a diagnosis to get you the treatment, and you can't see them for, you know, whatever certain specialists can make time. So there's a lot of ways I can see the US not being able to help. There's similar, go ahead.
No, that I just said okay.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, this isn't the one about the healthcare system. Somebody asking, does anyone else have a similar experience to when I had a seizure a couple of days ago in the car? I wasn't experiencing any anxiety. It was sunny outside. The sun shone through the trees, casting a strobe light pattern. This triggered my eyes to start fluttering uncontrollably. Then I saw flashing lights on a car, which made it worse. My jaw and arms started shaking. After it passed, I felt confused and dazed. My brain felt like it was spinning. After the event, I was more sensitive to stimuli than usual. Any light, especially flashing patterns, triggers my anxiety. Last night, when I was trying to sleep, I would almost fall asleep, but then a wave of anxiety would hit me and it triggered me to shake a bit, and I was seeing odd patterns and flashing lights behind my eyelids. I will also mention that I was experiencing a similar sensation of my brain spinning. It was different from vertigo. So this person is just questioning what's going on. They acknowledge that they definitely have anxiety because they concluded that the trip in the car was not anxiety. Jaw and arm started shaking after the strobe light pattern from the sun. Anybody else get like a seizure vibe on that one? That could definitely be a
That
trigger.
might have been a seizure vibe.
Yeah, it's definitely possible for sunlight through like filtered trees to trigger a seizure. And then that same sort of light pattern reflecting off of cars, like they said, makes sense. That sort of thing would only compound it. But it would also compound it if it was anxiety and they were starting to freak out over the sort of sensations that they were feeling there. So it's hard to tell from at that point.
Well, that would make sense because the anxiety episode they're talking, or the next episode they're talking about is describing at night. So it was after the sensation on the car ride, and that's when they actually had reactions of the jaw and arm shaking, but they didn't describe any tonic kind of like stiff reactions.
It still
So
could be a
maybe that was
seizure.
an anxiety thing too. Who knows?
Yeah,
That definitely sounds like a
the
taking notes.
delayed nature is kind of interesting. It's if it was a photosensitive trigger of those seizures, then they wouldn't be having them at night in bed that late. Not the same seizures, at least, right? But
He
if
is
they were
describing
thinking
them
about
different, it
yeah.
sounds like.
Oh,
That when I
right.
was trying to sleep, I would almost fall asleep, but then a wave of anxiety. But in the car ride, he had the jaw and the arm and made a point of saying the second sentence, I wasn't experiencing any anxiety. So maybe the theory is that, you know, this car ride episode lowered some kind of threshold. Has anybody ever put together a seizure lowering your anxiety threshold? Does that make you more likely for an anxiety attack kind of later in the day just because you're feeling out of it all postictal? I mean, you know how we feel stupid after a seizure.
I think
So I was
I
thinking
think I
somebody
know
that
what
has
you're talking
anxiety.
about.
Yeah, so somebody who's already has like a anxiety propensity might, you know, that might translate to a quicker, like easier anxiety attack if you're already not
Yeah,
feeling so good after a seizure.
the anxiety's already working. It's the stress threshold
Okay,
that
so overall
they're stressing too
advice.
much over what might or what could have been a seizure, and it's you know it it might be showing and giving them more anxiety at the same time.
Some of the comments agree with that too, just saying that this is what I experience all the time. Photosensitive focal seizures with bilateral spread. If you don't get it treated, it could spread into tonic-clonics. Advocate for yourself. You know yourself best. Take notes, go to the primary, get the referral, and go to the ERs if you ever hit your head. A lot of people with epilepsy too say that driving through like construction zones, bridges, things that have like those regular lights that are really bright. Passed 4 cop cars on the side of the road with their flashing lights going. Shortly after passing, I felt the pressure building up behind my eyes, and it was like I was about to get the tunnel vision. If there was traffic on the road, I would have pulled over. Oh, this person was driving. Thankfully, it never progressed, and I just had the building pressure for 2 or 3 minutes. So you have that pressure, don't drive. And eye fluttering is usually part of an aura, is what some of the other comments are saying.
Yeah,
I'm more likely to spread
there's
after getting
different
that sensation.
things like the eye stuttering could be a seizure, but going back to like Pookie's question earlier, can it cause one? No, I don't think intentionally doing it can cause one. But if you see someone doing that, they could be having a seizure.
Raven, you ever have these feelings, I guess, on car rides or construction sites, and anything ever kind of translate?
I don't think I'm photosensitive, and I fall asleep in the car like a baby, so no, I can't really relate to that, but um, it sounds like more than just anxiety to me.
Yeah, for sure. That makes sense.
I got something. It says 19 with epilepsy. How do you balance wanting a normal life with the stuff that triggers you? 19, honestly, I just want to live life like everyone else my age, late night weekends, gaming till sunrise, maybe the occasional party, the usual young chaos, but epilepsy feels like it keeps me fenced in. The meds help, but the constant, end quote, you need a strict sleep schedule. Warnings feel like they cut me off from a lot of what makes being young fun. Everyone else seems to live on energy drinks at 2 a.m. laughter while I'm stuck watching the clock, wondering if pushing it will set me off. For anyone else or who's close to someone with it, do you always find ways to bend the rules, or do you keep it all strict all the time? How do you keep your life feeling free and not just, in quote, medically safe? Any small hacks that let you still live your life so like you're not missing out? I'm not looking to be reckless. I just want to know how to look back and feel like epilepsy stole my youth. I just don't want to look back and feel like it stole my youth. For you guys, I don't know many of you guys. Oh, I think all of us here pretty much got it in our youth. Oh, except for Jeff and Raven. How'd that go, you guys?
How did it go?
Oh no, for us that have had it in our youth, like Angel, Kate, James, and Mark, we had it in our youth.
But you said Jeff and Raven, how did it go? So
I said for
misunderstood.
without Jeff and Raven, that's what I meant.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Everyone else besides Jeff and Raven, you guys, we had. Oh, Mark didn't have it in his youth, but James and Kate and Angel did.
Please excuse me. Go back to regular programming.
Thank you for clarifying the host question.
Sorry about that. James and Kate and Angel, how were those youth days? Did epilepsy ruin your youth? It did not ruin my youth. I got it at 16. I wasn't, well, yeah, I did kind of live it a little reckless. I just didn't think about it as something I need to worry about. And that was young me. I was just at one point, I was like, I'm having a seizure, bite my tongue and go to the hospital and come back. And yeah, so I was living reckless. I did not live on a strict schedule, as this says. And I did not live life not just feeling medically safe. There were no hacks and there's nothing you're missing out on. It's just, you'll look back on it and think like you didn't miss anything. There's not much to miss out there. I mean, like once I got this age, I could tell myself like, I didn't miss nothing. If I would have missed the things that I didn't do, I didn't miss anything special. Besides having children. But Angel, how was your youth? How do you balance wanting a normal life with stuff that triggers you? Sleep didn't trigger me, so I just avoided nothing, basically. Just lived life recklessly.
I don't think it affected my youth as much as it should have or would have. I don't know how to say it.
Could have.
But I mean, I just took it as okay, so I can't do this now, but I still have to take some precautions and just do it this way. You know, if I go out, I got my wristband on, I got my emergency meds. You know, people know where I'm at. And that was the thing, you know. It's like I never drove, so I still got to work in my youth. I did things, I went on roller coasters. That's probably the most unsafest thing I probably should have not done.
No, I beg to differ.
I love roller coasters.
You rode dolphins, Angel. That was the most reckless thing. Roller coaster is nothing. At least it's people controlling it. You can sue if something happened. But
Yeah, you're
dolphin.
sitting in a chair and you're strapped in. Roller coasters are safe as hell, man.
Compared to riding a dolphin, Angel was on 2 dolphins standing up.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, you live life, man. You lived
You
it.
can live it. You just got to take your precautions. I was wearing a vest, so I wouldn't drown. So
You lived
Were you
it
getting
smart.
pulled by a boat?
Angel, that's the
no,
coolest thing I ever heard.
He showed me a picture. He was on top of it. He was biggest smile I've ever seen Angel have. Yeah, he was
yeah,
on. He had the thing like this, and you can see the dolphin standing at his feet, and he's just like, yeah. Angel looked happy as ever.
I can imagine.
Superhero
Why
vibes all
not?
the way.
Yeah, you
it was
lived
so
it, man.
fun.
James,
They
did
were so
epilepsy
smart.
take your youth? How did you?
Not
How did you
really.
avoid balancing your youth and triggers?
My first one was 19 as well, like this other person. So I guess it just, yeah, like, you know, not being able to, you know, drive, you know, having to, you know, start relying on other people to get it, you know, get around, you know, that the first time I had my license taken away. Then I got it back and had more, and it, you know, eventually I gave up on it and stopped driving. So I guess, yeah, I still trying to get my license back and having driven after, you know, the first one, because I wasn't taking it, you know, super seriously because I didn't really know anything about it. And like I said before, the first few I had, it would be like one, you know, one a year, whereas now they're, you know, once every month or so. Like I said, I had one just last Thursday, so it's been, you know, less than a week now, even since my last one. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think it really took away too much from me because they didn't start getting as frequent until I want to say like the last like 5 or 6 years, you know, in my mid-30s. So yeah.
There you go. Live life.
The great Kate, how'd it go for you?
Very well. I definitely had a great childhood, and after 16, I would not blame any fuck ups on the seizures.
So it did not take away your youth. You weren't reckless about it, basically.
I don't need to get into all that, but yeah, no regrets. Let's just leave no regrets.
You lived it like Angel, except you didn't ride the dolphins.
Yeah, but now that's got me thinking, if we were to relocate, where can you do something like that? Is that all Mexico too? They got a place on the other side of the border where you speak English, and you can definitely get some more time with the dolphins. So yeah, I might consider Mexico too.
I wonder if they let me ride dolphins in San Francisco. I don't think we have dolphins, to be honest.
Yeah, animal activism is probably a big
Yeah, that
deal
was
up
in
there.
Cancun. So
That's
I was
what I'm
laughing when
thinking.
James looked at me. James like, you know, we don't have dolphins.
Yeah, sea lions, man.
You
Go
can't
out there.
trust those things.
Yeah, oh
Hey, it's
no, I
better than
wouldn't.
rolling
I
around with the
wouldn't either.
manatees here. Anybody ever knows you're rolling around with manatees will cut your head off.
Sea cows.
I got some comments here from that.
do you ride in Florida? Crocodiles?
Oh
I
no,
heard
there's
you guys
signs.
got
There's nice
crocs
little
out there.
signs. There's these cute little signs everywhere saying "Watch out for crocodiles. Don't feed animals." Everywhere.
Like
Yeah,
that close to you in town?
yeah. You see when I'm walking around the lakes, not supposed to go near the lake.
There was a boy who was killed by an 11-foot alligator in the river on the bridge down the road from my parents' house, like a quarter mile.
How long ago was that?
Like two and a
It
half
was this
years
summer.
ago.
Oh, that wasn't the one. No, never mind. Maybe
It
that was
may
years
have
ago.
been a different one, but there
Might
was,
have
yeah, there's a lot of boys getting eaten by alligators in Florida. Like statistically, this is where it happens. I'll I don't know, it might bug me if I don't look it up, but I could look it up. I don't remember the name of that river that's right here.
I hear a lot of stories about like snakes eating people's cats and house animals and stuff. Is that really happening?
Well, the snakes are bad. Yeah, you can, there's actually like an open hunting season on the pythons. You've gotta like, yeah, they're actively encouraged to go and kill pythons here. Because people had them and then they got bigger and bigger and bigger. Uh, until the people realized that they could no longer care for this gigantic snake. So they think, oh, we're living in this tropical climate, just set it free, it'll do fine, without thinking about all of the other wildlife all around here. So yeah, it's an especially big problem down in the Everglades because people have gone and released them in this like protected, endangered uh, 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 national park.
Reserve. Yeah.
And they're going, some of these pythons are getting big enough that they're able to eat some of the biggest alligators in that ecosystem there, which, I mean, eating the top of the apex predator, that's throwing off everything in the whole thing, the whole food chain. So, yeah, hunters are encouraged. There's licensing and you can go. I don't think there's any limit on the number of pythons that you can kill if you go and hunt them. So, if that's your thing, I don't know.
It sounds fun. I mean, snakes and put it together, killing snakes. Sounds fun, like shooting at least.
And saving the environment.
Is it an open carry state?
You know it.
It actually just a few days ago, just last week, I think, there was a judge that ruled that the ban on open carry in the state of Florida was unconstitutional. So, the time period for that, ruling to take effect was a 2 week window, so it's about to become an open carry state in like the next week or so, week and a half. But it has been a constitutional concealed carry state by amendment for a while. What was it? I think about 3 years or so ago. Um, uh, Concealed carry was, or permitless concealed carry was passed by voter amendment. And I don't know whether it was that amendment or the federal amendment that this judge was referencing when they were ruling that open carry was unconstitutional. But yeah, it's about to be uh, you know, concealed or fully open. If you have a firearm, however you want to carry it, you can, within reason. There are still, um, whatever areas were previously already prohibited. So, you can't go and carry into a doctor's office. You can't go and carry into like the dispensary. So there's Um, but responsible firearm owners who already knew where they were allowed to concealed carry will already know where they're allowed to open carry. At least that is the logic, and I believe that is pretty sound logic personally. But yeah, very long answer to a pretty short question, but there you go.
You're the go-to for Florida, anything.
You're the go-to for a lot of anythings. But we strayed away from this post with a 19-year-old with epilepsy. And I'll read a few comments before we move on. One says, don't stress yourself out too much, get sleep, have enough protein, and stay hydrated. Party on. Also, are you doing keg stands today? Having enough protein is a thing, because I've not had a lot of protein sometimes, and I know that's a big deal. I've heard about stay hydrated and get sleep, but in between there, he said have enough protein. It's interesting. Sleep when you need it. As for alcohol, I don't go dry, but I always stop at one. If I know I'm going to be out one late night, I'll just adjust my med schedule accordingly. Don't let epilepsy define you, but at the same time, be cautious and don't push yourself. I don't suggest adjusting your medication. Yeah, and Angela, I'm not doing keg stands. I'm right there with you. But I don't suggest changing your medication times because you want to drink. Then again, I've never been a big drinker, so I wouldn't understand like that. But yeah, I was always told at 12 to 12, stay within that time. So I've always tried to stay within that time range. James, you got anything?
No, not really to add, other than just agreeing with you about, yeah, don't adjust your med time, especially if it's because you're throwing, alcohol in there in the mix too. You're kind of playing with fire then at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, better to fiddle with my med time than to throw alcohol into the mix if I were considering either one of the two. The alcohol does a lot more to mess up a lot of these metabolic processes that anti-epilepsy drugs rely on in order to function in the brain. So that's kind of a more dangerous proposition than shifting the time that you ingest any of these medications.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Not to mention that what these medications do to your liver, some of them do to your liver already.
Got one that says a hangover and also nice sleep led me to cracking my 2 front teeth on asphalt last year at age 22. Live life well, but don't be an idiot like me and take too many drinks while you're forgetting your medication. California, sober. I grew up with epilepsy, no energy drinks or alcohol at all. I do drink coffee. I do drink coffee or soda, but I stopped drinking anything with caffeine after 2 to 3 p.m. Bedtime is no later than 10 to 11 p.m. 11 p.m. is really pushing it. This is all on weekdays. Weekends, I get loose with caffeine and bedtime curfew. Curfew Friday and Saturday night. I stay up as late as I want to. Caffeine consumption is also more lenient. This kept me sane while controlling my seizures for the most part. Now I'm 33-year-old female. I've added vaping to my list of things that keep me sane while keeping me in control of my seizures. I don't think vaping made it better, but it says I stopped drinking, but that's the only thing I changed. When you're tired, don't push yourself. Eat plenty. Don't stress yourself with nasty come downs and live. I was also 19 years old. I take my medication on time, I sleep on time, and I also run 5 days a week. My seizures are controlled, so I'm not worried about having a seizure, so I'm able to just live my life. My thoughts on this will get me kicked, but I'm on this rock for a good time, not for a long time. Okay, take that how you want it. I think he means smoking something. But this one says going somewhere else while having a tonic-clonic. Huh. I had a seizure the other day, but something different happened this time. Before I was conscious, I wasn't making much sense, and I kept saying it was so beautiful, and I want to go back. And something about that being blue, this was kind of freaked me out. I've had many seizures, but this hasn't happened. Do you think it was my brain making stuff up? Has anyone else experienced this?
That's a
Plenty of
question
people
I've
get
been
hallucinations.
asking myself.
Wait, go again, Kate, and then Angel.
I was saying plenty of people get hallucinations. Like Angel, you've been asking yourself that because you think you are starting to see things that aren't there?
Well, even situations like what happened when I was gaslit during my marriage and stuff, like, did this happen this way, the way that I remember it, or, you know, and people say no and stuff. It's
Did you
it happened.
journal long term?
Yeah.
It took videos for me because even when I look back at notes, I still wrote it. It sounded more like from somebody else's perspective. It took actually like Google or Amazon or one of those look at this day 6 years ago to realize that these are the same issues. Like the same thing going on right now. It was
Yeah.
literally going on 6 years ago, and I made it, some stupid video about it, and that makes a lot, like 10 times more sense than anything I've ever
Google
written.
Photos and stuff.
Yeah,
It's like, yep.
that's the kind of proof that actually like showed what really happened from my perspective. That's the issue with journaling for me. Sometimes after the fact that I don't even write it how it really happened. So whether it's epilepsy or not,
We got a few
hindsight
comments
is
here. This one says, my partials always included super realistic dreams, and I always come with weird sense of, end quote, that's reality, and I need to be there. I'm not sure if this happens during my TCs as well as because I don't remember them, but could very well have been a dreamlike experience you had. I'm always saying weird shit when I came out. I have tonic-clonics and sometimes simple partials. I stop moving and the same story goes through my head, but at the same time, it feels like the first time it's ever happened and first time I ever heard it. It's very complicated. Well, your brain is already in overdrive, so obviously weird stuff happens. Last one, I have many. I usually have the same sort of end quote dream while I'm unconscious, only to find out that sometimes I talk during these episodes. Last time I was going on and on about a gigantic squash plant, as though it was a warning. I have no recollection of this. You guys have no recollection of something that's happened in the past week?
I've
I have
had it.
no recollection about nothing that's happened this week or last week, to be honest. Besides, I seen you guys on Friday and Tuesday, And something big happened last week. I can't exactly put my finger on it.
You don't remember the weekend coming over?
I think I would have remembered that.
He's standing
I
right
go by
beside you.
outfits. Instead of like major events, I feel like I've had a great week if I could remember an outfit that I've wore over the last like 4 days.
I put on an outfit to go to the store, go to the taqueria or something. But usually I'm in pajamas or here I get dressed to do this.
Yeah,
Um,
so you'd think you'd be able to remember it. I can't always get that far, even if I'm wearing my night clothes for like the first 6 hours of the day. I might not remember what I was wearing before that. It's confusing.
I'm not here. I wear pajamas most of the time for unless I go out at least 16 to 18 hours of the day, which is most of my awake time. But I got another one here. It says, anyone on Lamictal feeling lack of emotion, numbness. I have been in this for 29 years now, and no matter what situation I'm in, I feel flat. During those 29 years, I have felt different 2 times, in love once, insane good streak of life where I felt something else, probably joy. I've been on the same dose for all that time, 2 times a day, 200 milligrams. Me too. The lack of emotion and numbness is the question. Anyone been on Lamictal or Lamotrigine?
I've been on it before.
Did you get any lack of emotion or numbness?
I can't recall. That's too far. Those were the Kepper days.
I think
I'm still on it now, and I'm more emotional now than I've ever been.
With me, I can tell the lack of emotion kind of like it's certain things I'm not emotional for. Like someone told me I wasn't emotionally ready for a relationship, and I told her I agree. She didn't want to hear I agree, so that was the problem there. Yeah, emotionally, it's kind of hard to get attached to people, unless you're really consistent with it. But sometimes even consistency doesn't help. My emotions change; it just happens, and I believe it is the medication. And you're not alone if that's what you're thinking. I heard it also builds confidence. It's a boost of confidence in the what's it called, side effects on Google. It's like, what? Confidence booster? I never took it like that. Yeah, Raven, I see the look on your face.
Maybe I
Look
need
it
to
up.
switch to that one.
Look it up.
Like confidence, I could use me a boost in that. Yes, please. But
I
obviously
don't,
the other things are not good.
I can't
Or you could
exactly point
interpret
out
it
what's
as
on
those
it.
like don't give a fuck side effect as confidence. Like I forget what they call that.
I would be okay with giving fewer fucks. Just in general, all of the time.
Yeah, I think that's me. I kind of not give a fuck about a lot of stuff. Like I was saying earlier, there's like a lot of change over here by my feet because my Alhambra jar under this desk has my change in it. But it seems every time I'm walking towards the change jar, I never want to put it in there. So I just take it out of my pockets and throw it under the desk. And now there's all kind of change on the floor under here. And yeah. Might seem a little lazy, but eventually I'll be on the floor picking up all this change. For now it's under the desk and you can't see it. It's about at least $2 in change, dimes and nickels. But hey, Rick.
How's it going?
All right. Has these Has any of these medications caused you lack of emotion or numbness?
Yes.
It wasn't lamotrigine, right?
That's what I'm getting onto now. So the jury's out on that one. Definitely not Keppra, but the Depakote really did. And lacosamide, I think, dulled everything. But definitely Depakote was definitely one that did.
Have you guys felt like that with any of the medications? Do you feel like your personality, your emotional is like
Yes,
kind of dulled?
it dulls you.
I was personally told that you don't seem emotionally ready for a relationship, so that I know. But how do you guys feel about that? Any of these medications make you emotionally numb?
Briviact and Fycompa. Briviact daughter in extracurriculars that I wasn't as enthusiastic as I should have been about, and Fycompa was considering an abortion.
I think right before my not January of this year, but like I'm thinking January of last year, somewhere around that time range. I was on Briviact, Benpat, Clonopin, and the methoxamide, and I was completely like doled out, or if I wasn't doled out, I was knocked out.
James,
Like I couldn't give a feeling.
how does your medication make you feel? Any lack of emotion going around?
I don't know. I feel like I'm like I don't know. It just depends on like the mood I'm in. Like sometimes, just for no reason, I'll hear like the first 5 seconds of the song, and I'll just be like, "Oh, I'm so sad." I just like I don't really know why I'm so emotional or so upset about it or something. Like it's just like a light switch for me. And then other times I'm just simply not giving two shits about anything. So, and it's definitely the meds, but since, like I said, I've tried so many different ones in the past, I can't remember, which, I guess, type of emotion came with which med at the time. It's
Yeah,
been too many years.
I'm gonna I'm gonna give you this icebreaker, and then usually you might have a few minutes to think about it, and I'll go through some of these comments. Comments on the lack of emotion in Lamictal. The icebreaker is, if you could go back to any age to stay that forever, what would it be? A few of these comments, one says, yep, I also feel flat and numb, 150 milligrams twice a day. Another one says, Lamictal is also a mood stabilizer. I got prescribed this for my bipolar and my seizures. I am more stable now, but the Lamictal will definitely flatten you out, especially if you don't have one extreme to another mood disorder. I would suggest a medication review. I'm also on 400 milligrams of Lamictal a day, and I feel similar. I have talked to 2 neurologists about this issue, but told me that they cannot be the case since it's more stimulating. I'm glad I got to see people saying they feel the same, but of course, I hope both of us can fix it. Yes, my irritability is a ton and seizures, but I'm completely apathetic to most things. It helps my irritability a ton. That's what it is. Rick?
I would like to be 25 because that was when I was Mr. Hot Stuff at work, where I was the young person who was brings all the new ideas and couldn't do no wrong. That's also when I met my wife. I just felt good. So I'd say 25 would be the year, the age I'd like to get back to.
Okay. Nice. Yeah. Good year, it sounds like. Few more comments. One says, not when I was on it. I miss how I felt on it. When I got angry, I would just eliminate that anger taking over real quickly. Name brand was too expensive and generic kept me switching manufacturers and causing instability. So I had to switch drugs. It kept my bipolar like issues at bay. I live a normal life on 400 milligrams of Exxon. Another one says it made me tired. One says I was allergic. Good luck. Be kind to yourself and have a beautiful day. Is it common to have no auras? I've had 3 tonic-clonic seizures in my life, 2 at 18 and then 4 months ago. And I'm 28 years old, 10 years apart, and I can't even wrap my head around it. I see people here talking about auras or strange feelings prior to a seizure, and I've never had it that I can recall. It's like 1 minute I'm fully present, and the next I wake up on the ground, confused. I can remember everything vividly up to about 10 seconds before this last seizure. It concerns me how I can completely go from fine and not noticing anything to a full-blown seizure. We all wonder how that happens. Just wake up in the ambulance. First comment says the same thing happened to me. I don't feel anything like an aura or anything warning me that I'm just gonna have a seizure. I don't even feel when I lose consciousness. I'm just doing something and suddenly I wake up and my body is in pain and wanting to vomit. Is it common to have no auras? I don't have any auras, so I would say it's kind of common because I haven't heard a lot of people say they have auras.
I think it's very common to have no auras or not know what your auras are. I mean,
They
I think a
said
few of us are in that boat.
Yeah, same here. I never have an aura, and kind of pretty similar to like what the original person was asking was yeah, I usually don't remember, like 10 minutes or so before ahead of time, and it usually takes me a good 15 20 if not longer minutes afterwards to finally kind of realize what happened and have somebody sit there telling me you had another seizure, you're okay, blah blah blah, and then so yeah.
Please take your medication as prescribed or whatever works for you. We're not doctors.